Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 2, Chapter 53. But is that as easy to do as to say? If it was so easy to attack and wank, then he wouldn't be the Crown Prince's largest obstacle today. Moreover, he hadn't even able to pull in the general before acting so rashly. Bai Ling wasn't willing to gamble, and couldn't afford to gamble. Bai Ling's final decision was also due to Wenren Yunfei. If she hadn't come to him with a request to harm the princess, then he wouldn't have been able to so quickly see the truth. He couldn't believe that the fairy-like Fei Fei could become like this. She must have been deceived by the Crown Prince. He wanted to rescue his kind-hearted fairy. Sun Jiang Mufeng lightly tapped his finger on the table, sinking into his own thoughts. He hadn't cared too about the rustles of change coming from the Crown Prince's estate. But since that woman dared to have such malicious thoughts, then he would give her a taste of her own medicine. Go back for now. If there's any further news, you can let Enyi know. I will spare your life. If you work hard on this matter, I will make sure you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Let's see how far this person will be willing to go. Someone who can even betray their own master could be willing to betray a new master in the future. Sun Jiang Mufeng didn't need bring in such a danger. But if he delivers himself to his doorstep, why wouldn't he use him? Everyone can say pretty words to get what they need. Especially since it is such a simple thing, he naturally would be able to promise him. After Bai Ling left, Enyi and An silently waited for their master's instructions. Enyi, go do as Wenren Yunfei asked, and ruin her own face. Remember, make sure everyone sees it. Didn't you want to Belle to be the center of everyone's disgust? Fine, I'll let you have a taste too. Enyi accepted the order and left. Have someone watch over the Crown Prince estate. Increase the amount of guards at Wang Fei's side. Standing up, Sun Jiang Mufeng went back into the room. Seeing Belle still sleeping soundly, his heart filled with warmth and sweetness. He picked up his outerwear and left through the hall. He needed to take a trip to the palace. Mufeng, what are you doing entering the palace in the middle of the night? Shouldn't you be accompanying your precious Wang Fei? Sun Jiang Mui inquisitively looked at his little brother sitting below him. He knew how much this man liked Wenren Zunmai, always looking at her as if he wanted to keep her in his pocket at all times. At this hour, he'd want to see him rather than being wrapped in a warm embrace. Imperial brother, I'm not here to bicker with you. Tonight, Bai Ling honored my estate with his presence, informing me of a few things. Would Imperial brother like to hear? Sun Jiang Mufeng lifted his tea. Sun Jiang Mu's face grew serious. Oh, Mufeng has quite a lot of skill to even be able to gain the loyalty of the Crown Prince's lead guard. Although his lips were smiling, there was no traces of smile in his eyes. Don't jump to conclusions. I have no interest in that throne of yours. It doesn't matter to me whether it's you or your son sitting in it. The only reason I'm getting involved is because it involves my Belle. Sun Jiang Mufeng waved his hand mindlessly. With a few words, he had blocked the Emperor's test of suspicions. He sighed in his heart. Back then, the doting that Imperial father and Empress mother gave him still was etched into his older brother's heart. Everyone envied the royal family, but in the end, what was there to envy? Oh, the Crown Prince is preparing to attack Princess Rujirs, and Jiang Mu returned from his deep suspicions, restoring his astute and refined image. Sun Jiang Mufane shook his head, not the crown prince, but his woman. She wanted to secret guard to come ruin my Wangfei's face. Imperial brother, tell me. They even dare bully my people. How can I not fight back? The man sitting on the throne could feel the pressure emitting from his little brother. This little brother of his definitely can't be underestimated. Luckily, he really had no desire for the title of emperor. The crown prince's woman. The crown prince had a lot of women. Wenren Yunfei. A sneer formed on Zhenjiang Mufane's face. I don't know how the Zhenjiang imperial family had fallen to the point of even taking such a shameless plaything home, even treating her like a treasure. She wasn't even worthy of cleaning his Belle's shoes, okay. Zhenjiang Mui's face darkened as anger emitted out. When did this happen? The news of Wenren Yunfei had already spread throughout capital city. It's been a few days. He shrugged his shoulders. Tell me everything you know. Bai Ling told me that the crown prince is preparing to force an abdication in the near future. As for where he even gets that audacity and how he roped in those caught officials, I wouldn't know. All right, I've reported everything I know. I'm going to go home now. I'll have to trouble imperial brother to warn crown prince and that woman. Doesn't she like men so much? All right, then hell, give her all the men she wants. Doesn't she think she's the most beautiful woman in the world? Then hell, spread her name. Doesn't she want to live a luxurious life? Then hell, help her. When he returned to the estate, he found that the room was brightly lit. Zhenjiang Mufane was worried that something had happened and quickly rushed in. There, he saw his beloved sitting at the head of the table as her head nodded tiredly, making him not know whether to laugh or cry. He lightly lifted Belle up. So disobedient. What are you doing up instead of sleeping? What if you catch a cold? Zun Mai looped her arm around his neck and rubbed on his chest. In a sleepy voice, she replied, I was worried about you when you still went back after so long. I can't fall asleep without you. Waiting for you to sleep. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Zhenjiang Mufane lowered his head to see that Belle was already asleep, causing him to smile helplessly. With this woman in his arms, he was feeling very content. Imperial court, ceasing the world. None of that could compare to having his beloved forever by his side. Zun Mai feeling woke up well-rested the next day at noon. The sun shone brightly, the spring weather was perfect. On these days, it was most suitable for walk outside. The imperial physician also recommended exercising a bit in order to benefit for the fetus and the mother's health. The two of them didn't go far, walking to the peach blossom tree that they had first met under. At the time, the tree was in full bloom. The image of her standing underneath instantly was imprinted into his heart. Even those beautiful peach blossoms could not distract from her eminent beauty. It was like it was destined by fate. In the middle of a crowd, they would always be able to recognize each other at first glance. Chapter 54. Hey, did you hear there's a special woman in the brothel? I already heard. I even know the woman. She was once called Wenren Yunfei. Wow, she can't really be that shameless. Isn't she the #1 beauty? Only a brothel would be able to support this kind of woman. Didn't she used to be the Prime Minister Estate's eldest miss? What happened? You might not know. Wenren Yunfei's mother was actually a beauty from a brothel too. The one that was really popular before disappear into thin air. Yup. No wonder. With that kind of mother, it wouldn't be hard to understand how this woman is also like that. As the two walked, they heard that the majority of the people were chatting about the same thing. There was only one main lead in all of their stories, Wenren Yunfei. Zun Mai was a bit puzzled. What happened? It hadn't even been 2 days. How did this Wenren Yunfei put herself into a brothel? A brothel in ancient times was the equivalent of modern day's red light district. But if you want to escape the brothel, you'll first need to have someone willing to help you. Even then, it's hard to say if you can successfully secure a peaceful life for yourself afterwards. Is there anything Prince needs to tell me? Zun Mai smiled at a man sitting across from her. She didn't miss the obvious disdain and hatred on his face. She wanted to get someone to ruin your face, so I had someone ruin hers. Afterwards, I gave her a skin mask that resembled her original face and left her in the brothel. Since she is so lacking of men, I wanted to be the good person and help her out. Zhenjiang Mufeng was honest and spoke innocently. Her Zun Mai snorted. Her husband was so cute. If only he wasn't so perverted, then he would be absolutely perfect. Yes, you're right. Since the female lead had already fallen to this level, the mission should be pretty much done. But there were still those few men. She had originally planned to steal them away from her. However, she discovered that those men were all brain-dead. They can create trouble on their own. They didn't need her to add fuel to the fire. Ningdong Muchen's entire savings have just about been spent. It's near impossible for him to try to rebuild Ningdong family's business. Warren Shenking spends his whole day wondering where his kind-hearted fairy has gone. His father has completely lost hope in him. Bai Ling has also given up. Out of those three, he's living the best currently. Belle, tell me. If the crown prince knew that his previous crown princess even tangled with his secret guard, what do you think he would do? Zhenjiang Mufeng played with his teacup with a mischievous expression on his face. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows. It would be an exciting reaction. I'm quite itching to see it. The crown prince is preparing to rebel. If he found out that he has been completely betrayed at this crucial time, it would definitely be very interesting. Because of her interference, Wenren Yunfei wasn't able to continue on her original path. She didn't seduce the Grand General. Naturally, the Grand General and the other men were then unable to provide the Crown Prince with support now. If he wanted to successfully seize the throne, the Crown Prince would need all of the power of the main lead's halo. It's getting late. Let's go home. Zhenjiang Mufeng supported his bell up. The two walked out side by side. Nearby, a man sat at a table, silently watching their disappearing figures with a gloomy expression. You're not going to say hi? Zhenjiang Mufeng quietly asked. Zun Mai smiled. No need. It was only a small act of kindness anyway. She knew that Ziro Jing had done a lot for her behind the scenes. For example, the news of Wenren Yunfei and her men's behavior in the outskirts of town had been able to travel so fast and ferociously because he had been helping to spread it. Zhenjiang Mufeng didn't speak. He had investigated Ziro Jing's identity on the first day. If not because he was doing so much to protect his belle, he would have already gotten rid of this love rival. 3 days later, on a moonless, windy night, the Crown Prince played the bugle horn signal. For the whole night, the palace was well lit, blood dyed the flowers red, and corpses piled on the roads. Taking advantage of this time, the Emperor used the Crown Prince's hand to eliminate those disloyal, uncontrollable court officials. During morning court the next day, when the Emperor still hadn't showed up, the court began to panic. Everyone had heard the big movements from last night, but they had all been too scared to get involved. Moreover, the Emperor had already ordered to seal off the entire palace. Even if they wanted to contribute, they didn't have an opportunity. In the imperial study room, Zhenjiang Mufeng sat on the side, with the crown prince pathetically kneeling in the center of the room. The emperor had not arrived yet. The crown prince couldn't believe that, even with such a meticulously thought-out plan, he had suffered a crushing defeat. If you can't understand, then stop thinking about it. You'll only make that stupid brain more stupid in the process. It's you, and Wang. It must have been you. The crown prince violently yelled. He had been on the verge of success. Just one more step and he would have been able to sit in that throne. But in the end, Zhenjiang Mufeng looked down at his nephew. You are delusion if you thought someone like you could sit in the throne. As a crown prince, he never understood to cultivate his moral character or his image. Instead, he greedily thought of that throne that was to be his sooner or later, even doing something that had completely ruined his own future. Zhenjiang Mufeng really didn't know how the imperial family's genes had cultivated such stupidity. The throne was always mine to take. I was just speeding the process along. What's wrong with that? I know that, and Wang also wants sit in that throne, right? Unfortunately, you are only in and Wang, you'll never have that opportunity. The crown prince was already delusional, even daring to boast so shamelessly in the imperial study room. His expression that said I am the greatest, I am right, if you don't agree then you are wrong, really made people want to punch him in the face. Zhenjiang Mufeng didn't feel like talking to someone without a brain. Seeing his imperial brother coming in, he quickly excused himself. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back the urge, the little scum of a crown prince. He arrived back at his estate, smiling when he saw his belle. Her soft and warm smile in the spring breeze immediately cured away his anger. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, sighing contentedly. My belle is the best. Chapter 55. When the decree for Crown Prince's imprisonment was passed down, Zhenjiang Mufeng was escorting his bride to the marriage ceremony in a luxurious imperial canopy meant to be enjoyed only by the empress. Zhenjiang Mufeng asked for the favor from his imperial brother, hoping to give Zun Mai a grand and gorgeous wedding ceremony. He urgently wanted to inform everyone that Belle was his. Zun Mai sat at the dressing table as Shangyuan Yan gently combed her hair. One brush from the top, so that there shall not be worries for riches. 2 brushes from the top, so that there shall not be worries of health. 3 brushes from the top, for many children and long life. 1 last brush from the top, for mutual respect in marriage. 1 brush to the bottom, so that your wings may fly openly. 2nd brush to the bottom, may your 2 hearts be one. From start to end, may your life be full of honor. She was able to see her daughter be happy in this lifetime. She was at ease knowing that she was marrying An Wang. As long as her daughter can be without worry and happy, then she would also be satisfied. Mother, we will both be happy. She hugged the hand that Shangyuan Yan placed on her shoulder and spoke seriously. Shangyuan Yan nodded her head. She put on the head ornament for her daughter and straightened out her clothing. She supported her as her little brother helped her up the marriage sedan. The sedan slowly made its way through the city's main streets, greeted with the citizens' cheers and congratulations. Zun Mi's hands were folded in her lap, a small smile on her face. This was the second world. After this, she and her lover will have many more worlds. She was a greedy woman at heart, hoping that her lover would be able to accompany her forever. Bao Bao laid on her shoulder happily. This was his first time coming to ancient times and seeing this kind of scene. There really was a big difference compared to modern times. Most importantly, this place was much more interesting than modern times. There were customs like the groom must kick down the sedan door, having to step over a brazier, and being blessed with mugwort leaf water. There needed to be dates and peanuts sprinkled on the bed, they needed to eat tangyuan, etc. By the time they arrived at the prince's estate, it was already evening. Zun Mai now knew why the ceremony was called Hunli, as she was about to faint Hun by evening. Zhenjiang Mufeng carried Zun Mai into the estate, stopping in front of the door to the grand hall, where a marriage maid brought over red silk. The two head onto the red silk as they headed to the front of the hall. The prince's estate was surrounded by friends and family today. Even the emperor had come to witness their wedding. Kneel to the heaven and earth. The two turned and kneeled facing the entrance of the room. Kneel to the ancestors. The two turned to face the people sitting above in the front of the room and kneeled. Kneel to your spouse. They faced each other, the same wide smile on their faces as they kneeled down. The ceremony is complete. Send to the bridal room. The announcer's loud voice ended the ceremony. Xiao Zhang and two other maids supported Zun Mai to the room. She was now already 3 months along. Luckily, her clothes were a bit complex so that her slightly protruding stomach was unnoticed. She now had an increased appetite, eating more than most other pregnant women. Zhenjiang Mufeng once laughingly said that she was definitely pregnant with a son. Why else would the baby be so mischievous? Zun Mai hadn't thought much about it at the time. No matter whether this fellow was a daughter or son, she would love it all the same. When Zhenjiang Mufeng entered the room, it was already past midnight. He exchanged the newlywed cups of wine with Zun Mai. Belle, in this life, this world, Zhenjiang Mufeng will grasp your hand and walk this lifetime with you. He removed the heavy head ornament, helped her take off her outer layer, and unhurriedly placed her onto the bed. Bathing in spring air, as inseparable as water, two blurred figures created waves crashing together. The next day, Zun Mai felt nothing but a sour back. She knew that her husband had given her a massage afterwards. By that time, she had already slipped into sleep. She called for Xiao Zhang, changed her clothes, and went to find her dear husband. Zhenjiang Mufeng was in the study room reading the news from the palace. The empress had been exiled to the cold palace. All of the crown prince's allies had been taken care of. As for that Bai Ling, before Zhenjiang Mufeng was able to tell the crown prince about his ties to Wenren Yunfei, the crown prince had already killed him. The crown prince had inadvertently discovered evidence of Bai Ling's betrayal. It could only be said that Bai Ling was doomed to suffer bad luck. Due to his ties with the crown prince, the prime minister had also been expelled from office and exiled out of the city. This was the result after Zhenjiang Mufeng had personally appeared to plead for leniency. If not, the emperor would have executed 3 generations of the prime minister estate. Thus, Zun Mai has officially returned all the favors she owed the prime minister. In the future, they would have nothing to do with one another. What are you looking at? She strolled to his side. Zhenjiang Mufeng wrapped his arm around her waist and placed her on his lap to allow her to see the documents together. The documents recounted how Ningdong Muchen had left for beyond the Great Wall. Now he had completely become nomadic. Warren Shenking was diagnosed with congenital heart disease by physicians. All hope for him was gone. As for Wenren Yunfei, after receiving a guest with an extreme fetish, her mask was pierced and ruined. Her real face had completely scared the guest to the point of fainting. She couldn't accept the reflection in the mirror and also went crazy. After the female brothel keeper drove her out of the brothel, she became a mere beggar. Wenren Zhang had left behind a good half of the women in his estate, and was currently traceless. Jun Xie took in the news with a tranquil heart. When Belle has the child, well, go out and sightsee. He placed down the documents and proposed. All right. She lightly stroked her stomach, her eyes gentle. Her mother and grandfather had settled down in Jiangnan, keeping away from the stormy seas of the capital. Her brother had gone with her maternal uncles back to the army camp to sharpen his skill. 6 months later, Jun Xie gave birth to a big fat baby son. A year later, Zhenjiang Mufeng sent him to Jiangnan for his mother-in-law to take care of. He then took his Belle to go sightseeing through the country. They didn't need excitement in their life, only hoping for peace. By the time the two had their own set of grandchildren, they still could remember that year. The spring breeze flowed beautifully and peach blossoms flew overhead when they met. On their deathbeds, Zhejiang Mufeng held Jun Xie's hand. If there's a next lifetime, then I will definitely be able to recognize you on first glance. I'll recognize you, protect you, love you. Jun Xie nodded her head. There were no tears in her eyes, only anticipation and blessings. Shall wait for him in the next life. No matter how long or short, shall wait until he arrives. Years later, when people mentioned them, they still praised the two lovers' story. That peach blossom tree was treated as a tree of good luck with the power to bring forth a beautiful love. Those hoping to pray for good marriage or for peace will come kneel before the tree. Jun Xie's soul floated in the air, lingering beside the peach blossom tree before finally disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 56. New Arc. Also, I've added an alternative way to donate on the new sidebar. Finally figured out how to set that up so that there's another way to support this site. Check it out. Welcome back, Madam Host. Hugs and kisses. 3 Bao threw himself onto Jun Xie, smacking her with kisses to express his joy. Their mission was completed with perfection, so their score must be very, very high. Just thinking about it made him excited. That means he can upgrade levels in the near future. Jun Xie didn't have any special feelings. As long as there was her husband, completing a mission could be easily accomplished. Calculate the last world. She sat on the curved bed and spoke lazily. Main mission counterattack completed, rewarded 20,000 points. Side mission protect mother and live happy life completed, rewarded 15,000 points. Mission grade S. System reward charm 2,000 feather mask, golden feather clothing. Expenses used in previous world 40,000 for purchase of consciousness protection shield, 999 for purchase of knockout pills XL, 250 for purchase of muslin veil. Personal numbers. Host Jun Xie. Level 7 100. Age 20. Character. Charm 92 100. Physical strength 40 100. Points 63,751. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X1. Darhuan Pill X1. Basic Nutrient Fluid X1. 1000 Feather Mask, Golden Feather Clothing. Evaluation S level upgrade available after 3 completed mission grades of S. Jun Xie rubbed her chin while playing with 1,000 feather mask. Silver feathers carried a cold stiffness of realism, along with a suppressed sense of enticement. Bao, what do these two things do? Don't tell me it's something for the next world. Nope, Madam Host. Let's go first gather our energies. In the previous 2 worlds, we absorbed so Bao could open up the marketplace. When we go into 5-star worlds, then we'll have to enable random selection. To avoid selecting an overly difficult world, we will have to prepare in advance. Bao Bao left out the fact that they needed to wait until he upgraded before they could enable random selection. But based on Madam Host's current mission grades, he'll be able to upgrade before the 5th world. Don't humans always say preparedness averts peril? Sun Mai shrugged her shoulders. Give me the data on the next world. She hoped that the original body in the next world wouldn't be very miserable. Bao Bao bounded over to hand Sun Mai a book with a golden binded cover and squatting on her shoulder to read with her. Rebirth. The commoner girl counterattacks to become queen. Through the name alone, Sun Mai knew that this was set in modern times. What made her helpless was that she had a feeling that this counterattack was what she thought it meant. Opening the book, Sun Mai knew that it was exactly what she thought it meant. The female lead, Anxiety, was a commoner girl. Because of her own hard work, she entered S-City's best college. There, she became acquainted with the lifestyle of rich heiresses like Zai Tan Tan. Zai Tan Tan was someone that liked to play around and knew how to have fun. She quickly introduced the female lead into a different world, where the female lead was only seen as a lowly person to taunt as a pastime. According to the scientific law of female leads, she was extremely good-looking. One day, while being ridiculed by others, a girl named Kil saved her. Kil was also known as a Jadate family's eldest Miss Sun Mai, who had just returned home from abroad. She had been on her way to meet with her best friend Lu family's Lu Mo Kin when she walked into the wrong room. Sun Mai sent the female lead to the hospital, leaving some money and ordering doctors to take good care of her. In passing, she told the female lead she could send her abroad if she wanted to. Although said with good intentions, this made the envious and narrow-minded female lead bear grudges against her. She thought Sun Mai was insulting her after seeing her in such an embarrassing state. Thus, she insincerely agreed, exploiting Sun Mai's opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, she was caught and brought back by Zai Tan Tan. During this time, she also learned Sun Mai's identity, causing her to increase her resentment. She thought that since Sun Mai had such high capabilities, she should have brought her back to the Sun house. She died filled with hatred while being abused in bed. This was the original story, where Kil was meant to be the original female lead. She and her fiancé lived happily ever after, helping the female lead and Zai get revenge by sending all those involved in her death to jail. But that wasn't enough for Zai. After rebirthing, she wanted Sun Mai to lose everything. Meanwhile, Zai Tan Tan and the others that harmed her were going to live a life worse than hell. In the beginning, she continued to follow Zai Tan Tan like before because she needed her network. Slowly, she changed Zai Tan Tan's view of her. Eventually, Zai Tan Tan introduced her into the gemstone social circle. After rebirthing, her entire body had the meter's touch. Therefore, she knew when important VIPs would appear. This included Sun Mai's fiancé Le Chen Zai, the youngest Jade Master. She acted polite and cute while simultaneously pitiful in front of Le Chen Zai, successfully becoming his assistant. In the process, she seamlessly began blackening his image of Sun Mai. Le Chen Zai, who had only thought of Sun Mai as a little sister, became more dissatisfied by the Sun Mai that he hadn't seen in years. Later, he was angered enough to directly refuse marriage with Sun Mai, and entered Anxiety's embrace soon after. However, Anxiety still wasn't satisfied. When Sun Mai returned home, she deliberately approached her. After gaining her trust, Zai knocked her out without hesitation, and delivered her to the bed of the same person that had killed her in her past life. Due to a series of factors, Jun Xie was sent to the wrong room, but ultimately the results were the same. Jun Xie tossed around the whole night. The next morning, she was promptly choked to death by that person. This was because the other party just happened to be the big shot of gemstone betting as well as the gemstone market's monarch, Mo Wen-han. He detested being schemed against. In his 20-some years, he had never touched a woman. Yet this had been all changed due to a moment of letting his guard down. How could he not be angry? Afterwards, he even suppressed the Jun family, uprooting the Jun family's power altogether. In the midst of this turmoil, Zai and Le Chen Zai took the opportunity to become part of the nouveau rich in the world of Jadates. Zai Tian and co were reported for immoral behaviors and set to prison. At the very end, the male lead and the female lead lived happily ever after. Everyone that had been an obstacle in her past life were now dead. After finishing reading, Jun Xie had only one feeling. The person that created this world must have had a malfunction in her brain. They would allow this kind of person to rebirth, to become the female lead. How biased must they be to give high regards to such an unethical person? So angry, so angry. This kill really is unlucky. She obviously had good intentions, but she had unexpectedly met such an insane person. Jun Xie couldn't contain the anger in her heart. She could still reluctantly accept the line of thinking of the female leads from the 3 past worlds. But this world's female lead really made her feel disgusted. She really couldn't understand. Is this the meaning behind the saying, if the world is large, then it can only be filled with extraordinary things? Bao Bao was also dumbfounded. After these few worlds, he had began to understand the ways of the world to some extent. But this was the first time he had seen such, how should he put it, shameless and illogical female lead. Host, go teach her a lesson. Here's what I got from the Baidu page on gemstone betting. Gemstone betting, it's mainly a practice for the jadate mineral. When the stone are extracted from mines, you only see an ordinary rock-like exterior. Thus, it's difficult to tell how unique, priceless, and beautiful the gemstone on the inside will be. People make bets for the gemstone based off just the exterior, hoping that the interior quality of the gemstone will be worth their bet. Chapter 57. Jun Xie nodded. This kind of person's existence is a disaster. But since this was the world of gemstone betting, she was bound to be suspicious when they discovered that this Jadate family eldest miss didn't understand anything of the field. Bao Bao, come. Are there any precious things that you can contribute to your host? She knew that Bao Bao had a secret stash. Bao Bao's small eyes met Madam Host's large eyes for half a minute. Madam Host, Bao Bao really doesn't have anything. Even if he did, he still wouldn't give. Those were things that he had sneaked away from the system god with great difficulty. If you don't give me anything, then how am I supposed to do gemstone betting in this world? Based on her personality, there was a 100 chance that she would get stuck on this point. If she was gemstone betting, she couldn't be sure she would win based on the original Jun Miss muscle memory alone. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in herself, but she knew that she had never encountered this line of business. No matter how much a genius she was, she still needed some help adapting. Oh, host, you should have made yourself more clear. I thought you were trying to steal my treasures. Don't worry about it. Host Bao Bao can feel that there is energy in this world. The more energy in a jade, the higher its quality is. After Bao Bao's explanation, Jun Xie was able to relax. Enter the next world. She was already used to the familiar darkness that wrapped around her. With great effort, she opened her eyes and was greeted by luxurious, golden wallpaper and a brilliant chandelier. She shifted her body, but suddenly froze. Limp, without energy and a sore waist. Jun Xie cursed. Damn it, she could guess. Plot point: she had arrived at the time when the original Jun Xie was sent to the wrong bed by Xie. Poor's time. She received all of the original Jun Xie's memories and took out the nutrient fluid in her inventory to drink. Immediately, she felt her body relax. Looking down, she saw that besides the tragic state of red marks covering her body, she seemed to be fine. After confirming everything was okay, Jun Xie unstopped time. This was a power that she had stolen from Bao Bao, so it was as effective as expected. Standing up, she put on her clothes that were spread across the floor. She didn't turn a glance towards the man that had woken and was sitting on the bed staring at her. Mister, I believe you've also realized that yesterday I was drugged and sent into this room. If I've caused any trouble for you, I'll express my sincerest apologies. Jun Xie turned around and slightly bowed forward towards the man. When she accepted her body, the original Jun Xie had sent 2 messages to her. 1. Don't allow Jun family to be hurt by her mistakes. 2. Make Le Chen Zai regret his actions. Mo Wen-han propped his head up on his hand. Yesterday's memories washed over him. He had drank too much alcohol, causing his consciousness to blur. When he returned to his room, he found that there was a person on his bed. Soon, his body began reacting weirdly. As he slowly lost control, he was angry. But now, looking at this graceful-mannered, tenacious-eyed woman, he felt as if something was jabbing at his heart. It was a bit painful but also exciting, as if the person that he had been looking for in the past 20-some years has finally arrived by his side. When her exquisite peach blossom eyes seriously examined you, it could make you feel as if you were her everything. Her clothes were messy, yet didn't distract from her noble and tranquil aura. As if spring water in the summer, she was pure, cold, and comforting, sparkling to tempt others to come closer and closer. His hands unconsciously moved to his chest. When she had said that she had been drugged, anger almost burst out of his chest. He knew that anger was directed at those people that had dared to scheme and harm her. This kind of feeling was strange, yet was unexpectedly not loathing to him. Rather, he quite liked it. His lips curled into a small smile. This was the most that his face could accomplish after years of his face being hard as stone. But this small arch was enough to make the originally stiff, intense face appear to soften. Mo Wen-han. He wanted this woman to call him by his name. Jun Xie raised her head up in surprise. Did she hear correctly? Did she overlook a possibility? The possibility that Mo Wen-han could be her own dear husband. Blinking her eyes, she experimentally called out, "Mr. Mo." The man knit his brows together, obviously unsatisfied. Wen-han. She blinked again. Canned Han Ji, all right. Look at how his brows are relaxing with satisfaction. Jun Xie ridiculed in her heart. For the past 2 lives, her husband had become the story's big boss. This wasn't something she had complaints about. Can Ji, I am kill Jun family's Jun Xie. She reached out her hand with a slight smile on her face. She was happy to have been able to find her husband right after arriving here. With a content heart, Mo Wen-han grasped the hand reaching out and led her to sit back on the bed. Who schemed against you? Han Ji will help you. In the realm of gemstone betting, all the big families knew one another. For example, everyone knew that the gemstone Jun family had an only daughter that was overseas for her studies. They knew that she had just returned home when she was confronted with a crisis within the Jun family. The Jade engraving the family's young master wanted to retract their marriage agreement. Rumor had it that Le Chen Zai was in love with a commoner girl. Everyone said that if Miss Zun Mai couldn't even win over a commoner girl, then Zun family was bound to fall sooner or later. Naturally, Zun family's business suffered from this wave of news. This time, Zun Mai had no choice but to come back. Zun family needed her. If she wasn't able to be within the top 3 of this season's gemstone betting conference, then Zun family would fall from a first tier to a second tier family. Coincidentally, the gemstone betting conference was just 2 days away. Zun Mai was willing to bet that, and Zai had calculated to act specifically in time for the conference. Han Ji, thank you for your willingness to help me. However, this is the first time we've met. I would terribly sorry to inconvenience you. I will settle this matter myself. The schemer was hoping that I would attend the gemstone betting conference. Not only will I participate, but I will be the victor. She'll start her counterattack at this gemstone betting conference. And Zai, Le Chen Zai. Are you prepared? Mo Wen Han flashed with unhappiness as he clasped Zun Mi's hands tighter. Tell me. All those that dare hurt her must suffer. Zun Mai sighed Han Ji. Seeing his resolute eyes, Zun Mai felt herself compromising. It was Anzai, Le Chen Xie's commoner lover. On the inside, she was laughing on the floor. In the later stages, Han Ji had become Anzai's golden patron. Since this was her own husband, she definitely wouldn't pass him off to anyone else. Lately, the family had been thinking of every possible method to create a partnership with Han Ji. Then, Shell completely cut off the possibility of that happening. She was jealous because you like Le Chen Zai. He structured it as a question, but his eyes were saying if you dare say yes, then I'll promptly go finish him off. Han Ji, you're overthinking. I grew up with Le Chen Zai. I only think of him as an older brother. Our engagement was arranged by our family's elders, since our families were so compatible. Chapter 58. A Jade family and a Jade engraving family. They were perfectly compatible. Unfortunately, the two families' heirs had no chemistry for each other. Now, they were even at the point of becoming hostile with each other. If not because Anzai knew a thing or two about gemstone betting, and were able to help them out, the Le family would have never allowed Le Chen Zai to decline their engagement. Their ambitions were too high. Le family also planned on swallowing Zun family whole. But now they needed to see whether or not Zun Mai were going to let them. Mo Wen Han repeated Le Chen Zai and Anzai's names in his heart as his eyes flashed with coldness. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Zun family. Later, I'll have Cairo Yuan go notify those people. If anyone dares harass Zun family, then that would be the same as going up against him. Zun Mai naturally didn't know the workings of Mo Wen Han's mind. What she needed to do now was to take a nice long bath, change into clean clothes, and take another nap. Han Ji, can you let me first go to the bathroom to clean up and ask a friend to send me some clean clothes? In the beginning, she didn't think that there would be anything to say between the two of them. Thus, she didn't care how she acted in front of him. Now it was different. After confirming this was her own husband, her attitude took a 180 turn, as she decided to first enjoy herself instead of escaping quickly. Only did Mo Wen Han notice that Zun Mi's clothing was wrinkled and torn. Perhaps, he thought guiltily, he caused this with his rough actions last night. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He reached out his hand to lift up Zun Mi's clothes, preoccupied with investigating her for injuries. Seeing those deep purple marks, his face delved into self-blame. Last night he really was too rash. However, just thinking that this person was his made him content and satisfied. Jun Xie blushed. Her husband's personality in this world was too straightforward. In the last world, it was only his words that were direct. But now, even his actions were direct. How was she supposed to hold him back? She quickly reached out to grab his hands, swiftly blurting, "Han Ji, I'm fine. I will go take a bath first. Please leave some clothes outside the bathroom door." With that, she pushed past him and ran into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she slapped her face with cold water as she tried to decrease her body temperature. Only now did she have a chance to see this body's face. Like usually, she was still herself. Perhaps due to the influence of her last world, her aura was intermixed with an ancient sense of elegance. She buried herself into the warm bathtub water. As expected of the presidential suite, everything was available in the bathtub. She poured some essential oil onto her hand as she began combing through the knowledge regarding Jadate available in her memories. Mo Wen-han gazed attentively at the closed door. He could still feel the lingering sensation of her skin on his fingers. He picked up the telephone by the bedside to call his personal assistant Jun Xie, asking him to send up 2 outfits as well as to drive over his most comfortable car and reserving a lunch meal for 2. He then called Cairo Yuan and gave him another set of orders. Afterwards, he returned to silently watching the closed door. Cairo Yuan and Jun Xie looked at each other in shock. What happened to boss? Stop guessing. Let's just go find out. Jun Xie grabbed the car keys and left immediately. He still needed to go buy clothes. Cairo Yuan quickly followed him out, hoping to hitch a ride. Jun family's Jadate store is on the way, right? Jun Xie sent a text message to the original Jun Miss close friend Lu Mo Kin, asking her to tell her father that she was fine and lie that she had stayed at her house last night. Jun Xie then made plans to meet with her tonight in order to explain what had really happened. Lu Mo Kin was a good girl. In the original plot, she was pulled into the conflict after taking Jun Miss' side and inciting Anxie's ire. Thus, the original Jun Xie requested that, if possible, she help Lu Mo Kin have a happy, peaceful life. Jun Xie would naturally be very willing to help such a good friend. Knock knock, Mo Wen-han's voice rang out, leaving the clothes right outside. Jun Xie made a sound of acknowledgement and continued to bathe. Mo Wen-han didn't pay attention to Jun Xie's utterly shocked expression, instead headed to the neighboring room to change. While waiting for the clothes to arrive, he had taken a quick shower in the neighboring room's bathroom. By the time Jun Xie had changed and re-entered the room, Mo Wen-han and Jun Xie were already discussing today's work schedule. Jun Xie, this is Jun Xie, my assistant. If you need anything, you can directly ask him to go do it. Mo Wen-han waved Jun Xie over. Jun Xie looked thoughtful for a moment before relaxing. Hello, Miss Jun Xie. I am Jun Xie. Hello, you can just call me Kill. Based on her memories, her family and friends liked to call her by her English name. Her father had said this was because she was Jun family's most beautiful pearl. Meanwhile, Han Ji naturally liked to call her Jun Xie. Everyone else referred to her by her English name. If her husband called her by her Chinese name, then it'll feel more special and meaningful. Kill. Jun Xie acknowledged. This Jun Xie was Jun family's miss, the one that had created great buzz and led to predictions that this was going to be the fall of Jun family. Now, seeing her in person, He was afraid the only thing falling would be La Family. If she was able to get his boss in her pocket, then why would she be interested in La Family's weak chicken of her young master? What an idiotic thought. Look at his boss' gentle expression, that slight smile curving on his face. Moreover, his entire atmosphere relaxed. Wasn't this all demonstrating how much he valued this Zun family's young miss? Tusk, tusk, tusk. It looks like there was a storm brewing in S-City. It's getting late. Han Ji, do you want to eat? Zun Mai looked at the color of the sky outside. The sun was already hanging brightly across the sky. I've made a reservation. Let's go. Mo Wen Han stood and naturally took Zun Mi's hand. Warren Zyro walked behind them stunned. So his boss wasn't asexual. If anyone says there was something wrong with his boss again, hell fight them. It was obvious that Mo Wen Han had an own to his heart already. So he had been keeping his chastity for the person he loved. See, as soon as his lover returned, he quickly ate her up. His boss sure was formidable. The three entered the restaurant, turning heads everywhere they went. Mo Wen Han's reputation in S-City was well known. He was a VIP in the gemstone betting, the deserving king of the stone and mineral industry. But who was the elegant woman by his side? They hadn't heard that this big boss had a lover. However, looking at how he was not only holding her hand, but also attentively pulling out her chair, that wasn't the attitude used to treat a mere mistress or a friend. Could she be a relative or perhaps a secret girlfriend? In an instant, those dining had placed their gaze onto the three of them. Warren Zyro felt that his pressure was huge. Due to his moment's curiosity, he decided to come to join the fun. Now he was wondering if he still had time to bounce. Evidently it was too late. There was already people calling out his name, even heading over in his direction. Mister, Warren, a surprised voice called out. Subsequently, murmurs grew among a young pair. The man in the pair looked like a teen idol while the woman was a model example of the pure, fresh beauty. She wore a long white skirt and a bright smile on her face. Chapter 59. It really is you. How fateful. The man spoke as the two walked closer. Zun Mi's face stiffened for a moment as her upper lip twitched. She felt a bit gloomy. She really wanted to eat a good meal. Yet, she had just seen someone that made her lose her appetite. The approaching couple was none other than the male lead Le Chen Zai and female lead En Zai. They had probably been here waiting to see her embarrassment. However, she could only disappoint them. Warren Zyro had previously had a decent impression of Le Chen Zai. The young man's carved stones were filled with talent. He would have made a good addition to their team. But now, with his boss' vengeful temper, Warren Zyro could only predict that he wanted to finish Le Chen Zai off. Young Masterler, what a coincidence. He politely greeted while preparing to move around him. He didn't want to suffer under his boss' laser gaze. It was very frightening. Okay. Mo Wen Han was in a bad mood. He remembered it was these two that had schemed against Zun Mai. If it wasn't him yesterday night, he didn't dare imagine what the consequences of their plot would be. Mr. Warren, since we've encountered, let's eat together. My father has always wanted to speak with you. Le Chen Zai was still naive, and didn't understand the brutal norms of fighting and scheming that existed in the business trade. After all, his only passion was jade carving. Apologies, young Masterler. I am here with my boss and Madam Boss. Unfortunately, it won't be convenient. Warren Zyro layered rejection was also an embarrassing jab at La Family. The person that his family looked down upon has now risen to an even higher position than he could ever climb to. Sneakily eyeing his boss, Jun Xie believed that his boss would definitely give him a raise for his comment. It was obvious from boss' nod of approval. Jun Xie was just excited he finally found the right way to help himself get promoted and gain a salary raise. As long as he does well daily, he will be able to afford a villa downtown soon. To buy a villa in the downtown area, you needed to be ready to part with at least several hundred million RMB. Moreover, you also needed to meet qualifications of connections and status. Besides this, there was another question: who would even help build him a villa in the middle of downtown? Xie and Anxiety turned their gaze to the tall man at his side. His bitingly cold aura startled the two. In front of him sat a woman, whose back was turned to them. When Mo Wenhan heard Jun Xie call Zun my Madam Boss, he was secretly delighted and felt a sudden epiphany. It turns out what he most wanted was for everyone to know that this person was his Mrs. Boss Mo, Madam Mo. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xie. This is my girlfriend Anxiety. Although Xie was a bit taken by surprise, he still moved forward with Anxiety. His dad had said that if he was able to collaborate with Mo Wenhan this time, then the family will become the most powerful family in their field. Then, he won't need to marry that eldest miss to consolidate power. Instead, he'll be able to be together with his beloved Anxiety. Anxiety had been staying silent and smiling the whole time. On the inside, she was having a rush of thoughts. This man was very dangerous and powerful. It would be great if she could become this person's lover. As soon as the thought entered her consciousness, her desire began to grow. She had heard of Mo Wenhan's name in her past life, but at the time she hadn't paid it much attention. After all, the main news at the time was focused on Zun Mai and the young master of the La family, causing her to only remember Xie clearly. Thus, her first choice when she rebirthed was Xie. Now, she felt that she could try Mo Wenhan. However, meeting his sharp, intense eyes, she shrank back. With just one glance, her whole back broke out into a cold sweat. Mo Wenhan didn't care to pay Xie any notice. If not for this person, then Zun Mai wouldn't have almost been in trouble. Zun Mai also didn't have the desire to reply. She was afraid that if she turned to face the female lead, she'll be so disgusted that she won't be able to eat. Unfortunately, others didn't know how to read the situation. Xie stepped forward, preparing to continue chatting. He finally saw the woman's face, and suddenly called out in shock, "Zun Mai." Not only did his sudden shout surprise Zun Mai, but it had also scared Anxiety behind him. "Zun Mai, impossible, why would she be in here?" Anxiety pushed Xie aside. When she saw the woman's face, she also shouted out in shock. The silently watching crowd were not only surprised but horrified. No one had forgotten the fact that Jun Xie had said boss and Madam Boss. Now that means Mo Wenhan's wife was the current subject of gossip, Zun Mai. Oh Lord, this turn of events is too strong, they don't know how to react. Zun Mai rubbed her ears. Didn't these two know that it was very rude to just suddenly screech like that? Oh, it's young Master Le and your common lover. Did La family teach you to howl and shout in public venues? Could this be why young Master Le would fancy a common girl due to the common practice of disregarding of social etiquette? You two really are a destined match. Those two had screamed right into her ear. Her ears were still ringing. Mo Wenhan helped Zun Mai rub the space behind her ears and lightened her discomfort. Watching their interactions, their audience thought in the end, the Zun family that they had mocked were now the biggest winners. The family must truly be blind. They caused a scandal for Zun family, thinking they had dropped a sesame seed to pick up a watermelon tea and basically saying that trade something inferior in for something more superior. But it turns out the Zun family had already made connections with a sturdy tree. How could anything else compare to that? Thanks, Han Ji. It's feeling much better. Zun Mai grabbed Mo Wen Han's hand and gave him a brilliant smile. Mo Wen Han held her hand, sweeping his cold eyes towards the two frozen figures on the side as his face filled with loathing. I don't know you two. Please do not disturb my meal with my madam. I'm afraid that looking at you two for too long might cause her to lose her appetite. He looked at Warren Zyro, then picked up the menu while asking Zun Mai what she wanted to eat. Warren Zyro resignedly took up the duty of asking the two to leave. If he sees these two in future, he must remember to go around them. They were now blacklisted, and Ziyi was unwilling to just leave like this. She was jealous that Zun Mai had such good luck. She had made such a perfect scheme yesterday. How did it become like this? It must be that Boss Mo doesn't know that Zun Mai had rolled in bed with someone else last night. That's why he's helping her. Yes, it must be this. As long as she exposed Zun Mai for being a lowly plaything, Boss Mo would definitely abandon Zun Mai. Maybe he'll even feel grateful for her and see her in a different light as a result. As she passed Warren Zyro, she quickly spoke up. Chapter 60. This chapter was made possible by Christine. Thanks, support me at or through the cute Ko-fi link in the sidebar. Boss Mo, don't be deceived by her. Yesterday, I saw her enter a room with many men. I even heard people say that she had made an appointment with them because she wanted to play together with them. Thinking herself clever, and Ziyi waited for the two to break into a large argument and for Mo Wen Han to express his thanks for her. She didn't expect for her words to be met with a scalding hot cup of tea being thrown at her stomach. Her exposed skin immediately turned red and swollen, covering her stomach, and Ziyi recoiled back. If Le Chen Zai didn't hold her, she would have fallen onto the floor. Mo Wen Han's face was dark, causing the temperature around him to decrease. Even the diners sitting further away could tell that this big boss was angry. But who was he angry at? They quietly shifted in their seats. Everyone had a tacit understanding in case a fight was going to occur, they were going to run away. No one was willing to get involved in this kind of thing. Only an idiot like Le Chen Zai would want a trash like you. You still try to tempt me, you even dare slander my madam. I know very well where my madam was last night. Warren Zyro, help me wash this trash dirty mouth. The anger in his heart grew and grew. Zun Mai had good luck, so was sent into his room. This woman deserved to die. Zun Mai stood up, lightly patting Mo Wen Han's shoulder and shaking her head with a smile. This young lady, you say that you saw me enter a room with many men last night, and even heard their conversation. Perhaps you mistook another woman for me. However, I am curious about one thing. How would you have recognized me? I just came back a couple of days ago. We shouldn't have met before. The family also doesn't have information on me, and there shouldn't be any pictures of me online either. Am I just that famous? She tapped her chin. Oh, don't just say that it's because Le Chen Zai had called my name earlier. Your reaction earlier said differently. Does that mean you are purposely trying to frame me? That's why you purposely followed me and looked for an opportunity to incite distrust between me and Han Ji. Although they were both wearing a long white dress, her 170 cm height gave her an added elegance that Xie didn't have. On her pretty face, her peach blossom eyes arched up, emitting a sharpness that would pressure those on the receiving end of her gaze. Standing at Mo Wenhan's side, she didn't seem to be pressed down by his formidable atmosphere. Instead, it was like they were mixed together, as if they were always meant to belong in the same harmonious picture frame. Meanwhile, the interrogated Xie was panicking, her eyes darting right and left. Her white dress made her look weak and spiritless. If Xie was alone, everyone might think that she was pitiful. But when a weak woman stood next to a woman with grace, both wearing a similar costume, the latter would be more eye-catching. For men, a more aloof woman would be more able to raise their natural desire to conquer. Xie definitely wouldn't have done it intentionally. How could you be so imperiously assumptive? Xie couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Xie. Xie carelessly glanced over, laughing coldly. Xie, you must remember, it wasn't that you rejected me. Rather, I wasn't interested in you. You were just one step ahead of me, rejecting the marriage while I was still abroad. Did you really think that you were the most outstanding man under the heavens, or did you believe that you were handsome, to the point that everyone should like you? She disdainfully looked him up and down. Tusk, you're just a immature child. That's not sufficient enough for me to pay you any attention. Go back and tell your father that however big of a mess you've caused for my family, you'll be returning it back to him twofold. That includes this common girl of yours' attempt to scheme against me. Don't think that just because the family picked up a girl that knew a thing or two about gemstone betting, so now you can surpass Zun family. You couldn't even compare. In her eyes, there was no difference between common people and the rich. But this woman was truly too shameless. Thus, she can only hit her in her Achilles heel. Right, I heard Miss Xie's loyal friend Miss Tan was taken to the police station due to a good friend's betrayal. As for who that friend is, would Miss N like to know? This morning, Miss Xie had revealed a lot of secrets in public, including the fact that Miss N had participated in their gatherings. Her lips curved up into a smile that could make viewers terrified. Xie paled, her heart shaking with dread. Tan and her group were arrested this morning. However, her original plan had included Zun Mai being arrested with them. That's why she was so surprised seeing Zun Mai here now. Her words just now made her even more alarmed. What exactly did Tan say? No, she absolutely cannot let the family know. She hadn't made connections with Mo Wenhan yet, so she can only cling onto the family. What are you saying? I don't understand. Xie, let's go. Grabbing Xie's hand, she took unsteady steps towards the exit. The silently listening crowd also quickly lowered their heads and returned to eating their meal. In their hearts, they were gossiping about the melodrama they had heard. That Xie sure was suspicious. Of course, as a common girl who was able to climb up the social ladder and gain the elder of the family's approval, how could she be simple? If they saw that family in the future, it would be best to just walk around them. Boss Mo obviously was Zun family's supporter. Moreover, Miss Zun, no, Madam Mo had public stated her feelings. Warn Xiero. Mo Wenhan called out. Warn Xiero, who was preparing to quietly leave, immediately deflated. Yes, boss. I'll go do it immediately. He knew that his boss was still thinking about making sure that woman had her mouth washed clean. Forget it. What else can he do as a high-standard assistant? He should just go do it. Have Cairo Yuan thoroughly investigate last night's situation. Also, investigate everything that woman did in the past. Don't even miss a single drop. Yes, Guan Ziro put down the car keys and quickly left. The two people left behind didn't say much afterwards, only beginning their warm and comfortable meal. In the afternoon, Mo Wenhan dropped her off at Lu Mozin's house, only heading back to the office after making plans to pick her up later. When Le Chen Zai brought Nzai back to the La house, Les family head Le Zhang Tan sat in the main hall. He was obviously waiting for him, and he was obviously in a bad mood. Seeing the two enter, the walking stick in his hands slammed down onto the ground. It's all because of this fox temptress. If not for you, how could La family meet with such troubles? I'm going to make you regret ever delusionally thinking of climbing into my son's bed. Chapter 61. Thank you, Nick, for making this chapter possible. I'm truly grateful. Support me at or through the cute Ko-fi link in the sidebar. Le Zhang Tan was seething with anger, not showing any mercy with his strength. Even though Le Cheng Zai attempted to block the strikes, and Zai was still hit numerous times. Farther. What are you doing? Stop, Shiz Zai. And Zai buried herself into Le Cheng Xi's chest, gnashing her teeth as she cursed in her heart. Move aside, or else I'll hit you too. Le Zhang Tan's rationality returned a bit with the help of Le Cheng Xi's voice. Although he stopped, his face was still dark with anger. Farther, what's wrong? Out of nowhere, how could you just start hitting people? Le Chen Zai's heart clenched as he comforted the woman in his embrace, calling for the butler to bring over medicine. The spot that Zai had been scalded with hot tea hadn't even been taken care of yet. Now, being hit by his father as soon as they returned home, some spots were already peeling. What wrong with me? Chen Zai, go ask that lowly woman what she did. She dared to provoke Zai family. Does she not know what kind of people the Zai family is? They're a couple of lunatics. Powerful lunatics with authority. Even if they can't compare to our family, they still aren't people that we can carelessly provoke. But this lowly woman dared to put Zai family's heiress into the police station, causing Zai family such embarrassment. They've already said now that either we hand over this lowly woman or they will consider our two families enemies. The more Le Zhang Tan spoke, the angrier he became, his walking stick striking the floor with every sentence. He had originally been happy that La family finally had someone that knew how gemstone betting. Who knew that within a matter of days La family would sink to these circumstances? They haven't even swallowed Zun family and collaborated with Boss Mo yet. How would they have the power to combat two different families? It's all because of Nzai. If not for her, how would things be like this? Le Chen Zai was a bit confused. Farther, how are we connected to Zai family matters? Didn't Zai Tan go to the police station because she wasn't being cautious enough? Stupid, how did I give birth to such a stupid son? Le Zhang Tan almost fainted from anger, resentfully scolding his son. Tian Otha says Ulzeti was feeling here, literally meaning hating iron for not turning into steel, used to mean despising someone for not meeting your expectations. His son's jade carving skills were the pride of La family. However, when he became too old, how can he trust passing La family on to his dumb son? This was the first time that Le Chen Zai had been scolded by his father, making him feel hurt. He directly ignored his seemingly unreasonable father, turning to concentrate on treating Zai's wounds. And Zai was trembling from head to toe. What Zun Mai had said was true. That useless Zai Tan, no, she absolutely couldn't be abandoned by La family. She'll hand Zai family just like she handled Zai Tan, and make sure fall and never can get back up. Uncle The gemstone betting conference is in 2 days. You can't hand me over because I will bring back the title of champion for you. She still had hidden trump cards in the form of her 2 hands. After her rebirth, she thought her best weapon was her knowledge of the future. But once, she unintentionally touched some material in Jun Xie's studio and felt her hands warm. At first, she thought it was just the material's temperature. After having someone open it up, she found that the inside was actually high-quality golden-colored of gem. After having this occur a few more times in successive experiments, she realized that she had gained the legendary golden touch. Li Jingtian quieted. Indeed, Anzai's appraisal abilities were undeniable. If he gave her over now, then the family would be at a disadvantage in the gemstone betting conference. No hell need to speak, Xie family. All right, I'll give you this opportunity. If you don't make the family come out victorious at the gemstone betting conference, then I'll hand you over to Xie family to punish. And Xie clenched her teeth and nodded her head, the humiliation and resentment running rampant in her heart. She was reborn, so there's no way she could be defeated by Zun Mai. This lifetime, she definitely come out on top, stepping over all those that had looked down on her in the last life. When Zun Mai saw Lu Mo Qin, she immediately felt that this child was pure and innocent. Zun Mai Jai, where did you go last night? You had me worried to death. Uncle Zun almost called the police. I had to lie and say that you were staying at my place. Lu Mo Qin had a cute baby face. When she spoke, her big watery cat-like eyes were filled with worry. Zun Mai patted her head comforting. Yesterday I was careless and someone schemed against me. Luckily, I ran into Han Ji who helped me. Mo, listen to sister, don't hang out with Anzai anymore. She isn't a good person. She caused Xie Tian to be sent to the police station. Now, Xie family is busy trying to get her out. Moreover, she was the one that drugged me yesterday to try to ruin me. I know you are kind-hearted and don't like to doubt others' intentions. But I can't be by your side at all times. I can't guarantee that Anzai won't one day go berserk and target you. So stay away from her. If there's anything you feel is wrong, tell me immediately. Understood? In the original plot, the reason that Anzai was able to so easily approach the original Zun Mai and gain her trust was because of Lu Mo Qin. When Lu Mo Qin found out the truth, she had tried to help Zun Mai at all costs, ultimately implicating herself. Currently, Anzai had already made a good impression on Lu Mo Qin. Lu Mo Qin was a bit in disbelief. She believed that Zun Mai would never lie to her. When Anzai had stolen away Chen Ziji, she had already started to dislike her. If not because she would often come find her and treat her well, Lu Mo Qin wouldn't have forgiven her. I'm sorry, Zun Mai Jai. It's all my fault. If not for me, Anzai wouldn't have had the opportunity this time. She definitely needed to help Zun Mai get revenge. She can't forgive Anzai for daring to do such a thing. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. Mo, just remember to be careful not to be injured by her in the future. Rubbing Momo's hair, Zun Mai felt that this was definitely a little child. Just like the Nai Zun Mai in the second world, she was also adorable. The two girls chatted for a while before Zun Mai warned against a few more things and then left with the arriving Mo Wen Han. Can I ask for your help? Zun Mai thought for a while before speaking. Yes. As long as it's you asking, I can help you do anything. In the driver's seat, Guan Xiro's lips twitched. Boss, how could you ask so indifferent? Help get Xie Tan out of the station. To be honest, I was also supposed to be arrested with them. But I guess whoever delivered me yesterday must have read the wrong room number. Their mistake helped her jump over a trap. Should she go and thank them? Mo Wen-han held Zun Mi's hand. Okay. Don't worry, I'll handle it. His voice was as gentle as possible, the furrowed lines on his forehead lightening. He'll take care of Zaitan Tian's situation as well as yesterday's circumstances. Even more, he'll make sure to take care of La family. As for her family's troubles, he had even more reason to get involved. His lips unconsciously curled upwards. Chapter 62. Stellar is the superstar that is bringing this chapter to you. Support this story through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. In the following 2 days, Zun Mi barely left Zun family's raw materials den, continuously putting the knowledge embedded in her brain into practice. With addition to the powerful cheating weapon Bao Bao, she could now bet 10 times and win 10 out of 10 times. Alone, she also could appraise and distinguish the high-quality materials. However, her abilities to discover the exact level of quality and color wasn't that great. Tomorrow was the gemstone betting conference. In preparation, Zun Mi dragged her exhausted body back home. She definitely needed to rest tonight, get some sleep so that she would be focused tomorrow. Kill is back. Let me see if you've lost weight. As soon as Father Zun saw Zun Mi, he grabbed onto her and inspected her condition. When she came back 2 days ago, he was almost shocked to death by her news. He couldn't believe that the previously amicable La family would have such an agenda. It made sense now why such a big scandal was erupting at this time. Did they really think there was no one guarding Zun family? Look how outstanding his daughter was. As soon as she came back from abroad, she had captured Boss Mo. What was La Chenzai in comparison? What was the entire La family in comparison? Father Zun was completely the only "my daughter can dump you, you can't dump my daughter" type. This time, La Chenzai had really enraged him. Father, you're really exaggerating. It was just 2 days. How could I have lost weight? Zun Mi laughingly said while supporting her father to sit back time. Her father really liked to worry, but he was still adorable. For tomorrow's gemstone betting, just do your best. Zun family can still afford to lose, so don't feel pressured. It didn't matter if they fell to being a second-tier family as long as Zun family members were all doing well. Father, believe in me. I didn't spend all these years learning for nothing. I plan on giving the victory prize to you and Mom as your 25th anniversary gift. Right, Mom said. She's rushing back to watch my competition. When Zun Mi returned from abroad, her mom was vacationing with the Jun Xie's mother. Just 2 days into the trip, the news of the collapsed alliance between the families spread. This caused the two mothers to feel a bit awkward around each other, and make excuses to split up. Yup, your mom's arriving tomorrow morning. Tenderness spread across Father Zun's entire face when talking about Mother Zun. Zun Mi secretly smiled. When her mother was back, she probably won't be able to see this side of her father anymore. At that time, he'll be too busy being ordered around by her mother. At home, her mother was a complete queen while her father would melt into a chatterbox in her presence. Father, go and rest. You still have to go pick up Mother tomorrow morning. Zun Mi pushed Father Zun to the staircase, herself turning to the study room to inspect the equipment for tomorrow. The gemstone betting competition was being held at the largest gemstone betting center, where the grand hall was going to be split into 4 regions: raw materials, semi-raw materials, rock splitting, and appraisal and auctioning. In the center of the room, there will be a 1 meter by 1 meter stage, used for the competitions. The next morning, Zun Mai had brought the representative Zun family group early to prepare. Not only were they gemstone betting today, but they were also auctioning. In the field of precious stones, the majority of buyers were mainly adding to their collection. No matter whether it was raw material or the already revealed final goods inside, the gemstone betting convention would be the best opportunity for them. Today, the whole crowd of those in the gemstone field converged. To be here, everyone either needed to have money or a reputation in the business. Everyone wanted to attend the gemstone betting convention that took place once every 3 years. Perhaps those with money might truly be able to pick up a treasure for cheap. Even if they won't be able to get anything, there were still these high-class VIP people attending. It would be worth it to just be able to meet a few of them. Zun Mai found the area set up for Zun family and organized the raw materials before handing the reins over to her father's secretary. She then headed towards the 3rd floor, where someone was already waiting for her. "Kan Ji, morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" Zun Mai knocked before entering, only then discovering that Mo Wen Han was not alone. In the room, there was also Guan Xiao, members of Zai family, Lu family. With the addition of her, the largest families in the precious stones field were all present. "I already ate. I prepared some of your favorites, come eat." Mo Wen Han waved Zun Mai over as a smile emerged on his face. Even though his face still appeared stiff, it clearly relaxed and became gentler. Zun Mai didn't argue, naturally taking a seat by Mo Wen Han's side. "Uncle Lu, Mr. Zai, the family head." She made it obvious the difference in her relationship to each family. "Xiao Zun, why are you alone? Where's your father?" Uncle Lu asked, smiling, while sending pointed glares towards Le Zhangtian. "Father went to pick up my mother, so I came here first." Zun Mai picked up a soup dumpling while answering. She took the milk that Han Ji offered and took a sip. "Han Ji, are you being picky again? Milk is good for health." She clearly noticed that there was more milk in her cup than the other glasses of milk. "No, he only drank a little less than 1 cup. Mo Wen Han told a white lie without even batting an eye. Zun Mai gave him a suspicious look before finishing the glass of milk. Meanwhile, the rest of the people at the table all have various expressions on their faces, especially Le Jingtian. Zun Mai had always intimately called him Uncle Le, but now she was slapping his face in Boss Mo's presence. "Miss Zun, I haven't had the chance to thank you. If there's anything you need in the future, Zai family will gladly be at your assistance." Zai Yan seized the opportunity to interrupt. Being able to create a relationship with Miss Zun now would also mean networking with Boss Mo. If not gaining an opportunity to work with Boss Mo, it would at least mean that they wouldn't be treated as an enemy in the future. Moreover, they really were thankful for Zun Mi's help this time. If Zun Mai hadn't requested for Boss Mo's help, his daughter wouldn't have been let out. After the gemstone betting convention, he'll definitely finish La family and Zai off. Zun Mai waved her hand. "Mr. Zai, you're being too polite. After all, Miss Zai was framed by someone. Coincidentally, I knew of this matter, so I didn't go out of my way to help. You don't need to keep this in mind." When Zai Yan heard her words, he didn't continue with his flattery, only smiling and nodding his head. In his heart, his admiration towards Miss Zun grew. The younger generation of his family really couldn't compare to her. Le Jingtian really was growing muddle-headed with age. How could he let such a good daughter-in-law escape, even replacing her with that trash? Ignoring the stiff atmosphere between the other people in the room, Zun Mai happily ate. By the time everyone had left, She had also finally finished eating. "Madam, Zai family had wanted me to pass on a message. Le Zhang Tian had promised him that if Zai doesn't become the champion of the gemstone betting convention, he'll hand her over to Zai family and let them handle her punishment." Warren Zyro communicated Zai Yan's parting message. Zun Mai stood up and stretched. Mo Wen Han helped her smooth out her slightly wrinkly clothes. "Oh, it's about time for the event to begin. Where's Zai Im waiting in anticipation?" Chapter 63. Thank you Zwar for making this chapter possible. You're the epitome of awesome. Support this story through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. The slightly cold morning wind blew in from the French window, alleviating the fervent and stuffy air from the inside crowd's loud discussions and shouting. The only quiet section was the stage at the center. Besides the 2 tables placed on it, there was nothing. With the sounding of a gong, a group of men in black marched orderly into the crowd. They quickly created a path through the crowd, allowing the group of elders behind them to walk up the stage. As the largest families in the industry, they made up the respective regions at the convention. The competitors were all gathered below the stage, with Zun Mai joining them as they walked up the stage. With elegant steps, she made her way up the platform, not showing an ounce of nervousness nor excitement. In this inevitable competition, she definitely needed to win. She was followed by Zai. The expression on her face was impossible to hide, but she wasn't stupid enough to express the extent of her emotions. La family had personally challenged her. If Zun family didn't participate or was defeated, then the results would be obvious. Zun Mai nodded towards Zai and turned away, waiting for the judges to proclaim the start of the competition. Today is the gemstone betting convention that occurs once every 3 years. The first stage will be Miss Zun and Zai representing Zun family and La family respectively. There will be 3 matches: selection, appraisal, and splitting of the stone. After a quick explanation of the rules, they allowed the 2 to begin choosing their desired raw stone. They could only choose a maximum of 3 stones. The winner will be decided based on the appraisal and the final splitting of the stone. Zai confidently rushed towards the region for raw materials. She needed to find the best ones within 20 minutes. Zun Mai wasn't as eager as Zai. She was currently communicating with Bao Bao. While Bao Bao was scanning the raw materials, he had accidentally scanned Zai. His scan immediately raised a problem. There was unexpectedly waves of energy currents in her body. It was as if they were mixed with her soul, but he couldn't tell what specifically was the source of the currents. Thus, he had informed his smart Madam Host. Perhaps it was a golden hack that she had picked up when she was reborn. If incorrect, that current should be able to allow her to know if there's any precious stones within these raw materials. From the original plotline, it didn't seem like she knew much about gemstone betting, yet the ending said that she and La Zai had become renowned names in the gemstone betting world. Moreover, the name of the book suggested that she would later become a queen of the industry, meaning that she understood gemstone betting. Host, don't worry. I've made certain already. She can only feel that there is something in the raw material, but she wouldn't be able to tell what specifically it is. Bao Bao scanned Zai once more and finally received a more reliable answer. Zun Mai smiled and walked into the raw materials region. When she was passing by in the morning, she saw a seller's raw material that looked unique in exterior appearance and color. Bao Bao had also told her earlier that there was energy currents within. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't miss out on the stone. By the time Zun Mai entered, and Xie had already picked out 5 pieces of raw material. But she continued picking more. She wanted to pick out all the stones that she felt currents from before choosing the best 3 out of the group. Even if she wasn't certain what type of gem was inside, she was certain it would be better than Zunmis. After all, if she had a precious stone in all 3 of her selections, it was bound to beat out Zunmis raw materials. Zunmai wasn't impetuous. She squatted down, examining the stone that she had originally had a good feeling about. In comparison, the crowd was more biased towards Zunmis' attitude. After all, who has seen a professional gemstone betting master make their decision with a simple touch of the material without even considering the size or the appearance? It seemed more like Xie was an amateur. The Zhang Tan listened to the comments around him with disdain in his heart. He had seen multiple times Xie's method for selecting raw materials, so he naturally knew that it represented she had discovered raw materials with precious stones inside. He had already instructed his assistant buy all of the raw materials that Xie had picked out. Zunmai, Zun family, just you wait. Hell make them obediently leave the gemstone betting industry. In the last 5 minutes, Zunmai chose 3 raw materials differing in shape and size. She placed them onto the display table, taking out her equipment and prepared to split the rock herself later. And Xie was still searching. In front of her piled about 10 pieces. To her, there was sure to be precious stones in all of them. The larger ones would probably hold a larger gemstone inside too. If other gemstone betting connoisseurs knew of her logic, they would have spit blood. Miss, how about you go first for the second round? Zunmai habitually gave way, preparing to give her the stage for her performance. If this was a regular setting, Xie might feel quite willing. However, now she only wanted to curse Zunmis' 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. She couldn't even be considered a gemstone betting master, so how could she know anything about appraisal? But when she saw that provoking smile on Zunmis' face, she couldn't bear it. Zunmai really was misunderstood this time. She had merely wanted to show a courteous smile. How was that provocation? The 3 I chose all have different kinds of gems. There's no need for superfluous comments. Let's just go directly to stone splitting. And Xie absolutely won't let herself lose here, even if she didn't understand the field. The judges were irritated by Xie's disrespectful behavior. However, she was representing the family, so they still needed to give her face. However, the opposition was Zun family's young miss. Rumor has it that she was even boss madam, making the situation difficult for the judges. Zunmai shrugged her shoulders without care. Since Miss N has spoken, then let's follow with Miss An's idea. After all, I would also like to quickly know the results. The judges nodded gratefully towards Zunmai and called over the splitting stone master. Zunmai declined the help and began taking action herself. The 3 stones she picked were all carrying green marks. From the exterior alone, they looked a bit too pompous. Most gemstone betting masters wouldn't be willing to bet on this kind of stone, as the risk was too high. However, the payoffs might be high too. Look, this green. Green. Tien, I think this means they see a green jade emerging from inside the stone. The color seems clear. It seems like the quality is pretty good. We just don't know how big it is, or what kind of gem it is. I think it looks like Furong jade. Although that color is very clear, but the green is a bit light. Look, there's another green. The gemstone betting master from the family really is strong this year. 2 stones are green. No, it's all 3. Look. The crowd were in an uproar, Their gaze were all placed on Nzai's 3 pieces of jade. As expected, with the help of the bright light and the strong sunlight, the green color was even more eye-catchingly beautiful. The 3 gemstone betting masters were also shocked. All 3 stones had gems. How rare. In the 13 times that the gemstone betting convention has taken place, the only time that 3 gems were split was a couple of years ago. Chapter 64. This chapter is brought to you by the wonderful Jessie, and support this story through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. But this year there was such a surprise. This is definitely going to cause a stir in the gemstone betting field. And Nzai and Lurjane Tan were both immensely proud, observing the adoring and envious gazes from the crowd. In her heart, she was excited. In her second chance at life, she could finally become the one that others envied. Congratulations, La Family Head. Right, you are so fortunate to gain such a great daughter-in-law. Miss and skills are quite strong. I hope to have the chance to collaborate with La Family soon. There were many hoping to take advantage of the situation, kissing up in hopes of creating a relationship with La Family. Hopefully, they would be able to ask for Nzai's help in the future. Please, it's my son, who has good eyesight. Lurjane Tan responded with a gentle chuckle. The surrounding people echoed his sentiments. Right, young Masterler has good eyesight. The smart ones didn't say anything at all and remained neutral. They could obviously hear that their arrogant words was directed at Zun family. They were implying that La Chenzai had good eyesight, so he dumped Zun family's Miss Zun and replaced her with a commoner girl. Hetathi really were brainless. Miss Zun hadn't even finished revealing her stones yet. But even if she did lose to Miss N, she still had Boss Mo supporting her. Who dared to be so stupid as to mess with her? Those people must be thinking they've lived for too long. On the one side, the family was filled with jubilation. Meanwhile, it didn't seem like Zun family on the other side was too affected. But there were still people hoping that some mocking and ridicule would get them on the good side of La Family. I think this Miss Zun doesn't even know anything about gemstone betting. Up until now, she still hasn't been able to reveal any green yet. Maybe there isn't even any in there. Based on her actions, she seems to know what she's doing. But could it only be for show? Don't mention it. Those raw materials that appear green on the outside are already considered a big risk. She wouldn't be thinking that since the outside was green, that the inside would also show green. That could be it. This young girl is about to lose her face. She should just quickly go home to avoid losing to the point of crying later on. Father Zun was holding Mother Zun's hand this whole time, whispering in comfort. Believe in Kiel. She won't disappoint us. He was also angry in the face of these people's jeering, but he understood his daughter. Mother Zun furiously glared at those sneering people, hating the family in the bottom of her heart. It's all because of that damned Lurjane Tan. The one who had proposed arranged marriage was their family. Now, the ones that were breaking the promise was also their family. Did they really think that Zun family were just full of pushovers? Zun Mai wasn't disturbed by these external noises. She carefully sliced into the raw material. Perceiving the position of the energy currents, she began using the whetstone to polish the stone. Soon, the clear shiny color revealed itself to Zun Mai. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. This seems to be. Her hands began moving faster. By the time she had brought out the entire jade, almost 10 minutes had passed. My God, it's actually nephrite Tien. The exact translation is the old crater ice type of jadate. Someone in the crowd shouted with shock. Everyone turned in unison to the other side of the stage. The pure color and smooth texture made it look almost translucent. It was hard to tell the specific type of jade with the naked eye. The light was able to directly pass through the jade. The color and solid texture revealed that it was a pure and high-quality jade. Nephrite was already rare. The sudden appearance of the rare jade type worth tens of millions, especially one that was as big as the palm of the hand, left viewers in disbelief. Jun Xie played with it in her hands before beginning to splitting the second stone. In an instant, everyone became speechless. And Xie's 3 stones were already cut open. She had 2 Furong types, with one being a scattered, irregular dark green King Hua Furong type. She also had a relatively large Lan Hua type that was an oval shape of about 10 centimeters. Furong type was still considered a high-quality type, but her jade just wasn't that big. The King Hua Furong type would be limited in terms of repurposing for carving or tessellation. Based on the market value, the 3 pieces were worth about 100 million in total. This temporarily had Xie ahead of Jun Xie. But if Jun Xie's next piece was a Lan Hua or golden type, then she was set to win. And Xie's hands turned pale as they grasped tightly onto her jade pieces. Her whole body was strained, glaring at Jun Xie's hand as if she was about to make a dive for the contents inside her grip. Jun Xie placed down the splitting equipment and used the whetstone. This time, she polished for a while without seeing signs of green. Just as the crowd was letting out a disappointed sigh, Jun Xie stopped polishing. She beckoned forward the judges. They immediately brought over a cup of water. Jun Xie poured the water directly over the stone in her hand, allowing the water to reveal the radiance of her stone. Green, dark green. A thick green that made people suck in a breath. This was a pure green jadate. Oh, I don't even have the words. Miss Jun actually produced 2 high-quality jades. Quickly pinch me. Make sure I'm not dreaming. I think I'm in a parallel fantasy. Why does gemstone betting seem so easy today? Indeed, Xie had uncovered 3 jades and now Jun Xie had found 2 more. Nephrite and green jadate. She didn't even need to open the 3rd stone. This competition was Jun family's. Boss, did you predict this already? That's why you didn't have me stop those people making comments. Warren Zyro watched the surprise twist of events below in amazement and sudden realization. Mo Wen-han twirled a glass of red wine in one hand. No, it's because I believe in her. She was worth his trust. For this woman, no matter what she did, he felt like she would be able to succeed. Warren Zyro didn't say anything, watching his boss' eyes fill with joy while he muttered in his heart. It looks like Miss Jun will really become the boss wife. She can't escape anymore. It was no longer just a joking title of madam, but the real deal. Will Miss Jun be splitting the 3rd one? A judge returned from his shock and stepped forward to respectfully ask. No matter how amazing the gemstone betting master that the family brought over was, she won't be able to beat Jun Xie. Not only were her skills above her opponents, even her status was above Xie's. At this moment, Jun Xie had already won. Her family's status also went up in rank. Her own social status will also continuously rise. To create a good impression on her now would be the wisest move. Miss Jun, will you be selling your nephrite? I'm willing to pay 30 million. I will bid 40 million. I'll bid 40 million for the green jadate. The people that had just been mocking Jun family a moment ago were now remorsefully listening to others bid. They wanted to follow suit, but they were afraid that their previous behavior would be remembered, causing them to lose face. The even more resentful person Jun Xie. He didn't expect Zun Mai would have such precise gemstone betting abilities. Chapter 65. This chapter is brought to you by the amazing Monique. Thank you. Support this story too through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. If he had known earlier, he would have thought more cautiously before canceling the engagement. If La family had access to 2 gemstone betting masters, then they were guaranteed to come first in all the competitions. Zun Mai thought for a second and then decided to sell her nephrite. She'll keep the green jadate to send as a gift for someone later. The last unopened piece she'll give to Bao Bao to absorb. The nephrite will be placed into Zun family's cells region. If you would like it, you may go there to bid. She then asked someone to store the 3rd stone as she took the green jadate and left first. As for the dark-faced Enzai, she currently wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Zun Mai. Any one smart person passing by the stage of the competition would know what to do. After all, gemstone betting masters in this industry were hard to come by. Moreover, this was a fresh talent with startling accuracy. How could they bear pass her by? Naturally, they would also want to protect her at all costs. When Zun Mai heard the news, it was already half a month later. During this time, she had enclosed herself off in the studio. The green jadate had finally become a beautiful tie-bar clip and pair of cuff links. The day of the competition, she had left immediately so she didn't know what happened afterwards. Of course, even if she had known, she would only be astonished for a moment before returning to her work. La family's situation isn't very optimistic. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. Mo Wenhan nodded his head. Although Enzai is La Xie's girlfriend, now that she has entered the Gemstone Betting Masters Association, she's no longer exclusive to La family. Moreover, she still bears grudges against Le Jun Xie for planning to give her over to Zai family, to the point that she's preparing to separate herself from La family. Le Chen Zai didn't agree so has been looking for her every day. Le Jun Xie has been busy stabilizing the turmoil caused after the gemstone betting convention. He doesn't have the time to manage Le Chen Zai or anything else for that matter. The will was there, but there was no strength. There was more that Mo Wenhan had omitted. At the gemstone betting convention, he had announced that as long as he stood, he wouldn't consider ever working with La family. With his declaration, he completely blocked La family's final straw of hope, causing La family to be at the verge of collapse. Zun Mai laughed in her heart. This Le Jun Xie really knows how to keep busy. But Enzai wasn't very smart. After just entering Gemstone Betting Masters Association, she wanted to kick out La family. How would anyone be able to trust her in the future? Zun Mai really didn't understand her way of thinking. Right, Han Ji. This is for you. Zun Mai took out the box in her bag and handed it to the man in front of her. This was a gift of thanks. If Han Ji hadn't been her dear husband, then the original Zun Miss reputation would have been stained when she had arrived. In addition, if Han Ji hadn't been her dear husband, she would have been unable to tolerate being possessed by another man. Even if this wasn't her own body, she would still feel nauseous. If she really was met with such circumstances, she would choose to give up this dimension's mission. Mo Wenhan's stiff face flashed with clear excitement. Opening the box, he found 2 delicate and exquisite small things nestled on a cushion. The green color of the jaded dazzled even brighter under the lighting. This is the best gift I've ever received. The gift that has made his heart race with joy. Being able to meet your approval is their honor. Her husband deserved the best. This jadate was high quality. Through her sculpting and with help from Bao Bao, there was now some spiritual power inside. Although she didn't quite know what the spiritual power was, she knew that it could only benefit her husband. Mo Wen-han emotionally held Jun Xie's hand, carefully unraveling her fingers. He took the ring on his finger and placed it on Jun Xie's ring finger. The silver ring's sides were embedded with jadate pieces. In the middle was a rhombus jade, small and beautiful. The ring was overall not eye-catching, yet it was Mo Wen-han's mother only present left to him. She had told him to give it away when he met his beloved and that it would provide her with good luck. Since his mother passed, it had been by his side at all times. Jun Xie's fingers stiffened for a second, her eyes twinkling with moisture. Han Ji, are you proposing right now but there's no flowers, no gifts? Isn't a bit unromantic? She tilted her head, pouting and pretending to be discontented. Mo Wen-han paused, as a flash of annoyance hit him. The books seemed to have also said something about sending flowers, gifts, and a ring while kneeling during a proposal. In his excitement he had forgotten the first two. He took a look at the sky outside. It was still early, he can buy them quickly now. Wait for me. He quickly left, leaving Jun Xie blank. After a moment, Jun Xie let out a laugh. Did Han Ji go to buy me flowers and gifts? How could he be so cute? He really is obedient and naive in this world. She really needed to firmly watch over her husband, or else some fox might try to steal him away. Meanwhile, some fox really was trying to hinder Mo Wen-han's path. Of course, it was an one-sided interaction. And Xie was with Asina from the Gemstone Betting Association to help appraise raw materials. She didn't expect to run into Boss Mo in the shopping mall. His extraordinarily handsome appearance made her heart jump. She hadn't seen him since that first time at the hotel. This time, it must be the heavens that had given her the opportunity. Or else how was she able to bump into him so coincidentally? She quickly straightened out her clothes, went to the bathroom to mend her makeup. When she made sure everything was perfect, she stepped out in front of Mo Wen-han. Boss Mo, we meet again. What a coincidence. She gazed up at his imposing stature. She felt as if her entire body was shivering. Why didn't she meet Boss Mo earlier? He should be her fated prince. Le Chen Zai wasn't bad. He was a handsome man with a good family background that treated her well. But compared to Boss Mo, he came out a lot weaker. Mo Wen-han's sturdy, powerful arms and tall legs made him a moving aphrodisiac. Even without tasting, she was almost intoxicated. Mo Wen-han completely ignored the woman that had popped out, continuing to choose his gifts. Warren Zyro said Jun Xie liked fluffy things. But what was considered fluffy? A lot of things here seemed fluffy. Should he buy them all? The powerful careerman was at his wits' ends when facing these little things. Is Boss Mo preparing to buy a gift? Do you need my help? And Zai resented that Boss Mo was ignoring her, but she wasn't willing to give up. Mo Wen-han continued to ignore her while quickening his steps. Whenever he saw something fluffy and also felt fluffy to the touch, he would stuff it into his shopping cart. The shopping assistant by his side was dumbstruck watching this big boss continuously grabbing and grabbing, followed by stuffing and stuffing. The staff could only see flashing in their minds when seeing such a full cart. They quickly helped push the cart to the sales counter before helping him transport the products up. And Zai finally turned her gaze away from Mo Wen-han. Only then did she realize that they were in a velvet specialty gift shop. Chapter 66. Soon a second shopping cart was also filled up. By the time a third cart was pushed forward, Anxiety collected herself from her thoughts. Boss Mo, are you preparing to buy gifts for some small children? I didn't think you would like little kids. Is it a relative's child? If it's a girl, it might actually be better to buy some pretty clothes. To Anxiety, those strange fluffy things were all toys. Only females would like them. But such childish things, only a child would want. Mo Wenhan coldly looked at Anxiety to the point of making her shudder. Did she say anything wrong? Could it be that these went for a little girl? It really wasn't her fault. The cart contained a small monkey and a small cat, along with different kinds of stuffed animals that permeated a sense cuteness. They seemed to be the kind that kids would like. Cairo Yuan, who had just rushed over after parking, saw that there was a pretty girl standing at Big Boss' side. Although he didn't see her front side, he felt that it couldn't be anyone else, especially since she was wearing a white long dress. Was it Madame? Mad the rest of his words hadn't been spoken yet when the shopping assistant by their side interrupted. Sir, Madam, here's another cart. It was a young man in a black tuxedo, smiling brightly towards them. Cairo Yuan raised an eyebrow. It must really be Madam then. He quickly stepped forward, about to speak. But as he looked up, he was met with his boss' sharp glare, immediately causing his words to be choked back in his throat. Boss, he cautiously called out. Who had stepped on his boss' boundaries? He would still be angry even when Madame was by his side, but that doesn't seem right. He had seen numerous times before that, as long as Madame was there, boss wouldn't be pulling such a face. Could it be that Madame had made his boss angry? He looked over at Madame, immediately causing his heart to squeeze. My God, this wasn't Madame, this was obviously a lowly person. What a close call. He had almost called out Madame. If he had, boss would probably have given him a beating. Oh. Young man, don't throw out titles randomly. Our Madame is beautiful, elegant, and graceful. How could this woman even compare? Don't you see that our boss is offended? Quickly apologize. Cairo Yuan promptly pulled the shopping assistant over to stoop his head down in apology towards Mo Wenhan. He didn't want to be implicated. In the meantime, Anxiety had been secretly delighted that Boss Mo hadn't refuted the shop assistant's words. Does that mean that he was actually interested in her? But now she could only angrily glare at the man who had just spoken. Although he was also good-looking, he was just a nobody. So she wasn't interested. When the shop assistant heard Cairo Yuan, he also knew that he had been wrong, and immediately apologized. I am incredibly sorry. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Mo Wenhan didn't say anything, simply moving past Anxiety. Cairo Yuan followed suit, taking control of the shopping cart. However, he was also left helpless after seeing his boss' crazy bye-bye-bye attitude. Is boss preparing to sell out the entire shop? Even though Madame had a soft spot for furry things, she couldn't be obsessed to such a degree. So many different types of oddities, with an even larger variety of colors, could no longer look straight at it anymore. He really couldn't imagine how Madame would react when she saw all of this. When Mo Wenhan finally felt like he had collected enough, he had the delivery men send the package to Zun family. After a swipe of his black credit card, he and Cairo Yuan headed straight for the 10th floor. He's acquired the presents, now he needs the flowers. He remembered that there was a shop specializing in flowers that don't wither. He wanted to take a look. They weren't plastic or paper flowers. Rather, these non-wilting flowers were made with touches of platinum and gold sheets, diamonds, and different pieces of jades. A single flower bud was priceless, moreover there were additional flower types with its own delicate details. Boss, Madam is from a jade family herself. She definitely wouldn't be interested with these lower quality jadeite products. Cairo Yuan thought these flowers were truly refined. However, Madam wasn't just an average person. She might prefer particularly unique things. Mo Wen-han frowned, knitting his eyebrows together. He paused, then continued walking, before pausing again. He repeated the process until he saw a pair of blue roses. At that moment, his heart told him this was it. Only this could be their representative flower. It was a pretty ordinary blue rose. The only remarkable part of the flower was the blossoms. The two flowers' petals had lan-hue jadeite gracefully engraved inside. The stems were made with crystals, seeming elegant and sparkling. I want this one. He carefully picked up the fragile rose, his eyes filled with warm satisfaction. So beautiful. Mo Ji really is thoughtful. A familiar female voice once again sounded. Mo Wen-han didn't even glance in her direction, instead having the salesperson package his rose. Mo Ji, you really are quick. In the blink of an eye, you just disappeared, making me search for you for so long. Zai coquettishly feigned anger and complained. Sir, your flower is ready. Please take a look. The salesperson quickly packaged the two blue roses and placed them into Mo Wen-han's hands. Seeing a beautiful young woman by his side, he smiled and praised. Is this a gift for this beautiful miss? You are really sweet to your girlfriend. Mo Wen-han's face darkened as he received the flower. I don't know her. He departed, only leaving his cold words behind. What was wrong today? How were they able to bump into this random woman everywhere they go? Kain Yuan silently walked by Boss Mo's side, mockingly looking at that Zai woman. Did she really think everyone was dumb? She had just dumped Le Chen Zai 1 moment ago, and was now turning to cling to Boss Mo. How laughable. He really didn't know what was wrong with Le Chen Xi's eyesight to have him fall for such a woman. Now thinking about it, if he wasn't blind then he wouldn't have cancelled the engagement. In that situation, his boss wouldn't have had the opportunity to get Madam. So in the end, it's a good thing that Le Chen Zai was so blind. And Zai gripped her handbag, almost pulling a muscle as her face clenched. The salesperson was also embarrassed, maintaining the position of holding his hands out in front of him. He awkwardly laughed before quickly exiting the situation. Now that there was no one around, Zai allowed her anger to show on her face. Before leaving, she took a look at the blue rose's price tag, a 6 followed by 7 zeros. 60 million for a flower. Mo Wen-han really was wealthy, and Zai needed to obtain this kind of person. She was going to find her senior from the Gemstone Betting Masters convention and gain the royal family list. She trusted that as long as she completed the task from the royal family, then she would definitely be able to jump ahead of Zun Mai. Tian pretty sure she's referring to a family with a reputation as important as if they were royalty, and not a genuine royal family, but not entirely sure. At that time, Mo Wen-han would be hers with a stretch of her hand. Humph, Zun Mai. Zai Tan. Just you wait. The departing, and Zai didn't see the other sales members' expressions of disdain and ridicule. This kind of woman dared to delusionally desire Boss Mo. She really was overestimating herself. Chapter 67. Shout out to Serena for making this chapter possible. Support this story too through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. Although the young man earlier didn't recognize them, the more experienced staff members did. When Zun Mai entered the Zun residence, she immediately felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Mom, Dad, what's wrong? Why were they staring at her with such strange expressions? It was making her panic. Father Zun lightly scoffed before pointing at the living room. Zun Mai walked in with confusion. When she saw half a room filled with furry stuffed animals, her jaw dropped with shock. What is this? Zun Mai thought that small mountain of stuffed animals was a bit. Father, are you preparing to start a gift shop, or are you just collecting these cute things? But this was so inconsistent her father's style. Had he been so affected by the family's situation that he had completely changed his interests? Father Zun rolled his eyes. These are obviously presents for you. Quickly tell me the truth. Who dramatically sent all of these? This was the first time he was seeing something such a, how should he put it, a unique method of gifting. His baby did have a soft spot for furry and adorable things. But it was to a normal degree. Looking at all the weird-shaped and sized animals, he could only sigh. Zun Mai let out an awkward laugh. She believed she knew who the sender was. Although she did want Han Ji to send her a gift, she really only mentioned it in passing. But now that this had happened, who was she to reject the gifts? Since these were from Han Ji, she needed to make sure she took good care of them. Thus, with a wave of a hand, she had all of them sent to her own room. Luckily her closet was only half full. Father and Mother Zun quietly watched their daughter busily scurry around. When she had finally settled down and they were just about to ask her questions, a butler announced that Boss Mo had arrived. The two parents' eyes met as they personally went to the front door to greet their guest. Frankly, they didn't know why Boss Mo would come to the Zun house. They also didn't know of their daughter's relations with Boss Mo. They had heard of the rumors, as well as seen how Boss Mo shielded Zun family. However, they still couldn't believe the truth. Boss Mo, you've come so late in the day. To what do we owe this pleasure? They invited him into the living room and offered him tea before Father Zun started speaking. Mother Zun went in the kitchen to give instructions. It was coincidentally about time for dinner to be served. No matter whether Boss Mo would ultimately stay or not, they still needed to make the preparations. Standing behind Mo Wen Han was Cairo Yuan, his lips twitching. It seems President Zun still didn't know that his boss had his eyes set on his daughter. Father, I'm here to see Zun Mai. Mo Wen Han spoke without consideration for the shock that he would cause. Father Zun stiffened, his eyes widening while staring at Mo Wen Han as if he had seen a ghost. Cairo Yuan averted his gaze as he attempted to hold back his laughter. Boss was so direct. The reigning king of the business world was just inexperienced in his personal life. Calling out father on the first meeting, isn't he afraid that his father-in-law would kick him out immediately? Cairo Yuan would never admit that he was excitedly waiting to watch the response from the audience seats. Huh, what did you call me? Father Zun thought he had something in his ears. Why else would he hear Boss Mo called himself father? Mo Wen Han was a bit puzzled, but still obediently repeated, father. This time Father Zun looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Pointing a finger at Mo Wen Han, he could only repeatedly say, he had truly been shocked. President Zun, did Madam not inform you yet? Boss has already proposed to her. As boss efficient secretary, Cairo Yuan naturally stepped forward to explain. His boss was good for everything. However, he still worried for this man and his habit of maintaining his silence with an emotionless face. Father Zun was now dumbfounded. His daughter had been proposed to as the father. He didn't even know a thing. Han Ji, What are you doing here? Zun Mai had just finished organizing the gifts and returned downstairs when she saw the man sitting in the living room. Happily, she rushed to his side and asked smilingly, "Are you here to send me flowers? If they aren't pretty, then I won't accept them." There's been flowers and a ring. They were only lacking flowers. Now the man himself has shown up, so she was able to take an educated guess on the purpose of his visit. Mo Wenhan's eyes brightened, quickly opening the box in his hand and taking out the blue rose inside. Getting on one knee, he presented the flower to Zun Mai. Zun Mai stared at the beautiful blue rose while deep in thought. "Do you not like it? Tell me if you don't like it. I'll immediately go buy another." Mo Wenhan saw Zun Mai was only staring at the rose with no intentions of reaching out to accept it, causing him to panic. "No, I like it a lot. A lot. Thank you, Han Ji." Zun Mai took the flower with both hands, carefully bringing it to her lips for a kiss. Not forgetting to thank the delivery man, she bent down to give him a kiss on the cheeks as her face split into a bright smile. Mo Wenhan held Zun Mai's hand, excitedly asking, "Then you've agreed?" Zun Mai nodded. She had agreed to him already anyways. Mo Wenhan happily stood up and pulled Zun Mai into his embrace. "Han Ji, how did you think of sending me a blue rose?" Zun Mai stroked the rose's sculpted petals as sweetness seeped through her heart. Mo Wenhan looked down at the blue rose in her hand. "When I first saw it, I could only think of you. So I bought it. I thought that you would like it. They suit us very well." He didn't know how to describe this feeling, but he had known immediately that it was the flower for her. Zun Mai's eyes twinkled with love. "Do you know what the meaning of a blue rose is?" Mo Wenhan shook his head. "Our meeting was predestined. Our connected souls allow us to have endless romantic feelings for each other. I hope to have this kind of endless destiny with you." Mo Wenhan's heart fluttered. It felt like there was an idea that was about to break through. As long as he tried hard, he would be able to grab onto it. Father Zun was frozen in shock watching the two's show of deep affections. Inside, he was ready to collapse. His well-behaved kill unexpectedly had reached the point of marriage and engagement when he wasn't looking. His heart was a mess. He needed time to sit and think. He picked up his cup of tea and downed it, hoping it would help wake him up. Chapter 68. Will someone please explain to me what's going on? When Mother Zun returned to the living room, she saw this startling scene. Zun Mai pushed the man hugging her. Holding Han Je's hand, she happily introduced him to her parents. "Dad, Mom. This is Han Ji, the son-in-law that your daughter has selected for you." "Outstanding, right?" Both of them couldn't hide the pride from their eyes, much less Mo Wenhan's fiery gaze on Zun Mai as they stood together. "Outstanding," Father Zun robotically responded as his heart continued to collapse. If he had known earlier, he would have retaliated when La family came to cancel his engagement. His outstanding treasure deserved someone more suitable for her anyways. Zun Mai laughed. Mo Wenhan also happily called out without a sense of unfamiliarity, "Dad, Mom." To him, Zun Mai was already his madam. Thus, her family would of course also be his family. It was in this fleeting, fantasy-like atmosphere that Mother and Father Zun began their evening meal. They blankly watched Mo Wenhan stole their daughter away, unable to collect their thoughts. The next day, S-City was flooded with news of Zun Mai and Mo Wenhan's engagement. Within a day, Zun family's gates was almost smashed open by people hoping to make ties with them. La family wasn't doing well. They weren't able to get the opportunity to collaborate with Mo Wenhan. Moreover, they even lost their gemstone betting master, Xie. They were in a moment of repeated fumbles. With the addition of the news of Mo Wenhan and Zun's engagement, the family were at the heart of their struggle. As they say, today you may ignore me, but tomorrow I will be too high for you to reach. In the morning, it was as if Le Tian had aged 10 years. His temples were white and his complexion was a sickly, haggardly yellow color. Taking a glance at his similarly downcast son, Le Tian felt sorrowful. Was the Le family really about to be ruined? No, he couldn't let Le family's century-long business disappear under his watch. He needed to think of a plan. Zun family, yes. Zun family. Only by asking for generosity from Zun family will their Le family be preserved. Son, go tidy yourself up immediately. We're going to the Zun house. Le Tian quickly headed upstairs. He needed to collect himself first too. Though his father's was set, Le Xie wasn't prepared to cooperate. I'm not going. It's all because of Zun Mai that Xie is now ignoring me. I don't want to go. In the past few days, Xie has been refusing to see him. She won't pick up his calls and won't respond to his texts. He felt horrible. They had been so in love. So why would Xie abandon him? Why would she say such things to him? Le Tian stopped in his steps, disappointingly walking to Le Xie. Lifting his hand, he let his palm land on his son's face with a resounding slap. It's all because of that lowly Xie that our family is going through all of this. Did you forget how she had abandoned us after achieving her goal with that kind of ingratitude? You still care about her. I'm telling you, if La family isn't able to persevere, then you will obediently marry Xie family's Xie Tan. Suddenly in the past few days, Xie Tan had been coming every day to visit his son. She even said that she wanted to marry him. It didn't matter if this was a plot by Xie family or a coincidence. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Le Xie looked at his father in disbelief, his face filled with hurt. Father, Xie and I are truly in love with each other. You promised that you wouldn't obstruct or break us up. How could you go back on your promise? He didn't understand how everything had changed. Within a few short days, everything had been flipped upside down. Le Tian completely lost hope in his son, who still wasn't able to see reality. He really didn't dare hand La family to this son. Sighing, he said, "What horrors did I do in my past life to deserve this? Escort young master back to his room. Without my permission, don't allow him out." Xie was dangerous now. However, she was now a member of the Gemstone Betting Association. Le Tian felt as if he had picked up a hammer and smashed it onto his own foot. Father, you can't do this. I have my freedom." Le Xie struggled as servants pulled him to his room. Le Tian didn't weaken his resolve, and directly turned to leave. Zun Mai and Xie both didn't know what was happening in the family. In the past few days, Xie had been continuously practicing. She was determined to gain the Queen's favor at the Royal Gemstone Betting Appraisal for the royal family tomorrow. I guess it really is a true royal family. It was finally the moment that Xie had been waiting for. She walked in with confidence. Zun Mai was also watching closely. In the original plotline, this was the event that allowed Xie to fully emerge victoriously. She had obtained the Queen's special treatment and was named the royal family's personal appraisal master. Her reputation spread wide afterwards, completing her perfect counterattack. Now that Zun Mai was here, she definitely wouldn't permit this to happen. She already had Bao Bao secretly absorb all the stones at today's appraisal site that had jadate inside. To truly fool the female lead, Jun Xie still had Bao Bao leave just a select few so that the female lead would still feel energy currents. But that didn't mean that the insides were necessarily jadate. She lazily reclined on Mo Wenhan's office sofa, fully enjoying the delicious spread of afternoon tea. Today was quite delightful. Her dear husband was by her side and, moreover, there was drama to watch. Warning, warning, main mission deemed a failure. Host will be forcibly returned to system space. Warning, warning, main mission deemed a failure. Host will be forcibly returned to system space. Bao Bao's voice suddenly sounded sharply, causing Jun Xie to jump in fright. When she heard the contents of his message, she was angry. The main mission failed. What happened? She looked up, hoping to say goodbye to her husband, but suddenly her sight went black as she was sucked out of the dimension. Upon returning to the system space, Jun Xie was still a bit dumbfounded. Bao Bao, what happened? She had just promised to be together with her husband, but now she's run away. Oh no, her lover wouldn't black and right. She was really worried. Bao Bao whimpered as he rushed into Jun Xie's lap, howling, "Madam Host, crick-crick-cree, we failed." Jun Xie sighed. How did we fail? What went wrong? She absolutely didn't do anything drastically against logic. So where did this sudden failure come from? The female lead obtained the queen's praise. But on the way back home, Zai Tan crushed her with a car. So Madam Host's counter-attacking main mission was a failure. The side mission to make Le Chen Zai be filled with regret also failed. Bao Bao wanted to cry. It had been going so well. The promotion, the salary raise, the apex of his career was within reach when this happened. His heart was tired. He needed a vacation. Jun Xie was even more gloomy. What is this Zai Tan on? Why would she take action at this time? Didn't she already tell Zai family that she would be personally getting revenge on Zai? Because Zai Tan fell for Le Chen Zai, but Le Chen Zai likes Zai. Zai had harmed Zai Tan, so in a fit of fury, Zai Tan decided to just kill the female lead. Bao Bao scowled miserably as he explained. Author's note: story not yet complete. Will be continued in ch 120. If you want to read the entire arc together, readers may skip ahead. Our Jun Xie needs to taste failure once so that she can give rise to some future plotlines. Translator's note: har, I guess this arc is finished for now. I'm just going to go in chronological order and translate chapter by chapter. So everyone, y'all have to stay tuned for ch 120 for the true end of this arc. Chapter 69. This chapter is for Hafsar, who is making the start of this new arc possible. Thank you. Support this story too through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. Jun Xie was not happy. What was this? My points, my reward, they are all gone just like that. I want to cry. Bao Bao fluttered in front of Jun Xie's face. There's even a penalty. Penalty? What is it? Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. Since the main mission was deemed a failure, you will enter the punishment world. The rating of punishment world will not be known in advance. Only after you enter the world will you obtain the world's information. As for the plotline, only encountering main character will enable access to it. The more Bao Bao spoke, the smaller his voice became, his white fur seeming to have lost its gloss. Besides rolling her eyes, Jun Xie didn't know what else to do. She sighed. She really overlooked a few things. If she had known in advance, she would have kept a closer watch over Zai. Even if Zai were to die, she has to die after she finished her mission. Would the death of the male lead also cause this kind of issue? The death of any target character would cause a problem. That means if my mission doesn't relate to the male lead, then his death wouldn't affect me, but if it's like this world, where I had to make transcends I feel regret, and the male lead dies, I would still fail. Jun Xie felt like she needed to be extra cautious in the future. She would be careful of all the loopholes, or else the one that ends up suffering the consequences would be her. Bao Bao nodded his entire furry body. Yes, Madam Host. All right, besides the punishment world, what else? He better not say there would be a deduction of points. Her points were little to start with. If they were deducted, then there would be none left. No, Madam Host, there's nothing else. Shall we enter the punishment world? What was with that eagerness in Bao Bao's voice? Jun Xie wondered. Forget it, let's go. An early death allows for an early reincarnation. She wanted to quickly see her lover again. If her lover really did show signs of blackening, then she would really feel helpless. Jun Xie had completely forgotten her dear husband would simply lose his memories between worlds. She was too focused on her desire to find her husband. But things are often contrary to one's wishes. Besides the darkness in front her currently, she felt around her and realized that she was surrounded by walls on all four sides. Unwilling to give up, Jun Xie attempted to sit up. However, halfway up, her head smacked into something. She lifted her hand to feel her way around. It was smooth and a bit cold. Was it wood? All four sides were the same, yet it was soft and warm below her. It felt furry, as if there was a fur layer below her. Pitch darkness, wood on all four sides, rectangular shape. Jun Xie suddenly felt a bad premonition. She couldn't be in a coffin, right? Bao Bao, Bao Bao, come out. The white furry ball had actually been here the whole time. It was just that he was currently nestled in Jun Xie's hair, snoring in deep sleep. He completely didn't notice the strangeness of their surroundings. When he heard Madam Host's voice, he slowly rolled onto Jun Xie's face. Madam Host, where are we? Why is it so dark? Jun Xie grabbed the white ball off her face and roughly ruffled his fur. This was what I wanted to talk to you about. Quickly search the world's consciousness and find out what corner of the earth we are in right now. Don't tell her she's transmigrated to some supernatural world. She's scared of ghosts. Moreover, if she moved now and there was someone outside, wouldn't she scare them to death? Bao Bao quickly opened this world's introductory information and searched for through the data. When he located the information, he cried out in shock, RRR, Madam Host, we are in a 6-star ranking world. How stressful. They haven't even succeeded with a 3-star world yet. They've jumped to 6-star. Jun Xie was also astonished. Why would they run straight to a 6-star world? She's been instructed by Bao Bao before the world of worlds had 10 levels of star rankings. 3-star rankings were just a small difficulty. 5-star rankings and above were the worlds of high ranking. There was also a legendary, mythical S-level world. Now that she had skipped all the way up to 6-star ranking world, she could only imagine how much the danger and difficulty would increase. But Jun Xie never thought of cowering back. With difficulty comes a challenge, with a challenge comes motivation. Tell about this world. She was preparing herself for hearing the worst possible news, that she had become a ghost. Madam Host, this is a vampire world. I'll transfer the original body's memories to you. Any other information will depend on you to find. Madam Host, you must complete this world's mission or else will be sent to another punishment world. The failure of 3 punishment worlds in a row will lead to obliteration. Bao Bao solemnly reminded. He had also just received this rule. filling him with worry. Jun Xie was also worried. This was a 6-star ranking world after all. After feeling around through the additional memories in her head, Jun Xie took out the Zai Sui pill from her inventory and drank it. The effects were quick. Her bones felt as if they were forcibly being smashed into pieces and then put back together. Piercing pain made Jun Xie groan. Her face and hair was wet with cold sweat. She bit into her bottom lip. The logical side of her brain was repeatedly telling her to give up, but her determination firmly persevered. She needed to have enough strength in this unfamiliar world. Half an hour later, Jun Xie finally felt the pain subside. She combed through the memories as she allowed her body to rest up. The original body was named Mai, a 800 countess of the vampire clan. She was in hibernation in hopes of breaking through to the rank of duchess. A war between the vampires and vampire hunter guild was on the horizon. As the Wild Rose Manor's lord, she naturally must participate. Her world was very simple. She needed to protect the vampires on her territory. She mustn't let them be injured by the hunters. But she also won't let them hurt regular humans. However, due to her habit of keeping a cold face, the vampires on her land didn't quite like her. But Jun Xie thought that if the original body didn't have such a cold face on all day, then someone would have tried to take advantage of her already. Vampires had a special characteristic: all the men were handsome, all the women were beautiful. The higher level the vampire, the more good-looking they become. Jun Xie only received a few memories. This time, Jun Xie didn't have any hints about the plotline or any golden hacks that would help her. She reached out and pushed open the coffin cover. She unhurriedly crawled out. Her memories told her that this ancient castle only contained her and her butler, Ruiyin. Ruiyin probably wasn't back yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jun Xie quickly ran to the bathroom to take a bath. She washed off the impurities that the Zai Sui pill had pushed out. With the help of the Zai Sui pill, she had already broken through the barrier to become a genuine vampire queen. Looking at the woman with long silver hair in the mirror before her, Jun Xie widened her eyes. The face before her wasn't different than her own, but the white hair that reached her waist added a sense of mystery and constrained enticement. Chapter 70. This chapter is brought to you by the lovely Kaylin. Thank you for your support. Jun Xie hesitantly clasped her white hair, her eyes complicated. She finally had the chance to experience life as a femme fatale. Tien means a woman so beautiful that she leads to beauty. Her current look has to be the top of the looks list. Her white silk chintz-styled robe was carelessly wrapped around her shoulders. Her sparkling skin peeked out from underneath. Her captivating lips were pale yet alluring. Drip, drip, slurp. In the silent night, the sounding of dripping saliva followed by the sucking in of saliva stood out. Jun Xie turned around and saw the direct source of the sound, causing the corners of her lips to lift up slightly. Bow bow, can you hold back on making that sound specifically? Can you not look at her like that? That will make her feel as if she had turned into delicious food presented on a table. Madam Host, RRR. You are so pretty. I didn't expect that just a change in hair color would create such a difference as expected. His Madam Host is the prettiest. Quickly, take pictures, hell use them to show off later. In a split second, the dripping sound of saliva disappeared and was replaced with a click-click sound. Jun Xie was left 100 speechless. This idiot bow bow. She would be better off taking a stroll to familiarize herself with a castle. She'll see if she can be lucky enough to bump into a main character along the way. Although it's been almost 100 years since there have been outsiders in the castle, with only blood servants being sent over by Rui En whenever she woke up, there might still be an unexpected visitor. Furthermore, didn't she just wake up? What if the prey that Rui En will prepare for her just happened to be a main character? As she thought over the possibilities, her expression brightened significantly. Madam Host, your designated personality don't act in contrast to the personality. This is the punishment world. If you break the personality mode of the original body, then twice as much points will be deducted. Bao Bao saw his Madam Host was actually smiling, immediately running over to stop her. The original body was a year-round cold as ice person. She would hardly smile, even if she did it would only be a cold smile. Zun Mai winced. All right, she had forgotten about that part. The previous few worlds had original bodies that weren't too different from herself. She hid the emotion from her face, changing into a white dress and walking barefoot towards the coffin that she had woken up in. The outside was painted with a layer of silver. It was the same color as her hair, with an ancient and detailed design engraved on it. Red roses surrounded and curved around the edges. Fiery red stood in the middle of a sea of silver, as if a metaphor for its owner's heart. The original body was a cold on the outside, warm on the inside person. For the past 100 years, she had been very lonely. She also wanted someone that would accompany her forever so that no one would look down at her. Many vampires looked down at her because they saw her as someone that became the lord of her land by depending on her looks. Even though her strengths have already made her a countess, she was still seen as a flower vase in the eyes of others. Tien flower vase means nothing but a pretty face. Bao Bao, is there a mission in the punishment world? With a wave of her hand, the black filth in the coffin disappeared. Zun Mai was satisfied. This talent was quite useful. Every vampire had their own different ability. A large part of the reason Mai was able to become the Lord of Wild Rose Manor with only a countess level of strength was due to the fact that her special ability was magic. It was different than the other dukes and pureblood princes' abilities of fire, air, restoration, etc. She was the first sorceress in the last several thousand years. Now Zun Mai had been elevated to the level of queen. Her strength could easily be comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old pureblood prince. There's a mission, but you have to wait until host meets a crucial character or someone related to the plotline. Only then will the mission be unlocked. Bao Bao jumped around the castle with curiosity while answering her. When Zun Mai obtained the answer she was hoping for, she promptly opened the door and walked out. The stronger a vampire, the more unafraid they were of the sun. Moreover, it was night now. She moved through the long corridor and walked down the curving staircase. The large castle was brightened by sparse candles. The flickering, light silhouettes added fleeting charm to the castle. Stepping onto the furry rug, Zun Mai felt as if she was so comfortable she was ready to fly. She felt energy flowing in every cell of her body. 2 canine teeth emerged unconsciously as she suddenly disappeared on the spot. She took a seat on her throne, nestling in comfortably as she waited for the person that was on his way back. Who could her dear husband have transmigrated into? Could it be the villain, the big boss, or the male lead? But she didn't even know anything about the plot right now. She wouldn't even know what direction to even start looking for someone. Air, creak. The ancient castle's gates were pushed open. Zun Mai rested her head onto the back of the throne. Her silver hair spread across her body and shone brilliantly under the moonlight, making her appear as a demon seductress. Rui En stopped in his steps. Although he had accompanied Master for over 500 years, he would still be inevitably attracted by Master in certain instances. Master, congratulations on successfully advancing up in rank. That sudden feeling of stifling pressure wasn't a misperception. Master didn't just have a duchess level of power. Zun Mai indifferently responded. Master, this was prepared for you. Please enjoy. Rui En take his master's coldness seriously. He was already used to it. He presented the person he was holding in his grasps to Master and respectfully retreated. Zun Mai glanced at the light-haired, blue-eyed, foreign-looking Rui En, analyzing him quietly. Loyal, trustworthy. Only then did she turn her gaze to the prey about a meter away from her. Zun Mai almost jumped up. Bao Bao had suddenly excitedly exclaimed, "A crucial character has been discovered! A crucial character has been discovered!" My God, she was actually right. She really did get lucky. Wake her up. She was excited on the inside, but her face was as emotionless as ever. Yes, Rui En stepped forward and patted the person on the floor a few times before they woke up. Zun Mai only now realized that it was a woman. Could this be the female lead or second female lead? Immediately opening the arriving information, Zun Mai found that her guess was right. Host is currently in my vampire husband, and you've discovered the transmigrating female lead Nengdong Sai. First mission: protect the female lead and play matchmaker to bring her and the male lead together. Second mission: prevent the vampires from being exterminated. Zun Mai was a bit flabbergasted. It wasn't a counter-attacking mission, but rather a save-the-world mission, but saving the world would be exhausting. Based on the system's settings, this female lead should be a good person, or else it wouldn't have had her protect her. But how melodramatic is this? As soon as she wakes up, she's expected to drink the female lead's blood. Even though she had just arrived, she had adapted to the idea of drinking blood. It was all due to bodily instinct. Where am I? Nengdong Sai massaged her aching temple. She was in a strange place. Why was she here? Was she kidnapped? There seems to be a person sitting in front of her. Due to the darkness, she couldn't see very clearly. Who are you? Zun Mai saw that Nengdong Sai didn't seem to be well adjusted. With a wave of her hand, the entire castle lit up. Chapter 71. Nengdong Sai closed her eyes to avoid being irritated by the sudden brightness. After a minute, she finally reopened them. As expected of the female lead. She's very pretty. Zun Mai silently analyzed in her head. Her dark pupils made people think of her instantly as a cold beauty. A refined oval face, her forehead was slightly wrinkled in confusion. She appeared both weak and tenacious. Zun Mi's first impression of her wasn't bad, but should she admit that she had also transmigrated into the book-like? Nengdong Sai's heart was beating fast. She had never seen this kind of place before. She was originally Nengdong family's young miss. Such a dignified castle made her guess that the owner of the castle's position couldn't be lower than hers. It's because of this prediction that made her confused. She didn't understand why the owner would need to kidnap her then. You can call me Mai. I apologize, my butler has caused you difficulties. It's getting dark outside. You can rest here first. Tomorrow I'll have Rui En send you back. Since she needed to protect the female lead, then she should try to create a good impression on her too. When Zun Mai wants to get close with someone, even if the other person stubbornly refused, they would still be moved by her personal charms. Nengdong Sai was even more confused. She finally realized something wasn't right. This woman was beautiful beyond belief. That head of silver hair was especially fascinating yet familiar. Like the silver moon's peaceful coldness, Her hair was stunningly exceptional. As someone of the same sex, she felt that she had fallen for her a bit. The clothes she wore was also particular. It was similar to the ancient style of sleeveless long gowns. But on this woman, it seemed to match perfectly to her aura. "Master, you haven't eaten yet." Ruian didn't understand. He knew Master had a soft heart, so he always tried to snatch bad people fleeing from the law. This time, this woman was an accident. However, he had heard that this woman was very malicious anyways. Zun Mai lightly nodded her head. "This woman has clear eyes. She's not a bad person." Of course, she didn't know what the original body was like. Nengong Sai had just then realized that there was a Western-looking man by her side. In the night, his pale complexion made him look like a thousands-year-old ghost. "This young miss, where is your family located? If you are unwilling to rest here, I can have Ruian send you back immediately." Zun Mai saw that her target was completely still unaware of the situation. She wanted to know what her original personality prior to transmigrating was like. "My house is in Country Z City M, near Jin Xie Garden." Nengong Sai responded on conditioned reflex. But the beautiful woman in front her only frowned. Her heart also lifted. Was something wrong? "Where is Country Z City M, Jin Xie Garden Ruian? Is there such a place in mainland Moor?" Zun Mai pretended to be puzzled on the surface while howling with laughter on the inside. This female lead was really too cute. Ruian shook his head. "Master, I found her in a small town on our territory." Nengong Sai realized that she might not be in her original world. Mainland Moor was a place in the Chinese Western fusion vampire story that she had read. The beautiful silver-haired woman must be the Lord of Wild Rose Manor that she had liked so much. Oh my God, she had fallen asleep and slipped into a book. That's why she felt things looked a bit familiar. She frowned, but why did she appear here? She revisited the book in her head. In the entire book, there was only one woman that had been sent to Wild Rose Manor as prey. She had been ostracized by the rest of her village and was known for her soft personality, causing her to be framed and ridiculed by others. But to protect her little sister and make sure she wasn't harmed, she repeatedly endured and shrank back. At that time, she was coincidentally snatched by Ruian, who had seen signs that his master was about to wake and was out foraging for food. In the story, the Lord was weak due to just breaking through in rank, so she really did drink the prey dry. Nengong Sai still remembered that the book had said that when Mai finally came to her senses and realized she had hurt an innocent person, she was crippled with guilt. As compensation, she decided to take care of the little sister left behind. Ultimately, Mai died in the midst of the big war. At the end of the book, Nengong Sai discovered that the Wild Rose Queen hadn't died. Instead, she had been imprisoned by that sanctimonious group of vampire hunters. Every day, she was humiliated and tortured as a punching bag in a fate worse than death. This was the finale, but the author had said they were going to write an epilogue, but never did. Readers came on the site every day begging for an update, calling out the unjust treatment of the woman that was as still as autumn waters, bright as the moonlight. Nengong Sai had also felt that it was a pity for such a elegant, beautiful character to end up like that, but she also understood. Such a beautiful creature that was also as cold as ice would make many men's hearts pound. Now she had the chance to meet the book character that she had called a goddess. Her heart was filled with thousands of words, yet she didn't know what to say. Zun Mai was also feeling complicated. While the female lead had been revisiting the book in her head, she had also received more information. She was feeling very stifled. How come every world the original soul would meet such a tragic outcome? Although the female lead's thoughts were a mess, and some information only appeared in little flashes, Jun Xie had found the crucial elements of the mission. The mission to stop the extermination of vampires must mean to stop the Hunters Guild from winning in the big war. Can I stay here temporarily? Jun Xie thought for a second before making a decision. Of course, if there's anything you need, you can look for Ruian. Jun Xie wasn't suspicious about the motive behind the female lead's decision to stay. She could feel that Jun Xie's heartbeat was very steady. Jun Xie's thoughts were actually very simple. She wanted to prevent Mai from participating in the big war, and thus avert such a tragic ending. But currently, they weren't very close yet. She couldn't just tell her the truth. She needed to slowly gain her trust. I am Jun Xie. Thank you for letting me stay. The name of the body she had transmigrated into should be Liter Mo, with a little sister named Eterners. However, she was used to using her own name and didn't want to change something that was representative of her own identity. Jun Xie let out a small smile. No problem. This female lead really was pretty good. Jun Xie didn't know what a smile could bring down a city was. She only knew that Miss Small Smile almost brought her down. If she didn't have firm willpower, she would have fainted. Even someone straight from the same sex, Mai would make many be very willing bend. It's getting late, go rest. Jun Xie reached out to help Jun Xie up. With one finger she tapped her forehead, allowing a comfortable warm golden light to enter Jun Xie's body. Jun Xie pulled back her hand and was preparing to bring her upstairs when she felt a powerful air growing nearer. She knit her brows together. Who could it be at this hour? Chapter 72. This chapter is brought to you by Zwar. Thank you so much for your support. Support this novel through PayPal link or through the Ko-fi button on your right. Master Ruian was also alarmed. This powerful air belonged to someone of Duke level or above. Jun Xie waved her hand. A sudden energy quickly surrounded them, forming a simple barrier. To what do we owe the pleasure of this prince's visit? She could clearly feel the strength of the air pressuring down on her. This was at the very minimum a pureblood prince, but it could also be the air of an elder that had been lying dormant for a long time. Ruian immediately felt the pressure release him. He was still a viscount. There was a large gap between him and such a high-level prince. Jun Xie wasn't very affected, but she did sense the changing of the atmosphere around them. She didn't remember any high-profile person visiting here at this point in the plot. Could it be because of her transmigration? You are the Wild Rose Queen. You truly are the same as the rumors. Beautiful beyond compare, with a specialty in seducing men in order to suck their blood dry. Have you forgotten the vampire code of discipline today? I'm here to retract the Vampire Society's gifts to you. A blonde-haired man appeared in a purple embroidered robe. His face seemed mild and gentle, yet his eyes depicted graveness. Jun Xie thought this person should be someone who often smiled warmly. But due to the situation, he's become stiff. Although he appears to be brimming with gravitas now, she wasn't happy as it was directed at her. What does he mean by a specialty in seducing men? Who was this even? Who does he think he is entering like this to show off his coolness? Jun Xie felt her temper rise. Your Majesty, my master hasn't done anything that you've accused her of. Please don't dishonor her. Ruian impatiently protected his master. Though he knew he couldn't beat the opposition's imposing mana, he still fearlessly stood forward. Jun Xie also puckered her lips. This man seemed very familiar. Blonde hair and dark eyes, he looked like a mixed-race man and was pretty handsome. He had a gentle air from head to toe, and was also a pure-blooded prince. Could it really be who she thought it was? Bad people would never admit that they've done bad things. There's no need for more words. Quickly release that girl. With a brush of his hand, Jun Xie appeared inside Jun Xie's barrier. He easily took Xie out, even holding out his other hand to block Jun Xie from taking her back. Jun Xie genuinely didn't have the desire to block him. From the moment that he moved, Bao Bao had sounded. A crucial character has been discovered. A crucial character has been discovered. Soon, she discovered that this was the male lead. According to the scientific laws governing male and female leads, they would never harm each other. Even if their relationship is off and on in the middle, the end is always a happy ending. Since it's like this, why would she need to overexert herself and get involved? But she really didn't like his habit of suddenly throwing out ice arrows, she decided as she quickly dodged. However, her clothes were still stained by his shot. As expected, a just recently upgraded queen couldn't compete with a steady pureblood prince with over 1,000 years of experience. This may be confusing, but they are on the same rank technically. It's just called Envy Wang Queen for Jun Xie and Qin Wang Prince for him. Prince Ju, your power is truly unmeasurable. I am ashamedly inferior in strength. But I will not admit to the circumstances your majesty has mentioned. Where did your majesty hear such information? If she found out who has been making false claims about her, she'll definitely tear them apart. Did they think that she wouldn't be able to promote in rank, or were they hoping to attack her while she was weak after upgrading? What grudge do they have against her? Jun Xie didn't believe her. Before he came, numerous citizens, including ordinary humans, had already ran to him to complain. With such circumstances, how could he believe her side of the story? After waking up from a few hundred years of hibernation, he woke to find that a controversial wild rose queen had risen using her appearance. She's broken the law and committed crimes. As a moral and just prince, he cannot tolerate such behavior. Show me proof. But Jun Xie wasn't dictatorial. Hell, make sure to be fair. Jun Xie sighed. Proof? Where would she possibly go to find proof? Since you can't show any evidence, then accept the punishment. He pointed his hand forward as he spoke, not giving Jun Xie any time to quibble. Jun Xie was about to swear. Sir, you can't play like this. She hadn't had the time to prepare herself yet, only able to block and dodge his attacks. Xie stared stupefied at the two people that had started a fight out of nowhere. Stop that. You Prince Ju Mai clearly didn't do anything so despicable before. Mai had contributed so much for the vampire clans before, yet she was being harmed by others. Still, it serves the vampire clan right that they were exterminated, but it was a shame that Mai was implicated in the process. No, she must change the original ending. Under the repeated attacks of a high-ranking, formidable vampire, Jun Xie was left spitting blood on the floor. Although they were both the ranking of king, the difference between them was still obvious. Ruiyin had already been left pale and unconscious on the floor. Jun Xie's stomach turned again and again. Enduring the burning sensation coming from her skin, she quickly murmured an incantation causing her to disappear from sight. Jun Xie was shocked. Didn't this wild rose queen just advance in rank? Shouldn't her powers be unstable right now? Yet she was still able to escape under his watch. He was still confused. Why did this human being that had been her prey speak up for her? Nangong Sai blankly stared as her female goddess figure spit out blood and escaped. Suddenly her face was filled with resentment, causing her to not even try to preserve her aloof image as the Nangong young miss. "You Ju Zyro! You bastard, do you know how much Mai has done for the vampire clan? Why do all of you always bully her? Is it her fault that she looks so beautiful? All these men covet her. If she didn't gain strength to protect herself, she would have. She couldn't speak anymore. As soon as she thought of Miss' final outcome, she felt that she was so pitiful. She knew her temper was sudden, but she could only use this method to hide the panic she was feeling upon transmigrating into a book. Perhaps it's because Mai had shown her kindness from the start, so now she couldn't bear to see Mai hurt. Why do you men all treat her like this? She's so great. Nangong Sai wasn't able to hold back her tears. She didn't know if she was crying for Mai or herself. She only knew that she felt very sorrowful, an unprecedented level of sorrow. The hand that Ju Zyro had extended forward froze in place. Had he been wrong looking at the girl crying in front of him? He was at a loss. "Stop crying. If something's wrong, you can tell me." Ju Zyro clumsily hugged the girl to his chest and lightly consoled. Nangong Sai immediately collapsed and began continuously hitting his chest. "I just got here. Mai has only been gentle and kind to me, even willing to give me shelter. But you've injured Mai. Now she's hurt. What if a bad guy sees her? Do you know how many people are trying to catch and lock her up?" Unfortunately, Nangong Sai really was on the mark with that statement. Chapter 73. The amazing Sarina brings this chapter to you today. Thank you so much. Zun Mai felt that she's had bad luck all day. Just after she fled from the castle, she bumped into a hunter. This woman, dressed like a Secret Service agent, also had wore an exaggerated bat mask. On her bosom hung a large cross while she held 2 silver pistols in her hands. She was a king-level vampire currently, but she had only just entered this level. Moreover, she had just been seriously injured. There was king-ranked vampire more pathetic than her. She took out the Darhuan pill from her inventory and swallowed. Her heartbeat finally began to relax as she slowly regained her strength. "Please make way. I don't want to hurt anyone today." Zun Mai created a wild rose whip out of thin air, her eyes indifferent without a bit of emotion. Just because she wasn't able to beat the male lead doesn't mean she wasn't able to win against this random hunter. Damn it, she had only been here for a few hours, but she's managed to put herself in danger twice. Yi Zhai spun her pistol and pulled the trigger at the so-called alluring Wild Rose Queen. Silver bullets flew towards Zun Mai. Zun Mi's whip jerked forward and tightly blocked all the bullets from approaching. Yi Zhai continued to move closer, adjusting the direction of the gun to accurately target and then forcefully shoot. If Zun Mai was asked to evaluate her performance, she would have given her a perfect score. However, the one being targeted was herself. So she was far more focused on returning the blows. Zun Mai had underestimated this woman. Zun Mai couldn't help crying out. She hadn't been able to dodge all of the mystery liquid that woman had just sprinkled onto her. Her entire left hand burned. The sudden pain and heat made her break out into a cold sweat. As she swung her whip, she muttered an incantation. The whip prompted wrapped around her opponent. Resisting the pain coming from her left hand, she stepped forward and swiped the hand that had been used to spray out the mystery liquid. In the process, she threw down a binding spell. After ensuring that Yi Zhai was powerlessly glued to the floor, Zun Mai used her whip to swipe her face. She successfully destroyed the mask. Seeing the face beneath the mask, Zun Mai jumped in shock. A smooth, sleek, and pretty face on one side and a bumpy, ugly face on the other. And while Jun Xie was distracted, her arm once again transported a message of piercing pain. She had already flipped through her memories to discover what the mystery liquid was. It was a special holy water refined with black dog blood, garlic, and peppers made specifically to deal with vampires. It was only fatal to Viscounts and lower-leveled vampires. Higher-level vampires would feel a lighter effect. The reason that it had so severely affected Jun Xie was mainly because she didn't have a chance to recuperate after being seriously hurt earlier. Using her powers again before recuperation caused her body's abilities to weaken significantly. Ignoring the woman glaring at her from the ground, Jun Xie staggered into the forest behind them. She had external and internal injuries burning her arm and her chest. Her head felt as if it was exploding, and she felt blood in her mouth. More importantly, the restless, itchy sensation coming from her throat reminded her that she needed the nourishment of a specific warm and fresh red liquid. Blood. She really wanted to drink blood. Her vision blurred as she began seeing double. Her consciousness was fading, drowning in the enveloping pain. Bao Bao floated up in the air around her, frantically jumping around with worry. His host's current state was very dangerous. What should he do? What should he do? In the middle of this forest, where there weren't any villages or shops nearby, where was host going to find someone to supply her with blood? Jun Xie relied on her willpower to keep going. She was bumping and colliding with trees as she charged forward when she suddenly fell into an underground passageway. Through her fuzzy consciousness, she was able to sniff out the smell of something extremely appetizing, making her even more hungry. Instinctively she followed the smell, leading her to stop in front of a large black coffin. Cyan-colored eyes brightened with desire, glistening like gemstones. She used all of strength to push aside the coffin cover, causing the sweet smell of blood to immediately enter her nostrils. It was like opium. She obviously knew it was a drug, but she couldn't help wanting a taste. Jun Xie hurriedly lowered her head and let her pure white fangs out. She bit into the pale neck before her without any hesitation. The bright blood that entered her mouth felt like brilliant fireworks exploding in her mind. She couldn't help but groan in satisfaction. Jun Xie didn't notice that the person she was biting had wrinkled his brows, yet didn't open his eyes. Only after Jun Xie had drank her fill and ran off would the man fully awaken. Her vision was still blurry. Her previously pale lips now moistened with dark red color as two long fangs protruded from her mouth. It should have been a terrifying and ugly image. Yet, on Mai, it was fatally attractive. Her vampire image made people want to come closer and closer to her, to hold her by their side. Luckily, there was no one was around to appreciate her appearance, or else she would be accused as a temptress again. Host, are you better? You scared me to death just now. At the time, Bao Bao wanted to communicate with host but couldn't get through, making him almost break out in tears. Jun Xie was also shocked. She really shouldn't underestimate this 6-star ranking world. Within a day, she had already been through multiple life-or-death crises. Taking a deep breath, she examined her surroundings. This looked like an underground castle. The decorations in the rooms were gorgeous and extravagant. Jade artifacts, scrolls, and a few other miscellaneous objects piled up around the room. Looking at these treasures, she could conclude that the owner must be wealthy. She was using her hand to brush the hair out of the face when she suddenly realized that the injured arm had been healed. She was surprised to feel smooth, soft skin once again. Not even a scar was left behind. How miraculous! Was this the power of the blood she just had? How did I forget about him? Bow bow, I drank so much of his blood, will he be alright? She really didn't mean to. Jun Xie looked at the man sleeping in the coffin. What a handsome man. This was the first black-haired vampire that she had seen. This was obviously an Eastern vampire. With his eyes closed, it seemed as if no one could possibly disturb his world, but she already had her own lover. For safety's sake, you should probably give him some blood to feed. Bao Bao didn't actually understand that much about vampires, so he couldn't be sure that this man would be okay after his host had drank so much of his blood. But didn't they say that, even if they had only one last breath, vampires would be regain their strength by drinking blood, so giving him some blood definitely wouldn't harm him. Jun Xie didn't think too much. She bit open her wrist and placed the cut by the sleeping man, allowing the fresh blood to flow into his mouth. As the man began to slowly gulp down the liquid, his complexion was no longer as pale as before. Only then did Jun Xie let out a sigh of relief. After confirming with Bao Bao that his current state was steady, Jun Xie then left. What Jun Xie and Bao Bao didn't know was that there was a general knowledge amongst vampires. Two vampires that drink one another's blood is a ceremonial promise to become each other's partner for life. Chapter 74. This chapter is brought to you by Tesser. Thanks so much for your support. For higher-leveled vampires, the simple act of drinking one another's blood could produce to a feeling of dependency and affection for the other's blood. Besides theirs, others' blood would only taste dull. Under these annoying circumstances, Jun Xie kidnapped a big boss of a husband for herself. She had just walked out of the forest. Thank God, she thought that she was about to get lost in there. It was almost day. Now she needed a safe place to adjust the strength in her body. Just now, she had felt a strong force appear in her body. She could use this force to consolidate and strengthen her own ability. She didn't have much time, so she must master her ability as soon as possible. Or else, if she meets any dangers again, she can only cry. Only she would be so pathetic as to have such strong strength, but not know how to use it. Wait, is that the vampire? As she approached Wild Rose Manor, she frowned. Why hasn't this big prince figure left yet? Was he waiting here for her? How annoying. Ruian was still inside and she didn't even know how he was doing. She needed to go take a look for herself. She placed an invisibility spell over herself and carefully approached the castle's main entrance. She easily entered into the main hall. Through the glass door, Jun Xie saw that Ruian, the male lead, and the female lead were all present. They seemed to be in an intense dispute over something, but at least no one was fighting with their hands yet. How could you be so unreasonable? I already told you that I never did anything to hurt anyone. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone on this land. Jun Xie angrily glared. She didn't like this morally upright to the point of being unreasonable man. He had been so gentle and comforting to her earlier, so she thought he understood his mistake. But he saw Mai was also in the wrong. What did Mai ever do wrong? Even if she had a flaw, it would be being too beautiful. Ruian currently had a very good impression of the girl he had kidnapped, Prince Ju. Ever since she became the owner of the Wild Rose Castle, Master has always prioritized the peace between vampires and humans. Please do not listen to the words of those evil people that see Master as their enemy and hope to gain from harming her reputation. He knew that his master didn't like all of the wars and didn't want to get involved in the struggle between the Hunter Guild and the Vampire Clan. But she had no choice. Her status made it impossible to stay out of it, unless she somehow became powerful to the point that even pureblood princes would bow down to her. If he could, he was willing to pay any price to help Master escape this confining situation. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Yu Zhiro sat in an armchair in silence. Ningong, Sai, and Rui En didn't know what he meant by this. Was their lecturing working or not? Zun Mai leaned on the balcony outside, her face bursting into a smile. Rui En, Sai. You don't have to say anymore. I believe Prince Jiu will make his own judgment. But before that, I hope Prince Jiu will give me some time to allow me to stabilize my strength. A big war is looming ahead of us. I presume Prince Jiu won't rashly allow the vampire clan to lose a high-level vampire at this crucial moment. Working out of the darkness, Zun Mai didn't attempt to defend herself. Master, Yu Rui En immediately appeared by Zun Mi's side, his face filled with worry. Nangong Sai also ran to Zun Mi's side. Hiding behind her, she sent an angry glare towards Yu Zhiro, clearing standing on Zun Mi's side. Yu Zhiro didn't understand why this person who had obviously been hurt by him didn't stay in hiding and instead came back. But he had to admit, she really was beautiful. It was a beauty that exceeded possibility. Even though at the moment her white gown had been covered with stains and blood and her silver hair was a mess, she still maintained her magnificence. The lightly fluctuating air surrounding her told him that she had once again increased in strength. I won't attack again. You guys don't need to be so wary of me. His suddenly stung lightly when he saw the girl behind Mai glare at him with such enmity. Although it was a very light change to his always calm mood, it was still a feeling incapable of ignoring. He frowned, puzzled. Nangong, Sai and Rui En relaxed. They could tell that Mai had been seriously injured. They were afraid what would happen to her if these two were to fight again. Mai, did you meet more bad people when you were outside? Nangong Sai supported Zun Mai as they headed to the throne. Zun Mai nodded her head. I bumped into a hunter. But it was someone I've never seen before. In all the 800 years of the original Soul's memories, she never appeared. And it seems like she had only been sleeping for a few decades. The biggest difference between vampires and humans was time. To humans, a few decades was a long time, yet it was only a blink of the eye for vampires. Master, why would a hunter want to hurt you? Rui En was surprised. Through Prince Jiu, he had learned that Master had broken into king level. Although it seemed unrealistic to him, he was happy for his master. Now, no one would bully or look down on Master. She was wearing a bat mask. You could say I underestimated my opponent. Although Zun Mai treated Rui En as cold as ever, but there was still a distinct warmth in her voice. Bat mask, that sounds familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Nangong Sai pensively murmured, but for the moment she could think of where she had heard it. Zun Mai didn't have the plotline. Besides meeting crucial characters to the plot, there was no way to obtain any more information. But based on the female lead's expression, that hunter shouldn't be anyone too important. The author who knew the truth. Yu Zhiro was left even more baffled. He had only slept for a few hundred years, but when he woke up he felt as if he could no longer keep up with the time. What did you mean by looming war? He seems to have heard it mentioned a couple of times now. Zun Mai, Nangong Sai, and Rui En turned towards Yu Zhiro in unison, looking as if they had just seen an alien. Yu Zhiro had question marks on his face. What did their expressions mean? He didn't understand. Prince Jiu, You don't know. Zun Mai was a bit astonished. Even if he had slept for 1,000 years, his butler or blood kin definitely would have informed him. When I woke up, I received all kinds of reports against you. After I looked them over, I came to find you. He didn't have the time to obtain any other news. Zun Mai was silent and speechless. Nengong Sai disdainfully looked him up and down. It serves you right, humph. Since you dare bully my goddess, you can just wait to be beat up during the big war. Chapter 75. This chapter was brought to you by Ally. Thank you so much for your support. Support this novel through PayPal at or the Ko-fi link to your right. The Hunters Guild will initiate a big war. Zun Mai sorrowfully sighed as images from the war emerged in her mind. Even someone not even from this world like her felt couldn't look at those flashing pictures of scarlet, red, and blood-curdling screams. There were innocents on both sides lost in the fight who bore the consequences of others' hatred. That feeling of powerlessness laid heavy over the original soul's memories. Those despicable hunters, Mai, don't worry. It's not your fault. As a transmigrating girl, Ningdong Sai was extremely familiar with the origins of the war. That Prince Jiu. Since you want to know what happened, I'll tell you. Those in the Hunters Guild can't distinguish between right and wrong. They see vampires and kill on sight, causing some vampires to respond in kind. But those vampires were only lowly ranked. They had no way of defending against the experts in the Hunters Guild. To avoid these circumstances, Mai was elected to negotiate with the Hunters Guild, hoping to reach a treaty. But who knew that those people would only covet her beauty after seeing her? They wanted to keep her for themselves and proposed that if Mai agreed to be the bargaining chip and served them, they would no longer attack vampires. If she wasn't willing, they would start a war. There were already many vampires that didn't respect Mai and also coveted her beauty. So of course they didn't agree. Moreover, it was insulting to the vampire clan. Thus, the dispute grew. Nengong Sai rattled on and was able to cover a large part of the plot. As for the climax and other important plots, she chose to conceal it for now. It wasn't the right time. She shouldn't act rashly. Zun Mai lowered her gaze, covering the violence in her eyes. Nengong Sai was telling the truth. But with the help of the original soul's memories, she knew that there was more to the story. The Hunters Guild and a group of vampires wanted to join hands to capture her. She almost fell victim to them numerous times. The original soul had always felt that it was her fault. If not for her, vampires and the Hunters Guild wouldn't have come to this. What the original soul didn't was that she was just a catalyst. The Hunters Guild had an even larger scheme in mind. However, Zun Mai wasn't able to access the specifics of their larger scheme. She could only vaguely guess this much. Yuju Zairo's face darkened. This Hunters Guild really was intolerable. Prince Jiu, even though this situation was created due to me, I believe you can't say it's my fault. Zun Mai looked up directly into Yuju Zairo's eyes. She wasn't willing to compromise. She was the Wild Rose Queen. She ruled this land. It's not your fault. I will investigate thoroughly. Yuju Zairo sympathized with her. The Wild Rose Queen was just a woman after all. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't be on guard against everyone's dangerous intentions. Thank you. Zun Mai paused for a second before continuing. I think there's a traitor within the vampire clan. This matter goes deeper than Hunters Guild just initiating a fight. With a male lead's intervention, this matter should be advantageous to their side now. What have you discovered? Yuju Zairo gravely spoke. His analysis of the situation also told him that things were not as simple as they appeared. Zun Mai shook her head. I haven't discovered anything. It's just that a lot of things appear too coincidental. For example, every time the Hunters Guild attacked, they've never suffered any defeating losses. They even have knowledge about the distribution of noble vampires' territory. Most importantly, they so coincidentally chose to declare war when all count and above-leveled vampires were lying dormant. You should stay and recuperate here in the castle. I will have my butler come and help you. Yujiu Zyro felt like he had overlooked something. After speaking to Zun Mai, he quickly went on his way. He needed to go meet up with an old friend. He had been sleeping for so long. It was about time he woke up and stretched his legs. When Yujiu Zyro left, Nangang, Sai and Rui En almost cheered out loud. Zun Mai held in her laughter. All right, go rest. Rui En, help me take care of Sai. I'm going to go into seclusion for a while. Only call me out if there's an emergency. After preparing a place for Nangang Sai to stay, Zun Mai also disappeared from the spot. In the main bedroom on the 3rd floor, she silently closed the door behind her and made sure the thick curtains were shut to keep out any light from outside. This was the first time she would be experiencing sleeping in a coffin. Zun Mai felt it wasn't too bad. It was comfortable enough to sleep here for an infinity. She closed her eyes and began focusing on the power in her body. As she immersed into her mind, Zun Mai remembered something. Right, Bao Bao. Have you detected who my dear husband is? Bao Bao yawned and softly replied. Madam Host, did I forget to tell you this is a punishment world? A lot of the system's functions won't be accessible here. Besides opening the system space and market, practically nothing else can be used. The underlying message was, if you want to find your husband, you're going to have to depend on your own abilities. Zun Mai deflated. All right, she can find him herself. If she didn't know how to find her husband after being with him in so many lifetimes, then she would truly be a weakling. Meanwhile, the reality demonstrated that she was able to find her husband, but just didn't know it yet. While the environment in the castle was finally tranquil, the underground castle within the forest was currently in a state of unrest. What's going on with Ancestor? An old man with a long white beard worriedly asked. Tien they are saying, which literally translated would be primogenitor, but that sounds going with Ancestor instead here. But just know that he's like a first-generation vampire then. Another elderly man shook his head. I don't know. Ancestor's air grew stronger suddenly. First elder, second elder. Do you think Ancestor is about to wake up? A third voice sounded. Perhaps. Then let's stand on guard here and wait for Ancestor to waken. First elder spoke with uncertainty. Why do I smell a faint scent of blood? The elder that had remained silent the entire time finally spoke up. The four looked at each other, their suspicions and confusion increasing. Could it be that while they had all been dormant, someone sneaked into the Ancestor's home? But that shouldn't be possible. Not only were the four of them right next door, but the Ancestor's room was guarded by an oppressive feeling of pressure from a superior along with a spell. Moreover, there were a lot of alarms on the way in. It was nearly impossible to break in. If someone set off these silent alarms, they would have felt it. But thanks to the golden hack that is Bao Bao, they weren't able to discover any problems. At the time, Bao Bao had felt his host charging forward without a second thought. He turned on the system's shield function. It definitely wasn't free though. 10,000 points per use. Zun Mai still didn't even know yet. Thank God. Bump, thud. Sounds came out of the coffin. The four elders all stretched out their necks to gaze down. Chapter 76. Bang! The coffin lid was pushed off by a pair of strong, pale hands. The four elders stood emotionally anticipated for their honored ancestor to step out from the coffin. An ethereally handsome appeared in front of them. Qian Yu supported his head on his hand. He was still a little dizzy, his face extremely pale due to blood loss. The blood that was fed to him afterwards had already become an invisible bond preserving the promise between the two of them. Who came in here? He had been sleeping peacefully when he was unexpectedly interrupted. He only vaguely sensed that the person was a female vampire of king level. The four elders looked at each other before ashamedly lowering their heads, not daring to look ancestor in the eye. Qian Yu raised his eyebrows. How interesting, this little kitten's strengths are not bad. She was able to evade the four elders and was daring enough to take his blood, and even more daringly fed her blood to him. Didn't she know what that process symbolized or hasn't met anything so interesting in several thousand years? Tidying up his clothes, he carefully followed that unique sensation with his mind. She was a bit far from here. Ancestor, you the first elder quickly inquired to the already preparing to leave Qian Yu. He was nervous. Ancestor won't abandon them just because they had not been able to successfully guard him, right? Qian Yu waved his hand. I'm going to find a cruel little kitten. He disappeared, leaving the four elders in elder confusion. Ancestor has already left, so should they just continue sleeping? Forget it, they should just go look for Ancestor, if they can even catch up to him. Zun Mai felt like she only slept for one night, yet when she woke up, it was a week later. Luckily, she had finally digested all the excess power that had been bursting in her body and recuperated from her previous injuries. If she were to fight Prince Jun now, she was confident she would at least be able to end the battle with a draw. The Wild Rose Castle also wasn't as cold and lonely as before. Ningong Sai had brought her original body's younger sister to settle down within the castle as well. Yuju Xiro's butler had transferred over to help out with random chores. Yuju Xiro himself was also visiting practically every day. He had basically set up shop at the castle like Ningong Sai. But he at least didn't forget his duties. After a week of efforts, he obtained information as well as proof that the Wild Rose Queen had been telling the truth. The old friend of his he had done to find last time had also followed him back to the castle. Ju, you are a true friend for giving me this opportunity to see the legendary Wild Rose Queen. A king-level vampire friend of Yuju Xiro's surveyed the castle while excitedly gesticulating. The Wild Rose Castle lived up to its namesake. Bright splendid wild roses bloomed everywhere. Yuju Xiro ignored his friend's odd behavior. A few thousand years had passed and yet this dude was still the same. Ju, don't think I don't know. You are definitely scolding me in your heart right now. Plucked a wild rose, his eyes filled with infatuation. Hurry up and go in. Yuju Xiro kicked Close. He still had important things to do, he didn't have time to waste. The Wild Rose Queen should have woken up by now. If she didn't, he was willing to stay here and wait. Zun Mai didn't know yet that her peaceful days were about to disappear. Currently, she was enjoying the female lead's little sister's delicious food. Although vampires didn't need to eat anything, Zun Mai was still a normal person on the inside. When she saw beautiful, mouth-watering pastries, she won't be able to resist. The taste was ineffable and her mood raised in the process. Sai, your sister sure is talented. Zun Mai praised while eating. Nangang Sai smiled happily. In this short time, Chiz really stepped away from her previous identity as the aloof Nangang family's young miss. Now, she would frequently erupt at Yujiu Zairo while being completely lovable towards Zun Mai. Can my sister and I stay here for the time being? I'll help you take care of the flowers in the garden, help you clean the rooms. CC nickname for little sister at Harners can make food. We won't live here for free. So can you take us in? Nangang Sai was smart. She didn't have the large ambitions of those transmigrating girls in online novels. She only wanted a peaceful life, and to protect the original body's little sister. In this place, where you could lose your life at any time, she was an ordinary human with no ability to defend themselves. Even though she was someone living in the territory under the protection of the Wild Rose Queen, she wasn't willing to bet where her safety was concerned. She was aware of her strengths. In her previous life, as the Nangang family's heiress, besides knowledge about the business world, she was a complete idiot in all other aspects of life. At least she had a bit of experience raising flowers due to her old interest in plants. She had no interest in copying those online novel female leads that create a new age through the entrepreneurship. First of all, she was a woman with no power and no money. To rise up, she should at least have some capital. If not, then she should have some patron to support her. Most importantly, this continent was divided into three main powers: vampires, hunters, guild, and the royals. The royal family, vampires, and hunters had a non-aggression pact. Their relations were complicated. So as a new little plankton of a character, if she just randomly charged in, she would probably be killed before steadying her foundations. Zun Mi's own intentions were to have the female lead stay. Hearing her request now, she would naturally agreed without hesitation. That's great, thank you. My Nangang Sai couldn't hold back her cheers of excitement. What's great? The just entering Yujiu Zairo immediately heard the excited voice of the person that was always attracting his attention. What does it have to do with you, Humph? Why are you here again? As soon as Nangang Sai heard Yujiu Zairo's voice, she felt her mood turn dark. Close pushed Yujiu Zairo away and jumped in front of Nangang Sai. His eyes brightened as he circled around her. Wow, who is this little beauty? Your blood smells pretty sweet. He had just finished saying one sentence when he was kicked flying away. Zun Mai and Nangang Sai all froze at this scene. What kind of performance was this? Why don't they understand what was going on? Prince Ju, did you have any business to attend to here? Zun Mai coughed to help disperse the awkward atmosphere. Nangang Sai silently shifted to stand behind Zun Mai. Her gaze shifted everywhere except the man spread like a spider on the French window. There's not just one traitor within the vampire clan. Also, there's other news. The original master of the Wild Rose Castle is back. Yujiu Zairo spoke solemnly to Zun Mai while he gazed deeply into the distance. I don't understand. Zun Mi's expression didn't change a bit as her eyes remained tranquil. There was nothing on the original master of the Wild Rose Castle in her memories. Mai had been living here since 500 years ago. At that time, the vampire records had listed this as an empty house. To be precise, this wasn't known as the Wild Rose Castle in the beginning. It didn't have an original name, but did have an original master. He was mysterious. No one knows if he was a vampire or an ordinary human. It was only a few hundred years ago, due to some unknown provocation that caused him to insanely kill others on sight, that the truth was revealed. Chapter 77. He was a demon, a fallen vampire abandoned by the vampire clan. By the time we wanted to solve the problem, he had already disappeared. Even if he didn't disappear at that time, the vampire clan would have suffered losses while fighting against him. Yu Xie wasn't too knowledgeable about the situation. When things were fine, he was lying dormant. When that person started everything, he was still sleeping. So the information he's received now was only superficial at best. He would need to find out more details from the elders. But the elders were all in the forbidden area protecting Sir Ancestor. "I'm the target," Jun Xie said with certainty. "All these events somehow had to do with her, he. Wild Rose Beauty, that person must be a jealous woman that popped out purposely to cause trouble." Close, who had finally climbed down from the French window, rushed to Jun Xie's side and spoke with stars in his eyes. "Right, Wild Rose Beauty, I am Close. You can call me Close Gij. Wild Rose Queen truly lives up to her title as the most beautiful person in the entire vampire clan." He wasn't just talking about outer appearance. When you thought of vampires, you immediately thought of blood and desire. A vampire's nature made them naturally impulsive. Such a clean and aloof person was a rarity, especially someone that was also such a beauty. Jun Xie slightly nodded her head, the small smile on her lips meant to display amiability. "Prince Close, why would you think it was a woman?" "Wild Rose Beauty, don't treat me like a stranger," Close pitifully complained. Suddenly he changed his tone and seriously explained, "That person keeps looking for trouble for you. It could mean that they are jealous of Beauty's appearance. Only a woman would react like that." Yu Xie once again kicked him. Luckily, Close reacted quickly so avoided a second round of suffering. "War, you're putting romance before friendship." He jumped away while yelling. Tian Giants Wanjiu refers to when someone neglects their friends once they find a new love. Jun Xie calmly took in the noisy group, her mood relaxing in the process. Although she never deliberately thought about it, there was still pressure in her heart. That world set in the ancient times didn't even make her feel panic-stricken. But now, when she truly faced some things that exceeded the boundaries of the human world, she had trouble assimilating within a short time. But when she remembered that her husband was still waiting for her to find him, she immediately regained her fighting spirit. The person on Jun Xie's mind had just arrived outside of Wild Rose Castle. He took in the sight of wild roses growing on the walls with interest. He plucked one off the wall and placed it in the palm of his hand, as if he had just discovered a satisfying toy. Yet in the next second, he ruthlessly squeezed his fist together. Bright red liquid flowed down his fingers and onto the floor. The strong fragrance of flowers instantly gained the attention of those within the castle, causing their guards to raise. Soon, their faces turned to shock. The natural sense of intimidation and the pressure emitted from a high-leveled vampire made them powerless to defend themselves. Tian Yu finally arrived to meet his little kitten. His eyes flashed with a strong urge to invade. Since the little kitten had already provoked him, she can no longer go out and provoke all these irrelevant people. It was obvious that he had heard a lot about the Wild Rose Queen's past on his way over. Of course, he heard the most about her beauty and how much others liked her. He heard all about how this person and that person did this and that to gain her attention. It made him feel completely dark. As expected, she was a wild kitten. Without an owner, she would run around everywhere. When he found her, he will make sure to hold her tight so that only he could see her. If she were to seduce or entice anyone, it could only be him. He unfolded his fist, his tongue licked the red off the palm of his hand. sweetness mixed with rawness, as if a mixture of his and the little kitten's flavor. He walked towards the castle one step at a time. He knew his little kitten was inside, but there were also two men with strong airs. His face darkened. "Little kitten, you best wish that those aren't your lovers. Or else." "He's entered." Jun Xie pushed forward under the oppressive atmosphere of pressure to sit in her throne. Her forehead was already drenched with cold sweat. Yuju Zyro and Close were also not doing well. The two could barely maintain their standing position. "Did an elder awaken?" Close said with uncertainty. "It should be." "Did you guys sense the formidable pressure of original blood?" Yuju Zyro shook his head. His eyes were serious. He didn't know if the other party was a friend or enemy. "Tien, I think author is referring to original generation of vampires here. Especially now that they knew there were traitors within the vampire clan. The sudden appearance of someone that could easily crush them made him uneasy." Jun Xie was even more uneasy. The original soul was only a few hundred years old. She didn't know much about the higher-ups in the vampire clan. "It couldn't that person, right?" Close cried out with alarm, his entire body trembling. Yuju Zyro didn't reply. He also thought it was possible that person had awoken. If it was really him, then it would be good, on the premise that this was under ordinary circumstances. After all, that person was a truly insane. He could be laughing one moment and peacefully smiling with blood-stained hands the next. "You're correct. Little Close reaction time sure is fast." A man in a purple gown stepped forward in front of them. Tien Yu had discovered who the other two men were when he arrived at the doorway, causing his expression to immediately relax. He had an understanding of these two kids. It was good that his little kitten wasn't attracting bees and butterflies then. Tien attracting the opposite sex. Compared to Yuju Zyro and Close faces of suffering, Jun Xie looked even more helpless. Wasn't this the unlucky person that she had bitten a few days ago? At the time, she was too busy running away to think about what to do if he came to find her. Now, reality was telling her that doing bad things would always lead to karma. "Ancestor, why have you woken? Is there an important matter?" Close put a bold face on while wailing in his heart. Yuju Zyro was also stared in puzzlement at the new arrival with an air of domineering superiority. According to the time, Ancestor should be sleeping for at least another 600 years before waking. Besides sucking blood, another way for vampires to rise in rank was through hibernation. Most tend to gain their strength through sleep. Thus, hibernation for vampires was important. If there wasn't any fatal crisis or threat of extermination, then this ancestor should still be sleeping. Jun Xie stiffened for a moment. She could feel his gaze resting on her. In his gaze, she could see playfulness as well as concealed fervent passion. She didn't know why she was able to understand him so clearly. However, when this person entered, it was like an invisible feeling was emerging before her eyes. My matter is to capture the little kitten that ate her full and ran away." Tien Yu rubbed his chin and teased. Chapter 78. Jun Xie didn't know what to say. Was that little kitten supposed to her? Also, what did he mean ate her full and then ran away? Don't make it sound like such a sexual innuendo. She had only accidentally fallen into a hole and then accidentally, uncontrollably took a bite. How did he make it sound like she was a heartless lover? Close and Yuju Zyro were completely baffled. They didn't understand what Ancestor was saying. They looked at each other and tactfully chose to stay quiet. Tien Yu was one who rank above them. Jun Mai wanted to slip away in this moment. 1. She didn't have this opportunity to do so. 2. She had an unclear feeling towards this person. He felt a bit familiar, yet a bit unfamiliar. Her heart was suffering from confusion, causing her eyebrows to knit together. The atmosphere became awkward immediately. Finally, Close couldn't resist. Then, did you find it? Do you need our help? Meanwhile, he was praying in his heart that he had found it, that he didn't need their help. As if God had heard his prayers, Qian Yu nodded his head and walked to the sofa on the side to sit. The disobedient little kitten needs to be disciplined. Since she's mine, I of course need to find her. Little kitten, should I punish you? Meeting her warm peach blossom eyes, Qian Yu smiled seductively. Jun Mi's lips twitched, barely holding onto her aloof mask. She wasn't a little kitten, okay? Are you not admitting? Did you forget who bit me before running away? It was like Qian Yu could read Jun Mi's mind, commenting right on the mark. I don't think I am familiar with your majesty. Jun Mi was a mess on the inside but preserved her composure on the outside. She finally knew why he felt familiar yet like a stranger. This fellow had the same attitude as her dear husband. Both of them had shameless skin thicker than a wall. Both were skilled at manipulating words. They were both like sesame glutinous rice balls. I think this means they appear white and innocent on the outside but are actually dark and on the inside. After what we did, I think we are very familiar, Qian Yu lightly said. His purple eyes were overflowing with demonic charm. Those that meet his gaze couldn't help but be absorbed into his eyes. Even Jun Mi couldn't help but sigh. His looks had been graced by God. A noble identity, formidable abilities, and a handsome face. Everything about him was emitting a languid yet alluring appeal. If there's any requests that your majesty needs fulfilled, please speak directly. Holding back her restless hands, Jun Mi squeezed out her words through clenched teeth. Qian Yu raised an eyebrow. Little kitten sure is smart. Didn't I already say a disobedient kitten needs to be disciplined? Jun Mi laughed out of anger. Oh, then your majesty wants to discipline me. Your majesty is acting too much like a dictator. I am willing to pay the price for inadvertently trespassing into your territory before. But please forgive me for disapproving of your majesty's opinion. I won't agree to your majesty's decision. No matter how weak she was, she won't allow someone to play with her like that. Qian Yu's eyes flashed with intensity before returning to calmness. The nasty side of him was spilling out. He had taken a fancy for this little kitten. She was making her itch with impatience. He had originally thought that he had found something to pass the endless time. He never thought he would meet such a wonderful treasure. She obviously knew he wasn't an enemy, yet she was unwilling to let go of her unyieldingly proud air. Her silver hair was just like her exquisite face, gentle yet cold. Two contrasting factors fusing together created an unexpectedly dazzling image, making people want to hide her away, create a golden cage so that she would always stay by their side. His heart that hadn't beaten for several thousand years suddenly throbbed, continuously reminding him that it was her. It was always her. He needed to grab onto her. His existence was for her. Qian Yu. My name, you must remember it. Because that's the name of the person that will accompany you for a long, long time. Vampires have too long of a life. They have all the time and energy to explore the entire world. 1,000 years wings transforming into pure white rays to protect the vampire clan. It's a good name. Jun Mi tapped her nose while mumbling to herself. Ningdong Sai, who had been standing silently to the side, was already feeling dizzy. Who was Kyan Yu looking at everyone else? It seems like he was some extremely important person, but how come she never saw him in the books? Especially since his attractiveness exceeded the heavens. It was impossible that he would be overlooked. I only wish to spend 1,000 years to become broad wings that protect you, trap you by my side. Kyan Yu appeared by Jun Xie's side in a flash. Her luxurious throne was exactly wide enough to accommodate the two of them. His hot breath sprayed on Jun Xie's neck, making her lean back to avoid the itchiness. However, she ended up dodging straight into the open arms of a vampire. With a folding of his arms, she had been pulled into his embrace. What does your majesty mean by this? I don't understand, nor do I want to understand. Please let go. Jun Xie really wanted to a smack and a kick. Taking advantage of her as soon as they meet, he really hasn't changed at all. Even though he's gone through many worlds and his memories were cleared, his instincts still remembered firmly. Yup, Jun Xie had already ascertained that this ineffable, formidable man that had appeared out of nowhere was actually her dear husband. That familiar pounding heart. Besides her husband, it could be caused by no one else. After Jun Xie told him, Bao Bao also unlocked the information on her husband's soul. It seems that her husband had been truly provoked strongly for him to become so insane. A wild kitten will definitely be very adorable as a quiet house kitten. So I've decided from now on, I will raise you. His determined gaze seemed to say you were from the start anyways. It is only reasonable for me to raise you. Kyan Yu was filled with emotion. Just thinking about taking his little kitten home made him really excited. Jun Xie was in a dilemma. Forget it, this was her husband anyways. Even though she wasn't pleased with her husband's earlier behavior, she'll teach him a lesson when they get home and close the doors. Raise me. Are you sure you'll be able to? I'm very picky with food. Jun Xie reached out her finger and played with Kyan Yu's long black hair. Her expression was unfathomable, her light peach blossom eyes filled with crafty thoughts. Kyan Yu pulled her tighter into his embrace. If I can't raise you, then there will be no one on this earth able to raise you. Besides, did little kitten forget what you did, or were you planning on being unfaithful? Kyan Yu narrowed his purple eyes dangerously. His entire body emitted an unsteady aura, causing the two vampires that were planning on continuing to pretend to be invisible to be oppressed to the point of not being able to breathe. Chapter 79. Close and Yuju Zyro sighed in their hearts. They should have known that there was calamity in the horizons. As long as they bump into ancestor, they will always suffer from tragedy. Put away your imposing air. It'll make me think that you're using oppressing others to force me to submit. Also, I have no interest in cheating. Jun Xie rolled her eyes. Kyan Yu's face softened. Little kitten was his. If anyone dared to touch her, he'll kill them. His natural possessiveness and domineering attitude unfolded vividly in this moment. What were you talking about earlier? He placed her on his lap and relaxed to lean on the back of the throne. He enjoyed the feeling of having his beauty in his embrace. Sensing his little kitten's fragrance wrap around him, his body and mind was filled with delight. Yuju Zyro and Close had just gasped for air, but they still quickly stepped forward to respectfully respond. Those traitors in the vampire clan. The Hunters Guild are plotting something. We are being schemed against. Kyan Yu played with her silver hair. Traitors. His light tone alone made Yuju Zyro feel as if he was smashed under 1,000 kilograms of pressure. My apologies, ancestor. This was our oversight. I heard that there were many people scheming about my little kitten, Kyan Yu didn't make a comment regarding the traitor. He was more concerned with all the rumors he had heard on his way over. Just thinking about it made his face darken, making him want to violently cut off those people's tongues. If not because they were all citizens living on his little kitten's land, then he definitely wouldn't have suppressed his rage. Jun Xie was at a loss for words. How were they supposed to respond to that? Do you really like Mai? If you are only superficially like her for her beauty, then how are you different than all those other people? Nangong Sai couldn't help but interrupt. She raised her head and fixed her gaze on the man hugging her goddess in his arms. In her eyes was fire. She hoped that this powerful-looking man was sincere about his feelings for her goddess. That way, with someone protecting her, Mai wouldn't suffer so much hardships. Zun Mai was a bit touched. In all these worlds, Nangong Sai was the first friend that had actively protected her. In the last world, Lu Mo Qin had been good to her but hadn't been as direct as Nangong Sai. She hadn't been able to understand that kind of blind loyalty before, but she understood now. Perhaps the thing she wanted to protect and defend wasn't Mai, but rather the belief and conviction that she represented. Kyan Yu looked down at the woman below them. With a flick of his finger, an invisible force charged towards the woman's legs. Zun Mai was surprised, but quickly read an incantation that built a shield around Nangong Sai to block Kyan Yu's strike. Jun Xie let out a sigh of relief. His heart had almost jumped out of chest just now. Luckily, Mai had reacted in time, or else Sai would have been injured. He swiftly pulled Sai up and begged, "Ancestor, please forgive Sis' behavior." She was only speaking out due to her concern for Mai. Zun Mai also nodded, "She's my friend. Don't hurt her, okay?" Although it was a question, her eyes were firm. Pulling on Kyan Yu's hand, she seemed a bit nervous. Kyan Yu squeezed her small hand. "I don't know why, but as long as it's you, I always involuntarily want to agree. Tell me, did you put a spell on me?" He pinched her nose, his voice intimate. Zun Mai blinked. She was a vampire, not a witch. Even if she had some magic, that was beyond her powers. That look sure is adorable, but don't show that side of you to others or else I'll get jealous. Kyan Yu liked to see the changing expressions on his little kitten's face, especially when it was caused by him. He really was addicted. Slap! She slapped away the hand on her face. "Don't be so touchy. Tien literal expression is to be touchy with your hands and feet. I've only touched with my hand, where did feet come in?" Kyan Yu innocently showed his hand to Zun Mai. Her lips twitched. "Bow bow, what if I really want to go against this established personality?" Zun Mai was about to collapse. Now that she's met her husband, she really wasn't able to hold back. Bao Bao yawned before mumbling, "Madam Host, if you act in opposition to the established personality, you'll be deducted 100 points. But if you act out twice, you'll be deducted 200. Don't think it's minus 100 every time. The third time will deduct 300 points, and so on. So please make a rational choice. I'm going to go back to sleep. Good night, Madam Host." After speaking, he rolled back into the system space and began snoring. Perhaps it was because the system had absorbed too much energy in the last world, or maybe there was an abundance of energy present in this world. But now Bao Bao was slowly upgrading. He should be done by the time they left this world. Zun Mai had black lines all over her face. This kind of deduction wasn't logical, okay. Kyan Yu was emitting a negative aura. His little kitten was sitting in his lap, yet her mind was elsewhere. What was she thinking about? Who was she thinking about? The possibility that she might be longing for someone made Kyan Yu's eyes become dense with darkness. Pinching Zunmi's chin, he pulled her closer and spoke with a sinister and chilly voice. "Little kitten, what are you thinking about? Come, let me hear." Zunmi continued to be confused. How did her husband's attitude change within a second? She replied obediently, "I wasn't thinking about much." She really wasn't thinking about anything much. She was just thinking about how she could win a fight of words against her husband. When she did, she'll definitely arrogantly put her hands on her hips and howl with laughter. Her peach blossom eyes were too clear and elegant. Kyan Yu had to believe her. Yujie Zyro and Co. were truly left dumbfounded. It had been a state of hostility just a moment ago. Now the whole room was filled with pinkness. What was this? "All right, I'll believe you this time. You can only think of me in the future, okay? If I find out you have your mind on someone else, I'll definitely make him regret being born on this world," Kyan Yu overbearingly declared. His little kitten could only be his. Zunmi attempted to maintain a cold face. She neither nodded nor shook her head, only silently looking at Kyan Yu. Her eyes said, "You can keep talking, and I'll keep listening. It's not like I'll reply to you anyways." Kyan Yu felt his words stop at his throat, angrily nipping Zunmi's neck. He lightly rubbed and left a shallow mark before retreating with satisfaction. "Childish," Zunmi calmly spit out. "This is called marking. It means you can only be mine." Kyan Yu didn't pay any attention to the little kitten's look of disdain. He happily kissed the bite mark. Zunmi withered. Her husband's fighting ability was still too powerful. She was only stepping towards defeat. Yujie Zyro and others were already completely flabbergasted. This was really helping readjust their worldviews. "Do whatever you wish. Now, can you please remove your paw from my thigh? Thank you." Chapter 80. Zunmi's eyes were emotionless while looking at Kyan Yu, but she was silently cursing in her heart. Kyan Yu lowered his head to look at his own hands before silently squeezing the softness in his palms. He was completely in an attitude of "I didn't hear anything, I have no idea what you are talking about." Zunmi was speechless, truly. "Master, there's bad news." Ruian hastily ran in from outside. His face was fretful. Only when he saw Master did his heart relax a bit. "The Hunters Guild said you secretly attacked during the agreed peacetime and seriously injured a senior hunter. They want the vampires to give an explanation or else they'll no longer comply with the previous treaty. Moreover, they've already captured 10 or more vampires. They said that they are just guests, but the truth is they want to hold them captive to threaten us." These days, Ruian had frequently gone out to investigate who the driving force working behind the scenes truly was. But he hadn't been able to discover anything. Instead, he suddenly received such infuriating news. How dare these people? Then the woman that fought me that day was a senior in the Hunters Guild. If she's part of the Hunters Guild, then why did she have that bat mask that would only make people misunderstand her identity? Nangong Sis' heart skipped a beat. Bat mask, was she really ugly? The right side of her face was damaged. "It really is her, of course it's her," Nangong Sai shouted incredulously. "Who is she?" Zunmi's finger tapped on the armrest. It seems that woman wasn't just a simple background character. Nangong Sai drew a deep breath. "The most mysterious person in the Hunters Guild. They say she's a senior, but she's able to make any decisions whatsoever for the entire Hunters Guild. I don't know if she has any other identity besides that." But I heard that she and the vampires have a long history and thus led to her deep hatred for vampires. Especially beautiful ones. Xie added while looking at Miss Flawless and Perfect Face. PFT, then I was right. Clothes couldn't help but add in. Xie put her hands out. This was all she knew. But even until the very end, this mysterious woman was still alive. She seemed to have turned over a new leaf and ascended to another high position. If not because there was already a female lead in the original book, Xie would have thought that mysterious woman was a heroine preparing to counterattack. Speaking of the heroine, this world's female lead was the princess of the royal family while the male lead was a vampire. A vampire that should be named Clothes, but Xie didn't really have a good impression on that delicate royal princess that always used her kind-heartedness to cause trouble for others. Due to Xie, Jun Xie was able to unlock a crucial character, Yi, the biggest villain of the book. The plotline had already arrived at this point in reality. The female lead transmigrated and became a minuscule cannon fodder. The book said that when Lolita was kidnapped by Ruian, she was promptly sucked dry by the Wild Rose Queen. Moreover, this book's original leads weren't actually Lolita and Yuju Zero. When Xie inadvertently took over Lolita's body, she became the female lead of this world and changed Yuju Zero to male lead as well. After reading, Zun's reaction was, why was it so complicated? She had thought Xie had always been the book's female lead. But now it seems as if there had been a total of 4 leads that have appeared in the book. She really wanted to bow down to the author. As for the ending, unfortunately Jun Xie still did not have access to the information. Jun Xie was beginning to see the malice of the punishment world. Due to her overlook, the last world had been a failure. She couldn't make the same mistake in this world. Little Jew, 2 days. I want to know the vampire traitor. Qian Yu's eyes flashed with a thirst for blood. He didn't present them with the gift of eternity in order to have them come harm his little kitten. Since they don't understand how to cherish gifts, then hell just take them back. Yes, ancestor. Yuju Zero respectfully nodded his head. The appearance of a traitor within the vampire clan was already a fault of the disciplinary court. It was already kind of the ancestor not to directly blame him. When all the third wheels successively left, Qian Yu turned Jun Xie to face him. Here, I won't let anyone hurt you. His purple eyes were no longer filled with enticing charm, and instead exchanged with a serious promise. Jun Xie laughed lightly. Her husband was still the same. He has never changed. His heartbeat had been fluctuating repeatedly. So intense, yet it gave her a sense of security. I believe you. I believe everything you say. He'll believe everything you do. Qian Yu pulled his adorable kitten into his embrace and sighed in satisfaction. Useless if you guys can't even accomplish such a little task, then what's that point of having you a woman in a bat mask? Indignantly reprimanded the people kneeling before her. She pulled the trigger of her silver gun without the slightest hesitation and thoroughly disposed of the root of her anger. The Hunters Guild's figurehead president had a head of white hair that matched his long white beard, giving an impression of the sage old man. However, his murky and overcast eyes contrasted his image. Master, you shouldn't be so impetuous. We haven't found out that Wild Rose Queen's true strength. If you hastily act now, it wouldn't be rational, especially since she just advanced in rank. Aren't we acting with undue haste if you create a conflict ahead of schedule? He didn't know when Master had started acting so temperamental. Although he preferred this ambitious mood of Master's, that didn't mean he was willing to take such risks. Yi Zhai cocked her gun. The president dodged just in time. He couldn't hide the flash of anger from his eyes, yet he quickly covered it up. Master, please. I am martyr. Just wait, just wait. As soon as he gets that thing, he'll be able to sit in the highest throne. When that time comes, he'll make sure to torment this ugly woman. Yi Zhai's eyes were bloodshot red, her fangs poking out from her lips. Wild Rose Queen, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. She slowly regained her rationality. Yet when she smelled the blood on the floor, she lost control again. She was like a frantic degenerate. After abandoning human self-control, she was reduced to a beast. Martyr sneered under his breath. If it wasn't because he still needed this woman's strength right now, he would have already sucked her dry. A madman and a deranged person together would only lead to self-destruction. His dream was so close to becoming a reality. The person watching this from a hidden corner held in their breath. They covered their mouth, not daring to make any noise. Chapter 81. Archie waited until the two left before emerging from the darkness. His eyes filled with fright. The president he had always respected was actually a lackey for the vampires. His teacher was also a vampire. His mind was in a state of disorder, completely unable to digest all the information. Having seen the evidence in person, he wasn't even able to convince himself it was a misunderstanding. He didn't know how to face those two. He sat on the floor, his nose filling with the smell of flowing blood. When Yujie Zyro and Close left Wild Rose Castle, they began unrelentingly searching through a few suspicious targets. They only had 2 days' time. They definitely can't disappoint Ancestor. Zun Mai had placed Nangong Sai under Rui En's care. She had a bad premonition. To avert accidents, she wanted to prepare in advance. Little kitten, what are you worried about him here? He won't allow anyone to behave badly in the presence of his little kitten. Most importantly, he won't allow any harm to come to her. Zun Mai raised her head with a smile. She looked up at the bright sky, her face gentle. What lovely scenery. If it were to be stained with a dirty color, it would just be a shame. I am only a bit worried. There is too many things out of our control. Although I understand, I still can't accept this. She felt that she needed to quickly gain enough points to take a visit to the vacation world. The more time she spent in these worlds, the more she was worried that she would become unlike herself. Others' businesses have nothing to do with us. You only have to follow your heart. I will accompany you. Even if you were to be king, I would gladly be your political confidante. Although he was a royal of the entire vampire clan, Qian Yu didn't have any desire to create an empire. He liked being carefree, he didn't like to be tied down. But this little kitten was a beautiful unexpected exception. Wow, you really are willing to part with your title? Zun Mai couldn't help teasing him, barely holding onto mis-established personality configuration. It's not that I'm willing to part with it, it's only because that person was you. Qian Yu's fully evoked his romantic talking abilities. Do you know the grudges between the Hunters Guild and Vampire Clan? Zun Mai stiffly changed the topic. Her husband was too passionate. She really couldn't digest his words comfortably in one go. She really wanted to pounce on him, but she still needed to maintain her established personality. Sigh. Qian Yu didn't blink twice at Zun Mi's reaction, only carrying her up the platform. The Hunters Guild and Vampire Clan both have a long history. Long ago, the two were on good relations. 1 year, for some unknown reason, the two opposing sides broke into a massacre. Although they lost almost half of their population in casualties, the vampire clan almost wiped out the entire Hunters Guild. Subsequently, the two entered a 1,000-year-long period of armistice and peace. I'm not familiar with anything after that. Although I am currently the highest generation within the vampire clan, I am still only an ancestor that came to be after the two sides fighting. Too much time has passed. Some things are a bit unclear. After a few thousand years, he could only remember a little. Besides that, he had been sleeping to restore powers for most of the time. What could have possibly been the reason for the start of the massacre? Jun Xie instinctively felt that she could get answers as long as she found that reason. Unfortunately, she didn't have a golden hack and was only a novice with no understanding of the vampire clan's history. Qian Yu smoothed down Jun Xie's forehead. Don't think too much. We'll find out soon enough. Jun Xie let out a deep breath, deciding not to spend so much effort on these unknown factors. The door to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Stealthily, Ningong Sai observed the two people downstairs with a foolish smile on her face. It looked like this man really did like her goddess and even doted on her. That's great. She happily turned to find her little sister and share the good news. The most tragic ones were the 4 elders. They had moved quickly, yet they had still lost the ancestor. After great difficulty, they had finally bumped into the rushed Yujiro and close on their way. They clung on, demanding to have the two bring them to see ancestor. Yujiro's gentle face almost twisted as he held in his urge to curse. A day had already passed. Tomorrow was the deadline, and none of their suspects had turned out to be the traitor. Just as he was anxiously trying to split himself into two to continue searching, these few elders popped out to stall him. Elders, you can go directly to the Wild Rose Castle. Ancestor really is there. We aren't lying. Really? Yujiro tried his best to explain and make them believe him. The elders continued to stare at him in suspicion. You really aren't lying to us then? Why wouldn't you come with us? You can go with us and then go about with your own business afterwards. The detour wouldn't delay you for long. The kids these days really went good. They are never considerate towards their elders anymore. Elders, please believe us. Prince Jiu and I really do have urgent matters. We need to complete Ancestor's request before tomorrow. We really don't have time to waste. Close tried to pull his hand out of the second elder's grasp. Ancestor, what did His Majesty ask you to do? Tell us. If it's difficult, us elders can come with you. As soon as they heard it was the ancestor's commands, the first elder decided not to trouble them. The two princes looked at each other before quickly explaining the whole series of events. They were thinking that it would be fabulous to have the elders' added help. What such a thing has happened? The first elder immediately raged with anger. Traitor! The vampire clan hasn't had a traitor in thousands of years. The entire vampire clan was entrusted to ancestors, so how could they dare betray? Let's go. We must take care of this matter, second elder swiftly decided. The two-person group became a 6-person team as they picked up their pace. While Ruyen and Yujiro's butler Larkin were taking care of the castle, they were met with an unexpected guest. Looking at the tightly bundled person in front of him, Ruyen stiffened with caution. Who are you? What are you doing here? Someone that wore black from head to toe and didn't dare reveal their face while sneaking around could only be thought of as suspicious. The person in black was evidently shocked by Ruyen's voice, turning to look around. I am a good person here to see the Wild Rose Queen. I have important information. After several days of thinking, Archie made the decision to work together with the Wild Rose Queen. Since his teacher and the president were lying to him and the entire Hunters Guild, then why should he be so courteous to them? Chapter 82. He knew what the president's ulterior motives were. When the time came, maybe the president would want to kill him without any hesitation. Thus, he needed to take action to avoid a tragic end. After he succeeds, Archie decided that he would kill all of the vampires and then keep the Wild Rose Queen confined. Just because you say you have information, you think we'll believe you? What a joke. What if you're here to assassinate my master? Standing in front of him with caution, Ruyen looked at him as if he was still an idiot. Archie held in his anger. This person really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. When the time comes, he'll make sure to kill him first. Larkin also didn't like the looks of the newcomer, who seemed to be telling half-truths. Most importantly, vampires had a strong sense of scent. This person's scent was mixed with a thick smell of blood. All these signs made him conclude that this couldn't be good news. His guard instantly went up. I really do have things to tell the Wild Rose Queen. Holding me here will only be wasting your time. Archie cursed them in his heart, but managed to hold back his temper. His strength was pretty high, but his chances of victory against these two vampire viscounts were low. Most importantly, he couldn't act right now. He couldn't risk letting anything affecting collaboration talks. No matter what, he needed to first get that collaboration confirmed. He'll take care of these nuisances later. Archie had a plan all organized, but he didn't realize that as he eyed his prey, there was another predator glowering at him. All right, since you say you have important information, then tell us. I'll communicate the news to Her Highness. Larkin stepped forward and used a relatively friendly tone to speak. Who are you? You guys are only underlings. Your master hasn't even spoken, so what authority do you have? Archie was angry. Just because he was compromising doesn't mean he was afraid. Even if he didn't have enough strength himself, he'll still be victorious if he used his weapons. Ruyen and Larkin were also angry now. The three were on the verge of a fight. Jun Xie felt that she had watched enough. She lightly waved her hand. Loose wild roses were carried up by a gust of wind, emitting a mild and sweet fragrance that alleviated the strained air. A friend from far away. I am very eager to hear the news you have brought us. Leaning on the railing, Jun Xie played with a splendid red rose in her hand. She looked down at the man in black below her. Qin Yu stood behind Jun Xie. Due to the angle, he was able to keep the people outside from seeing his presence. This person has a strange odor. This was the conclusion that Qin Yu had made immediately on discovering this outsider. Within the smell of blood was also the addition of darkness. It was like a feeling of death, yet he could still smell the scent of human on him. Jun Xie also sensed the muddy odor, a thoughtful expression forming on her face. Archie turned his head after hearing her voice. Although he had seen pictures of her face before, it still had a striking power. The rustling flowers in the wind obediently came to a halt at the balcony. He saw that person stand carefreely in the middle of a sea of red, her silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. The crescent moon's light fondly lingered on her figure, as if she was an snowflower emerging in the middle of August's sun. Hot and cold came together so harmoniously. Archie gazed at Jun Xie in infatuation, a fervent fire burning in his eyes. This rarity must be his. Even though his gaze wasn't obviously due to his veil, the others were still able to catch his excessive staring. Jun Xie tapped her fingers, her light voice inaudibly murmuring an incantation, are so painful. In an instant, Archie's attention had shifted from Jun Xie to the pain bursting through him. He clutched his eyes as his body rocked back and forth, trying to ease the stinging pain from his eyes. Jun Xie coldly scoffed. Seeing that it was enough, she uttered, "Disperse." The person crying in pain on the floor immediately quieted down. Archie had cold sweat all over his body. He knew that he had overestimated. The Wild Rose Queen's strength was more unfathomable than the collected information concluded. So he needed to endure. "I apologize, I was behaving rudely. Wild Rose Queen, I came to inform you of important news." "All right, please speak," Jun Xie firmly responded. She definitely wouldn't respond in the same way that the original book had written. Since this dude took the initiative to deliver information to her, she wouldn't be modest. Archie was also surprised by Jun Xie's reaction, leading him to briefly not know how to respond. "Now you've seen my master. If you have information, you should say it now. Unless you're a liar," Ruian ridiculed. "Move aside, I am speaking with you, master." If not because he wanted to maintain a good image in front of the Wild Rose Queen, Archie would have already cursed him out. Jun Xie was unhappy. Ruian was her person, yet he was still being shamed by others. That was indirectly a slap in the face to her as the master. She couldn't let it go. "Wild Rose Queen, the president of the Hunters Guild, has a vampire master. The female hunter that you had previously injured was actually a vampire, as well as the true person in control of the Hunters Guild." Archie's tone and manner underwent a 180 change as he respectfully speaking his half-truth and half-lies. "How can I believe your words? Where did you gain such information?" Jun Xie spun the stem of the rose. Her gaze was fixated on the flower, not giving an ounce of attention to the person below her. In her heart, she was weighing the amount of truth in his information. "You will know who I am later. As for the information, it is definitely true. If you don't believe me, you can have someone go investigate at the headquarters of the Hunters Guild." He was betting on the fact that the Wild Rose Queen wouldn't let go of any useful information. Indeed, Jun Xie wouldn't let go of this information. But an unexpected person was by her side. "Bind." Jun Xie didn't spend time with superfluous words. With a sudden incantation, she caught Archie completely off guard. Looking at wiggling person bounded and lying on the floor howling, she only shook her head. "Ruian, I'll hand this over to you. Just don't kill him." She was a protective person. Those that bully her people must prepare to be bullied back tenfold. As she walked away, a powerful hand wrapped around her waist. She leaned back, placing the majority of her weight onto his body. "I think the Hunters Guild and vampire clans' rupture in relations isn't a simple matter. It could be that someone had instigated disharmony. Perhaps it was premeditated, due to a certain person or thing." Jun Xie spoke her guesses. She thought it was more likely to be due to a specific thing. That year, they weren't able to gain the object, so now they are making a second attempt. Chapter 83. If it was like that, then it would explain why the Hunters Guild were so determined. Qian Yu rubbed his chin. "Let's wait and watch." The Hunters Guild had been quiet for a while. Now they're acting without considering the consequences. That means they might be counting on something. That or the thing they were looking to gain was worth all the risks. Something belonging to the vampire clan and worth such high value. Could it be? Qian Yu's face darkened, a murderous aura emitting from him. Jun Xie immediately felt his change in mood. Looking at his expression, however, Zun Mai decided to ignore him. Shall find out when it's the right time anyways. Little kitten, I'll protect you. Until the moment my heart stops beating. Zun Mai blinked her intoxicating peach blossom eyes. She didn't know if she had simply imagined that sudden heavy atmosphere. Her heart stirred restlessly. She definitely needed to find a time to speak with Jun Xie. Let me tell you this now, since I've decided on you, then you have to live healthily for me. Only if you stay alive do you have the right to stand by my side. So please don't carelessly put your life in danger. Zun Mai can firmly face anything but her lover. In matters concerning her lover, she will always become weak with worry. Little kitten, in this lifetime, besides me, no one will have that right to stand by you. Qian Yu hugged Zun Mai tightly, pushing her left cheek to rest onto his chest so that she could hear his forceful, throbbing heartbeat. Even in death, he won't let go of her hand. He was selfish. Since she was already his, others shouldn't even dare imagine gaining her. Zun Mai enjoyed her husband's overbearing and possessive attitude. The unease in her heart slowly soothed as she listened to his heartbeat. No matter what, she'll always be by her lover's side. No matter whether it's heaven or hell, no matter what fearsome thing they encounter, they'll always have each other. She had once heard the romantic saying, when you feel a shadow behind you, don't be afraid. That's only because there is sunshine in front of you. So don't be afraid of shadows, because I will be your sun. Yu Ziro and the four elders traveled over land and sea, finally arriving at the Hunters Guild headquarters. Coincidentally, they discovered a shocking secret. The group didn't stay for long. As they were making their way back, an invitation letter was also currently making its way to the Wild Rose Castle. Zun Mai had just received it when Yu Ziro and Co. arrived back. When the four elders finally saw their dear ancestor, they burst into happiness. But before they could walk forward to express their joy, between her fingers. There were only 3 princes in the entire family. Every once in a while, yet had never once invited Zun Mai before. Zun Mai didn't quite understand the purpose of his invitation. Did he think that before Mai didn't have the strength and qualifications, or did he now have some specific reason that required her presence? Even though there's prohibitions against hunting, it still won't stop the interest. This Burton really is arrogant. I didn't like his behavior from the start, so I never associated with him. Close began complaining. Burton was his archenemy. He definitely wasn't pleased with this. Yu Ziro also sighed. This Burton was a nature troublemaker. Should I go? Zun Mai tapped Qian Yu's chest with the invitation card. Go, I'll go with you. He dared to try to steal her from under his watch. Was he tired of living? Zun Mai shrugged her shoulders. Since her husband said he wanted to go, then of course they should go. I'm going too. Yu Ziro and Close spoke at the same time. Well, I'll go. Qian Yu made the final decision. After all, the invitation card didn't say who it was inviting. It only said to Wild Rose Castle. In the blink of an eye, it was now the day of Prince Burton's hunting game. Jun Xie and her party appeared bombastically in front of Prince Burton's official residence. They had originally thought they would be met with a crowd bustling with activity, yet there was only a small group. In response, Jun Xie and her party looked at each other with raised eyebrows. The host that invited them wasn't even present. What exactly is Burton trying to do? Close looked around but was unable to discover anything. Probably trying to put us into a boiling pot, Yujiro calmly responded, only allowing his eyes to reflect his solemn mood. Jun Xie was currently busy had a precious treasure. If a vampire ate it, then they could return to human form. If an ordinary person ate it, they could gain immortality. But this precious treasure had only been heard about in folklore. No one had ever seen the real thing before. Prince Burton had heard this news from somewhere and thus instigated the falling out between Hunters Guild and Vampire Clan. He had planned to wait until the two sides suffered to the point that they wouldn't be able to defend themselves, and then take the treasure himself. However, no one could have predicted the results. The Vampire Clan indeed suffered from disastrous numbers of casualties, yet they stubbornly recovered in a short time. Burton hadn't even had the time to act before everything had ended. In these few years, he had been secretly searching for the treasure, yet repeatedly coming up empty-handed. After thinking about it, he became suspicious of the Wild Rose Queen. He felt that the treasure might be in her hands, or that she at least had information on it. As long as he captured her, he might be able to learn more. Thus, he set up a hunting game as a red banquet specifically for Jun Xie. Tien is a banquet set up with the ulterior motive of assassinating the guest of honor. Burton wasn't that dumb. He wasn't going to reveal his ugly side at the very start. At least he had no intentions to act within the perimeters of his own mansion. The reason Burton still hadn't appeared in front of them was because he was currently conspiring with Yi Jie. The two had their own ulterior motives but had discovered a common goal, allowing them to scheme happily together. After Jun Xie read through this plotline, her mood was ooh. It seemed that the original soul had been held captive. Not only did they want her to be an imprisoned property, but they also wanted to learn about the whereabouts of the treasure through her. However, the original soul was just a countess. She was never a core member of the vampire clan. How could she know about such treasure? In the end, Mai was completely clipped of her freedom and sank into a bottomless abyss. I am terribly sorry. There had been a special guest visiting just now. Late. A bright voice and loud laughter came through the doorway. A handsome man in a golden suit walked in. Chapter 84. Kain Yu sat down with Jun Xie, not even glancing once at the person entering. After not receiving the response he wanted, Prince Burton's face stiffened. He suddenly realized that the lobby was too quiet, unusually quiet. A moment of distrust flashed in his heart. He looked around. Seeing everyone drooping their heads only added to his caution. When he walked forward, passing by the people in front of him, he noticed that there was someone in his seat. Immediately he was dissatisfied. How could anyone sit in his throne? Before he could finish, he finally saw clearly the man sitting above him. His legs weakened, almost causing him to fall onto the floor. Why did this insane person come? When did he even wake up? Why didn't anyone tell him? If Burton had to say who he was most afraid of, then it would definitely be this person in front of him. He was clearly just another vampire that had been transformed around the same time as him. The only difference between them was his higher strength. But he was always suppressing him with the pressure of his superior strength. What made him even more annoyed was that after that first huge war, he actually gained power and became a vampire king. There hadn't been a vampire to reach that position in thousands of years, yet Qian Yuyu was so fortunate. Meanwhile, he wasn't even to come close to the inner circle within the vampire clan. To avoid being surpassed by Close and the others, he had no choice but to take a desperate risk. But his calculations were all within the premise that Qian Yuyu would still be dormant. He knew that he didn't have the powers to provoke a vampire king. Thus, from the start, he didn't want to get this big boss involved. But how did his worst-case scenario become reality? It's only been 1,000 years, and you've already forgotten me. This was the first time that Qian Yuyu emitted the pressure of a vampire king in Zun Mi's presence. Even though he hadn't actually done anything yet, his superior aura alone could make others' blood turn cold. Burton quickly kneeled on his knees and respectfully spoke, "King, congratulations on awakening. Is there a reason for your visit today? If you need this subject to do anything, please instruct without worry." He needed to placate this madman first. It seems like this hunting game won't be happening this time. What a waste of a perfect opportunity. It didn't matter. If he couldn't succeed this time, then hell, try a second time. There will be a time when he will succeed. Qian Yuyu lazily leaned into the armrest on the throne. "I heard invited my queen to participate in your hunting. Because I was curious, I decided to come along and take a look." "What, isn't this a hunting gathering? Why are they all cowering over there, Burton? Shouldn't you be leading the way? I believe you have prepared everything by now." "I can hardly wait." His light words seemed to be pounded onto Burton's heart like a hammer. He didn't dare to rashly guess the meaning behind Qian Yuyu's words. "Yes, yes, yes. King, this subject is here to invite all the guests to the hunting site. I've already prepared excellent quality goods there for everyone. It's guaranteed to meet everyone's satisfactions." Burton had sweat forming on the edge of his forehead, but was too afraid to wipe it clean in the madman's presence. Close stood on the side, fully enjoying the show. He and Burton had never seen eye to eye. If not because of their similar strength levels, he would have already harshly given him a beating. Now, seeing Ancestor completely crushing him, Close gave 55 points. "Since it's like that, then let's go. Let me see if the things you've prepared are agreeable to my tastes." Qian Yuyu hugged Zun Mi off the platform. As he passed Burton, he directly stepped onto Burton's hand. "Excuse me, you were in the way." Qian Yuyu's unapologetic tone almost made Burton spit blood. Burton became increasingly fearful of Qian Yuyu, his mind consumed with searching for a plan. Damn it, then Yi Jiayi's side would be doomed. No, he had to think of a way to let that side know so that they can plan a cancellation. "Let's go." "Prince Burton, why are you taking so long? You wouldn't be planning something malicious, would you? That's why you're so afraid to appearing in front of the king." Close smiled mischievously at Burton. In the meantime, he made sure to keep a watchful eye on him. He definitely didn't believe that this man could be kind-hearted. Humph, there's no way he's going to give Burton the opportunity to scheme against them. Burton saw Qian Yuyu stop because of Close's words. He immediately laughed sarcastically. "How would I was just waiting to follow everyone out." He was busy praying that Yi Jiayi would be able to detect the problem and stop their original plan from starting. or else he would be in danger today. Wait, what did Qian Yu call her just now? His queen? He had only invited the Wild Rose Queen. Now he took a glance at the woman in that madman's arms. Her hair was silver white. Who else could it be but the Wild Rose Queen? He had been so frightened by the sight of that madman that he hadn't even noticed that there was another person at the throne. Now Burton's mind was a mess. What was this situation? Why didn't he understand anything that was going on? At least this Burton guy is smart. Zun Mai leaned on Qian Yu's shoulder and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Spreading out her hand, a purple crystal appeared slowly on her palm. Inside of it flashed with different images. That girl with a bat mask was there. Zun Mai remembered her Yijai. She hadn't expected the vampire clan's traitor to be Prince Burton and Yijai. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to hear their voices, so Zun Mai had no way of knowing their plan. Qian Yu took the crystal from Zun Mai's hand. With one harsh squeeze, the crystal had instantly transformed into dust dispersing in the wind. This was something that he had handily grabbed off Burton just now. He wouldn't allow another man's thing to be in Zun Mai's hands. Her touching it was already his limit. But his little kitten's ability was magic, so he hadn't had a choice. Unwittingly, Zun Mai was also speechless. She was only a little curious about the object. Did he need to be so petty? She gives up. Her husband's possessiveness was too strong. Stay by my side. Don't even move one step away from me. Okay. Qian Yu didn't mind Zun Mai's judging eyes. He instead focused on braving warning. That woman in the bat mask seemed familiar to him. Zun Mai obediently nodded her head. Although she believed she could protect herself, but won't put herself at risk if that's what it takes. Give her lover a peace of mind. Especially since her lover was so obviously worrying and wanting to protect her, she won't reject him. As they talked, the group had already arrived at a large forest. There was already a crowd of people surrounding it. Within were men and women, their faces full of fright and shock. Seeing Zun Mai and Ko heading towards them, the cowardly ones had already burst into tears. Some couldn't help but run directly into the forest, completely forgetting what the person who had brought them there had said. This forest was filled with large carnivores. Zun Mai knew that they were the so-called quality goods that Burton was talking about. In this hunting game, the prey wasn't animals, but some very unfortunate people. Chapter 85. Prince Burton, if I am remembering correctly, crowd hunting is prohibited. Can you explain to me what this is? Jun Xie suppressed the anger in his heart. He still remembered that feeling of intense fear and hatred he felt when he was transformed into a vampire. As time passed, he eventually put those memories behind him. Unless there was no alternative, he absolutely wouldn't drink blood from a human. But the sight before him still felt like stabs into his heart. Close patted Jun Xie's shoulder. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He had also participated in hunting, so he had no right to speak. Prince Ju, the hunting game is a commonly accepted practice. If you truly are unaccustomed to it, you can leave first. Burton had a wide smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Today I specifically welcomed Wild Rose Queen to enjoy leisure. It's best if Prince Ju doesn't damage the fun atmosphere. The invited guest hadn't even said anything, so why should Jun Xie speak out of turn? Zun Mai narrowed her eyes. Was Burton really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? If he was going to try inciting disharmony amongst them, then he should at least understand their relationships. Prince Burton's hunting game really is opening my eyes to a new world. She gave a sorrowful smile, cornering Burton with one sentence. Not at all. This is all to celebrate Wild Rose Queen's successful increasing rank. I hope Wild Rose Queen will be satisfied. Of course, if there's anything you are dissatisfied with, then please feel free to bring it to my attention. It will be even better if she had a lot of demands, that way he could make a fuss too. However, Jun Xie was going to have to disappoint him. I'm not exactly satisfied, nor would I call this a request. I'm only curious. This forest seems to be part of my territory. Why did I not know that Prince has expropriated this place? Jun Xie leaned into Qian Yuyu, her finger tapping her chin. The wooden signs hanging from the trees were still symbols of a rose in full bloom. Everyone knew that the wild rose was her symbol. Moreover, under the wild rose were the words "property of the wild rose." Anyone that could see would have noticed it. Okay. Burton froze for a moment. This I really didn't know. The first hunting game was held here, so his eyebrows furrowed together. If there's anything y'all like to say, please do. I'll be able to distinguish wrong from right. Jun Xie lightly curled her lips upwards. Scheming against her on her own territory, this really was a perfect business deal. The one who had chosen this location was Prince Close. Burton pretended to hesitantly spit out his name. Lowering his head, he covered the deep malice in his eyes. He hoped that Yi's side will have discovered the problem, and will thus investigate with caution. You liar, I've never been here before. How could I be the one in charge of choosing the location? Close ignited with anger. He grabbed Burton by the collar and roared. Besides the necessary vampire clan meetings, he's always sticked to himself. Prince Close might not remember. After all, it was many years ago. But I have evidence from the memory crystal. If you don't believe me, I can go back and get it now. Burton's eyes judged Close while his heart urged for them to quickly ask, quickly as for proof. That way, he would have the excuse to go back and make sure there will be no mistakes today. Out of the corner of her eye, Jun Xie glanced at Close, who was almost jumping with anger. She spoke calmly. Since it happened in the past, then forget it. From today onwards, I don't wish to see this kind of thing occurring on my territory. All right, let's go take a look now. I won't hunt humans, but I am interested in seeing those wild animals. This forest has many valuable types of animals. Since it's such good weather today, let's make a bet. Let's guess who will have the most prey at the end. Of course, there should also be a prize. Since Prince Burton is the host, I wonder if y'all have any good prizes to offer. Jun Xie wasn't afraid to speak out, offering punch after punch. After spending thousands of years as a prince, he must have numerous treasures in his hands. I heard Prince Burton has a spirit stone, something that is coveted by many. How about we use that as a prize? That will be the only prize that would be compatible with everyone's high status. Yuju Zyro knew that Jun Xie was planning a trap for Burton, so he helpfully went along with her script. As expected, Burton's face immediately paled and then darkened when he heard the spirit stone being mentioned. Oh, Jun Xie dragged her words out, revealing her interest in the spirit stone. This spirit stone sounds like a treasure. Perfect, it's decided then. We'll meet back here at noon and decide who won then. She pulled Qian Yuyu along and disappeared out of everyone's sight. She knew that there was a mysterious gift waiting for her in the center of the forest. She just didn't know exactly what it was. The other vampire guests made their way into the forest one by one. Only Burton remained in the original spot. He needed the spirit stone to help maintain his strength. He definitely can't let someone steal it away. His eyes were bloodshot as he headed into the forest. Zun Mai and Qian Yu were currently stopped at a small brook. With a wave of her hand, the trickling water became stilled and displayed the current scene at the center of the forest. The image wasn't as Zun Mai predicted, however. There wasn't anyone waiting to ambush there. There was also no traps. It was completely tranquil. But the more normal the situation was, the more irregular it truly was. There wasn't even a single animal around. It was obviously suspicious. King, Queen. The majority of the humans have been sent away now. Thus only a few near the center of the forest are still here. Yuzhu Xiao silently appeared behind the two of them and respectfully spoke. Qian Yu had made it abundantly clear already he's finally accepted the position as king. Thus, they all must change their way of addressing him as well. Although they all thought of Ancestor as a madman, they also knew that no one would dare question his strength. The vampire clan finally has a king. The supreme position is no longer empty. Qian Yu tapped the surface of the water twice. The scene quickly changed within the water. The water screen split into 4 smaller frames, each displaying a different image. The most captivating scene was the one including 2 men and a woman. The woman and one of the men was familiar to them. But who is this random, masked man? Where's Prince Close? Zun Mai spoke. I split with him to look for the humans. He should be on his way back too. Yuzhu Xiao stopped for a moment before responding. Zun Mai rubbed her fingers, her eyes deep with thought. Really, she felt like there was something wrong. Qian Yu swept his hand over the water, causing the scene on the water to change again. Chapter 86. Zun Mai's attention shifted towards the water. Her eyes brightened as she stared at Qian Yu's hand, wanting to pull it close to carefully study it. She had magic. Her dear husband's ability seems to be similar to hers then. She really wanted to compete to see whose abilities were more powerful. But the obvious guess would be her husband, if only because she was still young compared to his thousands of years. Fair leaving, Qian Yu pointed at one of the 4 frames displayed. The other 3 were filled with people, both vampires and vampire hunters carrying silver guns. Their attitude alone made it obvious that they're collaborating together. That direction that should be heading towards the way we came in from. Zun Mai carefully analyzed the geography of the forest. Although she was absolute trash with maps, her sense of direction was still reliable. Be careful, Yuzhu Xiao suddenly shouted. He had only turned his head for a second when he saw a shadow quickly appear near them. He had been prepared to attack, but that shadow disappeared in a flash. Zun Mai and Qian Yu had sensed that person's presence as soon as they charged towards them. However, the person wasn't emitting a murderous air. Thus, Zun Mai and Qian Yu had decided not to attack immediately. When the person completely disappeared, Zun Mai pursed her lips. What was these people's plan? Why is it getting more and more confusing to understand? Qian Yu clasped Zun Mai's hand and silently erected a protective shield. Let's go. Yuzhu Xiao had been about to follow the 2 when he saw someone that shouldn't be here. Sighed the person lying underneath the tree over there. Was the Ningong Sai? Shouldn't she be in the Wild Rose Castle? Zun Mai turned her head, her eyebrows furrowed. She pulled Qian Yu with her as she headed towards Ningong Sai. Yuzhu Xiao had already picked up Ningong Sai. As he pulled her closer to his body, a sharp pain stabbed into his chest, causing him to spit blood. You're not to, are you? Qian Yu swiftly pulled Zun Mai behind him. However, he wasn't quick enough. Pitch blackness enveloped them, swallowing all remnants of light. After a long time, Jun Xie finally opened her eyes again. It was still black everywhere. Moving around her joints, she looked at her surroundings. Based on her observations, it seems that she was lying in a coffin. She pushed the cover off and sat up. She really was in a coffin. Moreover, if she was seeing correctly, she was in her own room. Her bare feet felt their way around the familiar carpeting. Jun Xie was a bit dazed. How did she get here? The clothes she was wearing, the room's decorations. Everything was exactly the same as when she first arrived here. But she was clearly just at the little brook in the forest just now. Could it have been a dream? No. Her lover, her friends, all that wasn't a dream. This was the dream. Or, to put it more accurately, this was the illusion. Wake up, wake up. She needed to find her husband. Darkness once again invaded her vision. This time, Jun Xie quickly opened her eyes again. Green peach blossom eyes reflected calmness as she gazed at the sight before her. This was still the same small brook. Her lover was still holding her hand. Currently, he was staring at her with concern. Jun Xie was completely unconscious, sporting a large bloody hole on his chest. Luckily, his heart was stolen away, or else no one could save him. Although vampires were a powerful race, they would still meet immediate death without their hearts. Technically, vampires weren't exactly just dead. When someone was transformed into a vampire, their heart slows down almost to a stop. Normal humans would naturally be unable to detect a heartbeat, but they still had a heartbeat, albeit a minimal one. The heart was still their most fatal point. Are you okay? Jun Xie let go of Qian Yu's hand, looking him over up and down. After making sure he didn't have any injuries, the fear in her heart finally calmed. Don't worry, nothing happened. That one laying on the floor over there is in a much worse condition. Qian Yu patted Jun Xie's hand in comfort. He isn't suited to stay here. I'll first get someone to send him back. Jun Xie pulled out a flute from her waist belt and blew. 5 simple notes later, Ruian and Larkin appeared before them. Jun Xie handed Jun Xie off to them and headed towards the center of the forest with Qian Yu. She now had a faint guess that there was another traitor by their side. More accurately, there was a spy. During the time that Nengong Sai had arrived at the Wild Rose Castle, she had never ventured outside. In the time that Jun Xie herself wasn't there, Jun Xie was there. The whole time, the Wild Rose Castle had been protected and closed off tightly. Only Wild Rose Castle's people knew of Nengong Sai's existence. Even that man in black that infiltrated a few days ago didn't get into the actual castle. More importantly, only a very small group of people knew that Nengong Sai was their weak spot. The only people at Wild Rose Castle was her group. She wasn't the spy, nor was her husband. She believed in Ruian. Jun Xie liked Nengong Sai, so he wouldn't do this. Larkin was Jun Xie's person, so the chances of his betrayal was low, but still possible. The only one left after that was Prince Close, the person that Jun Xie brought along. The enigma continued to expand in her mind. As soon as they stepped into the center of the forest, an invisible magnetic field parted. Jun Xie and Qian Yu squeezed their interlocked hands as a warning to each other. Come out, I know you're all here. Since they've all gathered, then they might as well put things out in the open now. It had been quite uncomfortable for her waiting for them to reveal their secret plan this whole time. Yi Jiayi's silhouette walked out from behind a tree. She was once again wearing that black bat mask. She had a silver cross hanging across her neck as usual. That night, Jun Xie wasn't able to get a good look. Today, she realized that the girl's eyes were a shocking blood red. The color represented her status as a fallen vampire. Prince Burton, are you hoping that we will fight each other and then you will reap the benefits afterwards? Rubbing the flute in her hand, her eyes stared determinedly ahead. The term vampire seemed to have been perfectly suited for her elegance, charm, and aloofness could all be found within Mai. Yi Jie froze. She suddenly remembered. In a flash, she had kicked out the hidden Burton from behind another tree. Burton was very angry. This Yi Jie definitely was someone with a longer list of failures than successes. If it wasn't because he wanted to borrow her strength, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to work with her. The speed of rank upgrades was much faster for fallen ones than for vampires. Thus, their strength was even more powerful. Because fallen ones couldn't part with blood, fresh blood was the ultimate source of their strength. Although Burton had always drank fresh blood, he didn't want to become a fallen one. Fallen ones will eventually lose rationality and completely become a wild beast that only knows to drink blood. He hasn't even become the king of the world yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to ruin his own future like that. Jun Xie took in Burton's angry face with satisfaction, resisting the urge to clap her hands together. Chapter 87. Can Prince Burton enlighten me? You two, she pointed at the two of them, and then at herself. What do you two want from me exactly? What expensive treasure could be worth all this stubborn scheming and planning? She really was curious. What thing was so alluring that they had to have it? Burton knew that they couldn't hide it anymore. Ha ha, Wild Rose Queen. Wild Rose Queen, you really are smart. But you must know that the smarter the person, the shorter amount of time I'm willing to let them live. When Burton got arrogant, he even forgot about Kyan Yu standing by her side. He was immersed in the joy of impending success. Jun Xie raised her eyebrows. I don't understand. Not understanding is your problem. You just need to tell me the secret behind your quick advancement in rank. Maybe I'll take mercy on you if you put me in a good mood. Burton was confident. Today, the Wild Roses Queen was trapped. She had no way out. Oh, is that what you want? She pretended to be surprised. Unfortunately, I really don't have a method. Her careless attitude made Burton choke. Don't sound so confident. I recommend you obediently tell me. Being sharp-tongued now will only come back to bite you later. As long as you tell me, I will have Yi Jie take mercy on you. Burton was angry, but he still pretended to kind-hearted. Jun Xie laughed at his attempt. Jun Xie was disgusted to the point that she felt as if she might puke looking at him any longer. He obviously had a handsome face, but all his charm was destroyed by his own personality. Do you not understand human language? I don't have anything. I don't mind confronting them in person. A thought flashed through Jun Xie's head. Burton would have only invited her here today if someone had told him something. Perhaps Burton had his eyes on her from the start, but no matter what, Wild Rose Castle had a traitor. Her eyes narrowed. The one thing Jun Xie hated the most was traitors. There was an unbearable memory in her heart regarding betrayal that she couldn't erase. Of course, wait, why would I tell you? Don't think to try to gain information from me. Burton quickly reacted and angrily accused Jun Xie. Jun Xie didn't mind. She adjusted her flute. Let's fight. Since you don't believe me, then I'll just have to smack you until you believe. When she was done putting Burton in his place, the traitor was bound to emerge. As for that Yi Jie, A melodious flute sound slowly sounded with a light, cheerful cadence. Just as listeners' minds and bodies were relaxing, a sharp, resounding tone stabbed them. No one knew that besides having magic, the Wild Rose Queen also had powers of tuning. She had combined her two abilities together and formed a unique attack method. Qian Yu covered Jun Xie's body with a protective shield and leaned a tree to watch the scene. Yi Zhai didn't attack. Not because she didn't want to, but she couldn't move. Before she could understand what was going on, the longing in her heart took hold of her entire brain. She wanted to drink blood, that warm, thick red blood. So hungry, so hungry. She really wanted to drink. Her eyes turned entirely red, a terrifying sight to the others. Yet, she couldn't move at all. She was only able to stand firmly in place, as if she was nailed to the floor. While Yi Zhai was busy immersed in her thoughts, Burton had been reduced to shivering in place by Jun Xie. For the moment, Jun Xie couldn't do much with Burton, while he had no way of harming her. They were now in a deadlock. Just as things were about to take a turn for the worse for Burton, a man in black suddenly appeared and attacked Jun Xie from behind. Qian Yu immediately flashed to Jun Xie's side as a long gleaming sword appeared in his hands. He slashed it down at the mysterious figure. Successfully, the invisible force aimed Jun Xie. As Qian Yu acted, Yi Zhai's imprisonment weakened. She was able to wiggle her way out and join Burton and Jun Xie's fight. Jun Xie didn't dare underestimate her opponent. With a prolonged note from ambush from 10 sides, boundless murderous aura struck down and combined into a mighty dragon, spiraling in the air and roaring. Jun Xie controlled the dragon and charged it forwards towards Burton and Yi Zhai. With a forceful strike, Burton and Yi Zhai were smacked to the ground, spitting blood. Their long fangs extended out, but Jun Xie wasn't doing much better. She tried her best to swallow down the blood rushing up into her mouth, unwilling to appear weak. Qian Yu already had the man in black lying underneath his feet. With a wave of his finger, a strong wind lifted the hood off the man. The face that appeared underneath shocked everyone, especially Prince Burton. He was completely dumbstruck. How could it be Yaokik? Before he could finish talking, he dissolved into coughs. Close. Jun Xie spoke calmly. She already had the suspicions, now they were just being confirmed. Close collapsed onto the floor, his face deathly pale but his eyes filled with craziness. Ha, it's still a failure at the end. It's still a failure. A failure. He had planned for over 1,000 years but still lost. Why? Jun Xie's eyes were complicated. She didn't understand. Chloe's eyes were filled with anger. You're asking me why? How laughable. Why do you guys deserve to be living so well when my parents have left the world after being labeled as traitors? They were only in love. Just because one was a hunter and one was a vampire, what happened to the eternal good relations between vampires and hunters? It's all lies, lies. In the end, his parents were executed and burned at the stake. He hated vampires. He hated the Hunters Guild. If not because of them, he would still have his happy family. There would be no need to have stayed in hidden as he was growing up, no need to suffer from humiliation. You're a child of a hunter and a vampire. How is that possible? Yi Zhai suddenly raised her sharp voice. It was rare for vampires to have children. Their lineage was mainly through transforming others. But now, his existence was telling her that it was possible for hunters and vampires to have children. Then, she really did lose her child that year. How could this be? Jirnar, Jirnar, Jirnar. Yi Zhai yelled out a name, on the brink of craziness. Tears blurred her vision. It was as if she had returned to that time. The warmth of the young man carefully enveloped her, as he narrated stories about the future they will have together in her ear. Chapter 88. He said he was anticipating a child. He had said they would definitely receive the support of the heavens. But she had actually had a fight with Jirnar over this, even to the point of leaving their home, all because she knew that she couldn't have children. One day, she discovered that her body was acting strange. She went to a doctor to take a look, where they told her that she was pregnant. She thought that the doctor was ridiculing her. In a fit of anger, she even killed the doctor. From then on, her temperament was more and more irritable, and she hurt more and more people. In the end, she became a fallen one. Due to this, she completely cut her ties to the human world. Now looking back, it seemed as if the longing and hesitation in her heart was all telling her that she really was with child. Why would the heavens do this to her? Why? She wasn't even able to see Jirnar for the last time. By the time she had made her way to the Hunters' Guild, she was greeted with news of Jirnar's death. They said that he had been killed by vampires on his way to find her. She suppressed all the opposition in her heart and assumed control of the Hunters' Guild. From then on, she's been walking on an anti-vampire's path. How could he not hate vampires after Jirnar? But now, she hated herself the most. Jirnar Yijai felt as if she was really going insane after this information. She stood up and rushed into the depths of the forest. Zun Mai sighing, feeling a pang of pity for her. Yijai was both pitiful and hateful. If she hadn't acted so extreme and impulsive in the beginning, then the results might not have been like this. Clothes continued to struggle on the floor, wanting to break away from the restriction spell on his body. Clothes, I don't care what the vampire clan or the Hunters Guild owes you. It's all in the past. The people that had personally harmed your parents are now already dead and buried. You still have many years left of your life. Why would you confine yourself to this cage? You can't come out and no one can come in. Don't you feel tired? Zun's impression of clothes had been good from the beginning. Now that there was such a big change, she only felt angry without much hatred. It's tiring. How could it not be? But he didn't have a choice. His heart had already been injured beyond repair. Zun Mai was silent. She was currently accepting Bao Bao's last bit of plot information. Before Ningong Sai transmigrated here, Close was a man with a tragic childhood that would grow to prosper, eventually ascending to the throne of prince. The reason he would put himself in the line of vision of the vampires was for revenge. However, on the road to revenge, he met an innocent, cute, and kind-hearted princess of the royal family. In the beginning, he only approached her with the intent of using her royal authority, but he was slowly changed by the little princess' kind heart. Eventually, he found himself unwittingly falling in love with her. Although the princess' kind-heartedness frequently led to bad decisions, Close would always be by her side to protect her. Slowly, the princess also fell in love with a handsome and loyal man. After learning of his path, she was there to console him. In the end, Close was able to release the pain from his heart, let go of his hatred, and living a carefree life with the princess. As for the villain Yi Jai, she led the Hunters Guild to join forces with Burton from the vampire clan in order to exterminate the vampire clan. They found the treasure that they wanted, Soriri cremated ashes of Buddha. It had the ability to advance the spirit, giving the user the ability to shed away their mortal body. I'm not really sure what means tbh, but I'm assuming it refers to a similar process as when people ascend to the heavens as gods in other Chinese novels. In the end, Yi restored her appearance and broke free from her fallen status. After finding someone that loved her, she got her own happy ending. But after Xie transmigrated and after Zun Mi's accidental interference, the storyline collapsed completely, allowing Xie to become the new female lead. She was originally supposed to be kidnapped and then bitten by the newly awoken Wild Rose Queen. But before the Wild Rose Queen could take more than a few sips, Yujiro would save her and seriously harm Mai in the process. Mai would then run away and meet Yi along the way. Because Mai had only broken into ranking of Duchess, she wasn't able to escape and lost her life in the battle. I know I was confused by the layers of dimensions mentioned her, so I wanted to attempt to provide an explanation. In the original book Xie raids, Mai is taken captive by hunters. In the plotline that Xie transmigrates into and becomes the main lead of, Mai is killed by Yi. Close was never woken up by Yujiro. He was asleep during this time. It was only during another transitional period for vampires that he was forced to awaken. After reading the entire plotline summary, Zun Mai only felt as if all the pieces were finally in place. Before, she was able to connect the dots based on the little pieces of plots that were being unlocked. She had only been missing a few important pieces of information. Now everything was clear, but Zun Mai was still at a loss of what to do. Close didn't meet that princess, so he hadn't let go of his revenge plans. The butterfly effect this time around really was strong. Let's seal him. When he is able to put down revenge, he will naturally be able to break through the seal. Yu twisted the ring on his finger. Suddenly, a pair of large black wings grew from his back. Glimmering feathers bathing underneath the sunlight made it seem as if he was borrowing light from a halo. He flew to the sky, holding a golden scepter in his hand. He really was of the gods. On the top of the scepter sat a blue gem that was glowing, suddenly emitting light that wrapped around Close. After an incantation, the light glowed brighter before dispersing to reveal a blood-red crystal. The color was thick, making it impossible to see the person inside. With a wave of his scepter, the blood-red crystal also began moving. He moved it to the deepest depths of the mountains near the forest and added 2 more layers of seals. By the time Yu was done, Zun Mai also raised a hand with evil intentions. She quickly pulled off a feather and gently stroked it in the palms of her hand. It was a real feather, so beautiful. So soft. Yu indulgently allowed the drooling Zun Mai to stroke his wings. After settling the remaining matters, the two returned to Wild Rose Castle. Xie was currently watching over Yujiro with concern. The hole in Yujiro's chest had already been repaired. However, he had lost too much strength and needed to sleep for a while to replenish his strength. Zun Mai left Wild Rose Castle and Rui into Xie. She gifted her with a book on secret Taoist austerities methods. This would allow her to be with Yujiro for a long time without needing her to turn into a vampire. That book was something she had exchanged out of the system market, costing her 9,999 points. Her heart was going to break. The Hunters Guild, including the president, had already been demolished by the vampire clan. The vice president was still currently in the basement of the Wild Rose Castle, so the level of danger of the Hunters Guild was effectively removed. Yu accompanied Zun Mai in traveling the entire Moor mainland, and Zun Mai spent 300 years with her lover. If not for Bao Bao's urging, she would have already forgotten her true identity. I'll be waiting for you in the next world. She laid in the underground coffin where they had first met. Jun Xie kissed Qian Yu's forehead and passed over a thread of spiritual strength. With the help of Bao Bao and with the use of Burton's spirit stones, she was able to enhance her own soul. Now she was able to split a bit of spiritual strength to engrave onto her lover's soul. This way, it didn't matter how far they are separated. As long as they meet, she would be able to recognize him. Chapter 89. Qian Yu dotingly pulled his little kitten into his embrace and closed his eyes. The cover of the coffin closed tightly, isolating them from the rest of the world. When Jun Xie returned to the system space, a strong energy immediately crowded into her soul, making her body pull together. She could feel her body's change. Bao Bao, what is this? Is it because of the spirit stones she consumed in the vampire world? Bao Bao shrieked and flew to Jun Xie's side, rubbing on her cheek. Host, this is the energy that system is sending you. It's because you've learned refining the soul already. Thus, you are now able to integrate the energy from the other worlds that the system had previously been storing for you. Jun Xie only understood about half of what he was saying, but nodded her head. This means that her soul will become more and more stronger in the future. And this was a good thing. She reached out to pick up the white furry ball and gave him a big fat kiss. She really needed to thank Bao Bao for taking her away. Otherwise, who knows where she would be after falling down that manhole. However, who knows what Jun Xie will do if she found out that Bao Bao was the one that had removed the manhole cover in the first place. That was a question Bao Bao didn't want to know the answer to. Calculate points for the last world. Sitting on the circular bed, Jun Xie spoke lazily. Mission 1: Protect female lead and matchmake her with the male lead completed. Rewarded 20,000 points. Mission 2: Prevent vampire clan from being exterminated completed. Rewarded 20,000 points. Hidden mission success. Discover the conflict between vampires and the Hunters Guild. Change the original body's fate. Rewarded 20,000 points. Mission Grade S. System Gift Charm 4. Physical Strength 10. Zai Sui Pills 5. Medium Strength Nutrient Liquid Bottles 5. Darhuan Pills 5. Expenses subtracted from previous world. Protective Shield 10,000 points. Water Ability 9,999. Personal Numbers. Host Jun Xie. Level 15 100. Age 20. Character Charm 96 100. Physical Strength 50 100. Points 103,752. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X5. Medium Nutrient Fluid X5. Darhuan Pill X5. 1000 Feathers Mask Golden Feather Clothing. Evaluation S level upgrade available after 5 more completed mission grades of S. Madam Host, you are so amazing. We've reached S evaluation once again. Bao Bao cheerfully fly up and down while circling Jun Xie. If this wasn't a punishment world, the evaluation and reward would probably have been even higher. But even now, Bao Bao still felt very content and proud. Jun Xie quickly skimmed her information. Her level isn't bad. She knew that a large reason for her leveling up was due to her dear husband. With such a strong husband, she really has been easily gaining just by standing by his side. But she had no complaints. She was addicted to the feeling of her being so pampered, protected, and loved in the palm of his hand. She didn't want to let go of this feeling, nor could she let go of it. Let's go to the next world. Jun Xie's eyes opened and firmly announced. Madam Host, Bao Bao leveled up, so now there are 2 options. The first is to choose a 5-star or higher world, complete the mission, and then return to a previous world. The second is to go directly into a 4-star world but lose the ability to return to previous worlds. Bao Bao flipped through the information in his book, the contents taking him by surprise. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. Oh, there was an option to return, then she needed to return to the gemstone betting world. She was completely not satisfied with her results there. Zai Tan, that useless ally, and Zai Yi, that reincarnated girl. She hadn't even started tormenting them yet. She felt so stuffy in her heart just thinking about it. Bao Bao, choose a 5 stars world. Zun Mai was filled with determination. She wasn't going to just let go of the first time she failed. As they said, one needs to stand back up where they had once fallen. Bao Bao happily clicked a bottom and sat down on the floor watching the rotating worlds go by on a turntable. It finally stopped at a female hero fantasy world. Bao Bao's happy face fell. Zun Mai didn't really have much thought about it though. She had read similar books before anyways. Give me the storyline. Bao Bao pushed a golden glimmering book into Zun Mai's waiting hands. Zun Mai laid down on the bed and began flipping through the pages. This was a bit similar to the vampire world, yet very different. Reincarnated, the second miss that counters the world, was the story of a reincarnated girl that beats a transmigrating girl and becomes the female lead. There were 2 plot lines. A 21st century office lady girl transmigrates to Tanzi mainland. In this land where magic was the law, she became a gifted girl with a magic cultivation abilities. Everyone wanted to gain such a talent. Those who couldn't gain her wanted to make sure no one else could either. Thus, a series of fights broke out. In one of the fights, office lady girl Wang Han Shuang was saved by Liu Guang sect's elder Tan Xuan and was accepted as a disciple. Henceforth, she walked the path of killing beasts and leveling up, passing by numerous cannon fodders along the way. The main one was the Liu family's distant relative's concubine daughter, Liu Zhenzin. Because she envied Wang Han Shuang and furthermore admired Tan Xuan, she often acted against Wang Han Shuang. Ultimately, she implicated the entire Liu family, who were eventually extinguished by Wang Han Shuang and Tan Xuan. Afterwards, Liu Zhenzin was reincarnated back to her 13-year-old self before everything had happened. She planned one step at a time. First, she got rid of Liu family's eldest Miss Liu Zun Mai, who was always suppressing her. She replaced Zun Mai and entered the main Liu estate. There, she met Tan Xuan and entered Tan Xuan's sect. When Wang Han Shuang first arrived, she immediately chased after her with the intent to kill, ultimately forcing Wang Han Shuang to fall into the devil's abyss. There, her meridians were completely ruined. She was now unable to practice cultivation. Because Liu Zhenzin had the help of her memories from the last life, she knew where treasures would appear. She took Tan Xuan along to scour the whole land. This allowed Liu Guang sect to rise in status. In the process, she even earned the attention of a few young masters of respected families. This was where the story ended. There was no epilogues, so there was no way of knowing whether this was an NP or 1v1 story. Zun Mai knew immediately that she was going to be that unlucky Liu family eldest miss. How saddening. Let's go. Let's go make things even more messy. Transmigration, reincarnation, plus her. This plot sure was satisfying, if someone was looking for a big chaotic mess. She found herself immersed in darkness, but as soon as she reopened her eyes, she regretted it. Every cell in her body was calling out in pain. Moving her body, she realized she couldn't feel her limbs. She twisted her neck to get a hold of her surroundings. This seemed to be in the middle of a forest. With a closer look, she realized she was most likely at the bottom of a cliff. Trees that reached up into the clouds blocked out the dazzling sunshine. It was extremely quiet, without a bit of human life around. If it wasn't because her spiritual power was strong, Jun Xie would have been blind in this environment. Using her spiritual power, she checked her body. Only after the examination did she discover that her body's meridians were blocked, and her body's inner power was a mess. Her fingers and leg muscles had been pricked numb, and her chest had been stabbed. Chapter 90. Shit, how could you cheat me like this? Next time, can't you give me a healthier body? It was really painful. Alright, only after using all of her spiritual power was she able to barely restore the meridians in her right hand. Her forehead was covered in sweat, adding another layer of messiness to her already dirty appearance. She swallowed a Zai Sui pill and Dar Huan pill from her inventory. Jun Xie felt as if the system was doing this on purpose. Why else would the system rewards from the previous world just coincidentally be something that she needed in this new world? She sighed. She needed consoling. Bao Bao, give me this world's mission. She calmed the disorderly spiritual power in her body. Bao Bao appeared midair. Seeing Madam Host's appearance, he shrieked, "Our Madam Host, why do you look like this?" Her red silk gown was covered in grass and mud. Her face was battered and exhausted, covered in dried red marks of blood. Her hair was already knotted as if she had been sleeping in a garbage heap. Jun Xie didn't have the time to complain, though. She weakly gave a side glare to Bao Bao. Bao Bao quickly shut his mouth and transferred the original body's memories to his host. Finally, he pulled out the mission board. Madam Host, the main mission is to change the original body's fate and counterattack the fake lead, the reincarnated girl. The side mission is to help the real female lead to become a winner of life. The hidden mission will be discovered when we start. Additionally, Madam Host, this is a 5-star world. However, the difficulty is equivalent to a 6-star. Jun Xie was busy digesting the memories added into her head. Hearing Bao Bao's words, she blinked in surprise. Why, this had never happened before. The reincarnated girl has a Mary Sue halo effect. But don't worry, Madam Host, Bao Bao also gave you a bit of a female lead halo effect. All you have to do is be on good terms with the real female lead to initiate the effects of your halo. Bao Bao excitedly spoke. This was a reward he had earned by betting against others that his Madam Host would successfully receive a S evaluation grade in the punishment world. The veins in Jun Xie's forehead was almost visible. She couldn't even use the female lead halo right now. She was currently no better than paralyzed. She couldn't even move the slightest. The reason the original soul was here was due to Liu Zhenxin's scheming. After ruining her meridians and bones, she had been pushed into Death's Eye. Death's Eye got its name because, standing on the top of the cliff, this pit had the shape of an eye. The death part was because those that fell from above had a survival rate of close to 0. Moreover, this was a common place for high-level demon beasts to appear. In her current state, Jun Xie was a sheep roasting over a fire. With great difficulty, she used her newly restored right hand to support her entire body up and stumbled to the big tree in front of her. The restoration powers of the Dar Huan pill was quick. After just half an hour, the spiritual energy in her body had also recovered. As for the muscles in her legs and left hand, she would need to eliminate the impurities blocking her inner power first, being able to apply spiritual powers on them. If she wanted to restore her ability to the extent of using a sword, It would take at least 2 years. However, the plotline had already advanced to the point where Liu Zhenxin was about to meet Tan Chuan. That means Aoying Han Shuang would be transmigrating over in about 2 years. A year, that would be perfect timing. If she wasn't worried about going against her established personality, Zun Mai would have pulled her head back and cackled. This Liu Zun Mai was an arrogant person. From her childhood, she had received others' praises due to her talent and beauty. This helped cultivate her sense of superiority, but it wasn't too extreme. Her attitude was straightforward. She never schemed. Instead, she would speak honestly. If someone were to beat her in battle, she would bow down to them. This was all the information available about her in the original book. When she realized her meridians were blocked, and her spiritual power was all but gone, with little chances of being restored, Liu Zunmi's strong personality could not accept her new fate. When facing demon beasts, she didn't even have time to struggle before she was eaten. Just thinking about that image, Zun Mai shivered in fear. She definitely did not want to become a demon beast's lunch meal. With the passing of time, the impurities within Zunmi's bodies slowly emitted out. Soon, Zun Mai found herself wrapped within a pungent, acrid smell. But she couldn't even move right now, nor could she use any spiritual power to clean her body. This had to be the most pathetic Zun Mai had ever felt out of all the worlds she's experienced. She vowed that as soon as she was better, she would have Liu Zhenxin experience this journey too. Meanwhile, Bao Bao quietly hid within a tree, watching with interest as his madam host tried to hide back her anger. After 3 hours, she had finally finished washing out the impurities within her body. Her body was completely covered with a layer of shiny black substance. The only thing worth rejoicing was that her meridians were now all unblocked, and the muscles in her left hand were restored. The veins and muscles in her legs had just enough spiritual energy and should be completely back to normal within a year. Bao Bao, is there anything in the system market that I could use? Zun Mai pulled at her clothing. This smell really was a danger to her nostrils. There's a bucket of health water, a clean wardrobe, a tent and a protective force field. All for a grand total of 23,800 points. Madam Host, would you like to buy it? Bao Bao pulled on some tree leaves and hurled himself to Zunmi's side, swaying back and forth while speaking. My God, what a scam. A bucket of water, some clothes, a tent, and a force field are 20,000. Why don't you just start directly stealing money from me instead? Zun Mai erupted. She had completed these missions so cautiously. Even as she worked herself to death, she had only been able to earn just a little bit of points. But for just this package, she would have to part with 1/3 of her points. Bao Bao pitifully looked down at his pores. Madam Host, you currently don't have the ability to protect yourself. You have to buy the protective force field. Madam Host, this world is pretty cool. There's an ability to conceal your presence so that those demon beasts won't discover you. Isn't that so cool? Bao Bao bounced up and down as he tried to sell the pros of this world. Zun Mai withered. Bao Bao telling her that she didn't have the ability to protect herself really hit her in the heart. With gritted teeth, Zun Mai angrily bought the package. She's just going to add this to the list of things she intends to get back at Liu Zhenxin for. If not because of her, she would never have ended up like this. Bao Bao obediently helped open up the lid of the bucket, causing a stream of water to pour down. When Zun Mai felt the water land on her, she almost jumped out of her skin. It was early March. Spring weather hadn't even arrived yet. Immediately, Jun Mai sneezed from the coldness as she shivered. Her pungent smell was gone, but now she was frozen from head to toe. Jun Mai shot an angry glare at Bao Bao, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Bao Bao, come down. I promise I won't beat you to death. Chapter 91. Bao Bao huddled into a ball, turning around as if he couldn't see her. You can't see me, you can't see me. His cute shivers of fear could only make people pity him. Jun Mai softened, yet didn't know where to put her anger. Now that she was temporarily safe, Jun Mai was now primarily focused on what to eat. In this condition, with the occasional help of Bao Bao and the system market, Jun Mai dragged her half-paralyzed body around Death's Eye for a year. Day after day, she had the same routine. She would wake up, eat, and cultivate. When her spiritual energy was abundant, she would direct some of the energy to her leg. When she had enough spiritual power, she experienced with attempting to reconnect her tendons. After half a year, Jun Mai successfully restored all the meridians in her legs and began practicing walking. In the beginning, each step felt like she was stepping on needles, causing her to break out into cold sweat each time. If not because she was longing for her lover, she would have given up and just bought a wheelchair to get around. Luckily, she finally saw the fruits of her labor after a year. Now she can jump and run without much issues. The only issue now was that her body itself was still on the weaker side. However, the Zai Sui pill had made it so that her muscles and bones would be affected by cultivation faster. Jun Mai was already very satisfied with these results. When she was done with her mission, she find her dear husband and then nurse herself back to full health. The first thing she did after she was able to walk again was to run towards the closest water source and take a delightful bath. For half a year, she hadn't been able to bathe, only getting by wiping herself clean with clothes soaked in water. After 2 hours and her skin had begun to wrinkle together, she finally climbed out. Currently, she still had about a year before the storyline began. She could take advantage of this time by leveling up. In Tanzi mainland, there were distinct divisions between different levels. Soul Disciple, Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Commander, Soul King, Soul Monarch, Soul Sage, Soul Senior, Immortal Soul, Demigod, and God. There was also Martial Arts Disciple, Martial Arts Scholar, Martial Arts Master, Martial Arts Commander, Martial Arts King, Martial Arts Monarch, Martial Arts Sage, Martial Arts Senior, Martial Arts Emperor. Within these, they were separated by low, middle, and high rank. Before Liu Jun Mai had been crippled, she cultivated in magic and martial arts, being a soul monarch and a martial arts king respectively. She really was a true daughter of heaven. After all, in Tanzi mainland, there hadn't been anyone that has reached demigod status in thousands of years. The population of spirit sages and spirit seniors was also rare. Being a spirit monarch in Tanzi mainland could even allow you to take control of a kingdom. Unfortunately, Liu Jun Mai was too unfortunate. Jun Mai wanted to recover her spirit monarch rank and then break through to spirit sage. Her martial ranking was unthinkable right now. Her body wouldn't be able to bear it. For the remaining year, Jun Mai spent all her time cultivating. Finally, her hard work paid off. However, even though her ranking was recovered, she still didn't have actual personal combat experience. Jun Mai threw her tent into her inventory, grabbed Bao Bao and opened up the protective force field and advanced towards the center of Death's Eye. She urgently needed to practice her powers on some demon beasts, especially on that wretched rabbit. The most depressing thing about Jun Mai's last 2 years was that white fluffy adorable rabbit. Every day, it would appear in front of Jun Xie and even tilt its head to stare at her. But when she looked over, it would disdainfully turn its butt to face her. That arrogant manner made Jun Xie's lips twitch. Using her grief as strength, she blew the flute near her lips. One moment, she played with thick killing intent, the next she played the tone warmly. The ice-blue flute she had handily brought with her from the last world was considered a high-level tool in this world. After strolling through the area, Jun Xie satisfactorily glanced at the pitiful demon beast before her. With a wave of her hand, she had them all scurrying away. She was now able to determine her strength was on par with spiritual sages. But her body was still a floor. It was only the early hours of morning, and she was already feeling tired and in need of rest. "Madam Host, where are we going now?" Bao Bao excitedly floated in front of Jun Xie. He had been in this pit for 2 years now. It was so boring. He really wanted to see his host go torture those scum and smack their faces. Jun Xie leaned on the tree and played with the flute in her hand. "The female lead is almost here. Don't I need to go protect her? Liu Zhenxin should be living in the lap of luxury right now. I really would like to know what her reaction would be when she sees me." She mischievously curled her lips upwards. Bao Bao didn't bother to stop Madame Host's delusions. He only knew that he wanted to leave this boring place. All the demon beasts do we not even exist. Although she had said she wanted to leave, Jun Xie still stayed for another month. Every day she would go out to fight the demon beasts. When the people from the outside saw the people fearing wild beasts, they all began to hide as soon as they smelt Jun Xie's presence. If they were so unlucky to meet her, they would just lay on the ground and play possum. Jun Xie had done an exceptional job at displaying the original body's use of fists. With a lead 0 by Jun Xie's new pitiful rabbit, they were able to escape out of the Death's Eye. Jun Xie almost broke down in tears of joy. It really has been too long. She had spent 2 years as a wild woman deep in the forests. She truly missed the taste of civilized society. Carrying 0 by, who was looking for the right opportunity to slip away, she quickly plundered forward. With the help of original body's memories, she finally found her way to a small inn. Jun Xie pulled out some gold coins and asked for a private room. She planned to just wait here for the female lead's arrival, and get a good night's sleep in the process. Most importantly, she needed a bit of time to melt her gold. Within a day, the cool Jun Xie has made about 1,000 gold leaves. Satisfied, she went to take a comfortable bath. Obviously out of place, a beautiful girl stared in shock at her surroundings. Clusters of weeds disorderly piling around her. No buildings in front or behind her. Looking further ahead, she realized she couldn't even see the edge of the horizon. All she had done was fall asleep while taking a bath at home. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this place. "God, are you joking with me? What is this? Please have pity. She just wants to go home." Transmigrating isn't fun at all. She was an adult. She's not excited about this at all. But everything she saw before her made her want to cry. What is she to do? Where was this? Aang Han Shuang randomly chose a direction and determinedly walked forward. Due to her luck, she was able to meet someone after persisting for a day. However, what they were wearing gave her a bad premonition. In addition to the way they were looking at her, they made her tremble in fear. She was someone that has risen up to general manager at her company. She knew how to read people, especially when she needed to understand what someone wanted. Soon, her premonition was affirmed. "Boss, is that her?" "It should be. Our employer said the girl would be wearing very strange-looking clothing. Chapter 92. Thank you, Daniel, for supporting this chapter. Support this story too through PayPal or the Ko-fi link to your right. It doesn't matter anyways. Let's just take care of her first. It's better to kill by accident than to let her get away. They didn't even bother lowering their voice. Wang Han Shuang heard their every word very clearly in disbelief. How would someone know that she would suddenly appear here? They even knew about her clothing. Could it be that they knew how to see the future? The schemers behind this little lady were just trying to make a living helping others get rid of nuisances. So, when you go down to the underworld, don't come back looking for us. A rough-looking man stepped forward and lifted his blade before running towards Wang Han Shuang. In this moment of imminent peril, a melodious flute sounded from afar. The music carried with it threads of spiritual power that wrapped around the large blade. "Who is it?" the boss said with fright. He was just about to break into martial arts commander rank, yet he didn't even know when this mysterious person had appeared. The three mercenaries reacted too. This newcomer's strength was too strong. They won't be able to fight her. Zun Mi's body flashed and reappeared on top a tree branch. Putting away her flute, she looked down at the group before her. How much did Liu Zhenxin give you? She had been waiting here for a while. As soon as the female lead appeared, Bao Bao had begun harping at her non-stop. She had no choice but to crawl out from under her comfortable blanket. The boss within the mercenaries was immediately on guard. He raised his head to look up at the woman in red. Her whole body emitted a high-class, honorable aura. But he wasn't in the mood to admire her at this moment. His instincts were telling him that this was a dangerous woman. "We don't know what you are talking about." "What, Liu Zhenxin? We don't know her at all." The most basic rule for a mercenary group was to never give out the employer's information. "Humph!" Zun Mi snorted. The flute in her hand rose to her lips. A light yet murderous composition began. Before, the mercenaries might have been able to persevere. However, now that Zun Mi has added spiritual pressure on them, they had no way of resisting. There was too much of a difference between the strength of a martial arts master and a spiritual sage. Zun Mi jumped down, landed neatly, and began slowly walking on air while taking steps towards them. The group stared up at her, eyes wide with fear. Spiritual senior. Only spiritual seniors and above could walk on air. Such a young girl actually had the power of a spiritual senior. They were left shivering. What kind of person had they accidentally provoked? Zun Mi was silent. She had forgotten that, in this world, only spiritual seniors could walk on air. She was only using some of her magic to use wind to support herself up. She was only doing it because she was too lazy to walk. "Okay. Tell me, how much did Liu Zhenxin give you?" "She should probably be around here too, right? Planning to meet up with you over here." Liu Zhenxin definitely wouldn't permit any unexpected incidents to occur. Thus, Zun Mi determined that she would be hiding in some corner waiting to see the results herself. The mercenaries' boss was already shocked by Zun Mi. Compared to their employer's spiritual king's rank, they were more fearful of this woman in red. "She's in the small village ahead. She promised that as long as we killed this woman, she'll give us 5 spirit pills." In the Tianzi mainland, these pills were efficient yet rare. Even more rare were pillmaking masters. You would need a 6-leveled pillmaking master or above to be able to make 5 of these spirit pills to perfection. The spirit pills available were usually made by 3rd-leveled masters. Traditionally, fifth-leveled pill-making masters would have been bought out by influential families for their personal use. Go back and tell her that the mission was a success. With a flick of her finger, a black pill fly into the mouth of mercenary boss. This is a soul-separating pill. I think you can guess what it does without me explaining. As long as you spread the news that Liu Zhenxin wanted to kill an innocent woman without reason, it'll give you the antidote. Remember, you only have 5 days' time. It'll be waiting in that village ahead of us. There was no telling how much blood was on the hands of these mercenaries that were willing to kill for money. Yes, spiritual senior, we definitely won't disappoint you. The three supported each other as they quickly limped away, not even bothering to pick up the weapons they left on the floor. Wang Han Shuang clasped her heart as she looked at Zun Mai with idolization. This woman in red was so beautiful. More importantly, she was so powerful. Miss, you should quickly leave this place. If Liu Zhenxin dispatches more people here, you won't be so lucky again. Zun Mai took more jabs at Liu Zhenxin's reputation. That's what she gets for pushing me off a cliff. That's what she gets for making me stuck in the wilderness for 2 years. I don't believe I won't be able to give you a taste of your own medicine. Wang Han Shuang could tell that this meant the pretty woman was about to leave. Immediately, she felt anxious. This was her first day here in this place. Everything was unfamiliar, so she needed to first find a big fight to grab onto. Hello, I am Wang Han Shuang. I don't know how, but I suddenly appeared here. And then that Liu Zhenxin you were talking about wanted to kill me, so she had wanted to ask for help, but now she didn't know how to bring it up. They were strangers after all. How could she trouble someone she had just met for the first time? God, how unhappy with me were you? Everyone else got to transmigrate into a princess or a mysterious warrior. How did she transmigrate into unidentifiable character 32? To her, it was obvious she was an unidentifiable character. Why else would everyone else be wearing long gowns and she was wearing a white fluffy bathrobe? She really was about to have a heart attack from sadness. Zun Mai looked admirably at her. This female lead's temperament was pretty good. She definitely didn't share Wenren Yunfei's "since I transmigrated, I should be the female lead" attitude. Miss Han Shuang, it seems that you've run into a very inconvenient situation. If you are willing, you can temporarily follow me. You can leave when it becomes convenient with you. We both share the fate of becoming the unlucky recipients of Liu Zhenxin's hatred. She really wanted to know who Liu Zhenxin hated more. Really? Thank you. What should I call you? Wang Han Shuang spoke happily. As expected, there were still good people in this world. Liu Zun Mai. Zun Mai took out a simple white gown from her inventory and handed it to Wang Han Shuang. Han Shuang, you should probably first change your clothes. They are too. Thank you. Wang Han Shuang didn't try to be shy. Her current outfit truly was strange in this current world. After changing, the two girls left together. On the road, Zun Mai gave Wang Han Shuang a simple explanation of this world's history and development. The more Wang Han Shuang, the more worried her face became. She had somehow barged into a magical universe. Why didn't she go to an ancient world? Even if everyone was murderous there, it would be better than a fantasy world where everyone was out to get everyone else. Forget it. She can't be too greedy. At least she's gotten a bit luckier now. Chapter 93. So you're saying your family is far away from here, and that it's likely that you'll never be able to go back? Zun Mai pretended to be astonished as she held pity for her in her heart. Some people always think transmigration was a good thing. Only after they transmigrate do they realize that it won't be as blissful and happy as they expect it to be. Instead, it was a bitter experience. This was even true for Jun Xie, who had no family in her real world. But it was different for Wang Han Shuang. She had parents and close friends that loved her dearly. The only good thing was she had a little brother. At least, in her absence, her little brother can accompany her parents. Wang Han Shuang grasped her teacup, her mind a million miles away. She didn't know if she would have the chance to go back. Dispiritedly, she laid atop of the table. Jun Xie patted Wang Han Shuang on the shoulders, giving her silent support. "I'll teach you cultivation. As long as you have the ability to protect yourself, you'll be able to live a carefree life." Jun Xie had a sudden idea, slapping the table in high spirits. The original female lead's teacher was Liu Guang sect's elder Tan Chuan. But now, Tan Chuan already accepted Liu Zhenzin. If she sent the female lead there now, it would be purposely sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Instead, she should just teach her herself. If not, then she can take some time off to look into the hidden family clans and see if she can get a good teacher for the female lead. Wang Han Shuang was also interested in the prospect. She was a successful career woman in modern time. Even here, she would like to depend on her own strength. Her heart started burning with passion, emotionally calling out teacher. Seeing her glistening eyes and hearing her resounding voice, Jun Xie blushed. She had so easily gained the support of the female league, even making her her own disciple. "You don't need to call me teacher. It seems like we are about the same age, so you can just call me by my name. I'm currently Soul Sage ranking. My cultivation style might not be best suited for you, so I can only teach you some basic techniques. When we find a suitable teacher, you can then be his disciple." Wang Han Shuang wasn't disappointed by Jun Xie's words. According to the rules here, it would be whoever instructs you would be your teacher. "I don't mind age, strength makes the master. As long as you become powerful, you won't have other people stepping over you." Today was a good example. She had just arrived when she was targeted. But she didn't think it was a coincidence. She had of course had suspicions about the lady in red that saved her. However, she seemed too clean. Moreover, her eyes were so clear and bright. They were like looking into a clear, calm lake, as if reflecting her moral behavior. Of course, it could just be that she had too good of a mask and was hiding her true self. "Okay. Since you call me teacher, then I will make sure to teach you to my fullest." Jun Xie firmly looked at Wang Han Shuang, her eyes sharp. "But I have one condition. I won't allow for betrayal." "Yes, teacher." Wang Han Shuang kneeled down and respectfully poured a cup of tea for Jun Xie. This was the first time that anyone had called her teacher. It actually felt pretty good. She helped her up from the ground. "I will protect you until you have the ability." This was her promise to her, not only for the mission but as her responsibility as the teacher. In 2 more months, Gui Yuan sect and Liu Guang sect's exchange meeting will begin. She wanted to bring her new disciple to Liu Guang sect just to annoy Liu Zhenzin. If Liu Guang sect doesn't want her, then she'll just go to Gui Yuan sect. She'll even bring along 1,000 of her strength pills. During the exchange meeting, she'll make sure to slap Liu Guang sect's reputation in the face. Jun Xie was about to turn into a red bean paste bun. White and pure on the outside, dark on the inside. In the following month, On my gave Awang Han Shuang a Zai Sui pill and stood with Bao Bao to watch the female lead roll on the floor in pain. After persevering, Zun Mai taught her some quick techniques. The female lead was truly deserving of the role of female lead. Her cultivation rate was quicker than most people. Within one short month, she had already went from a soul disciple rank to soul scholar, just about to break into the threshold of soul master. Zun Mai was jealous. This girl was definitely is heaven's daughter. Her martial arts also progressed quickly, but she was still at the martial arts disciple rank. The two chatted and laughed the whole way, leisurely taking their time to get to Liu Guang sect. AI, did you hear the one from Liu family was attacked? I think even a soul sage that was in secluded cultivation had to come and help in order for them to push back the enemy. Didn't two geniuses come out of that family? How could this happen? Apparently, it was because that concubine daughter of Liu family provoked someone she shouldn't have. Zun Mai didn't have the patience to listen to the rest of the conversation. She felt waves of fury in her heart. That was probably the original soul's feelings. No matter how ruthless Liu family was, it was still her home of 2 decades. It was the place that had given her all the resources as a child. If not for Liu Zhenzin's stab in the back, she would have been a soul monarch by age 16. At that rate, the original soul could have been on her way to becoming a soul immortal or a demigod at her peak. Teacher, are you okay? Awang Han Shuang worriedly asked. The second day after she recognized her as her teacher had revealed her true identity to her. After hearing her story, Awang Han Shuang could only feel angry. How could there be such a younger cousin? She was obviously below Zun Mai in every aspect. It was one thing to be jealous of her, but to act so viciously and break her meridians and push her down a cliff. If her teacher hadn't been so smart, she would have probably died down there. Coincidentally, that horrible cousin was also the same person that wanted to kill her too. Fine. We pass by Liu family on the way to the Liu Guang sect anyways, we can go take a look. Zun Mai rubbed her thumb on her flute. After knowing her for a month, Awang Han Shuang felt like she understood her teacher now. She was very protective and soft-hearted towards her own people, but she was pretty violent in general. That is, she liked to use force to settle matters. It wasn't her teacher's fault that she had such an alluring appearance and that it caused her to gain a trail of suitors. That was also tiring. Okay. Awang Han Shuang didn't realize that half of the suitors following them was because of her. She would also attempt to use her fist to chase them away. If the fist didn't work, then she would run and tattle to her teacher. But these two instigators didn't bother to wear any masks or muslin veil, instead strutting flamboyantly along their way. It would be more shocking if they didn't get attention. Awang Han Shuang never considered herself to be good-looking, so she never even thought that the attention could be directed at her. Meanwhile, Zun Mai had been used to it after so many worlds of experience. The result of both their ignorance was the small tail of suitors that had been following them their whole way. Chapter 94. Standing in front of the Liu estate gates, Zun Mai felt it was completely unfamiliar to her. The original magnolia carving gates had been switched for a dazzling gold adornment. The originally simple door was now embedded with numerous jadeite stones. Their entrance itself was announcement of their nouveau rich status, making Zun Mai take a step back from the blinding sight. Liu family was once one of the longest-lasting hidden family clans that had a low profile and was dignified. But now, Zun Mai didn't even want to be associated with them. This was a 180-degree switch from the Liu estate that she remembered from memory. "Teacher, is this your home?" Wang Han Shuang was a bit in disbelief. Why did the place that helped nurture this beautiful woman appear Sataki? It was like they were afraid people wouldn't know that they had money. Therefore, they had to flaunt all of it on their door. Zun Mai hesitated. "Probably. It should be. It's been 2 years since I've come back here, so some changes are normal." She scratched her head and chuckled. "I guess," said Wang Han Shuang. "Then should we go in? There wasn't even a guard at the door. The front doors were closed tightly. Was there really some scandal going on their way over? They had heard a lot of news about Liu family. It was all about Liu family's daughter stole someone's treasure and was then chased away. That or she had stolen someone's secret cultivation method and caught Liu Guangxet by surprise. If not for Elder Tan Xuan's protection, she would have already gotten herself killed. But her luck was always so damn good. She can find 9 secret recipes for pills just by going on an evening stroll. When she went to restaurants, she could even discover a high-leveled weapon in her food. Based on the news she had been hearing, Zun Mai could surmise that Liu Zhenzin has started her search for treasures. Due to her high-profile actions, she's raised the suspicions of those around her. Perhaps they had only been curious about her in the beginning, but after discovering her good luck, there would be countless people attempting to gain her. Every sect would want a treasure hunter of their own. How could they be willing to let Liu Guangxet enjoy the profits of such a golden touch for treasures by themselves? "I'll go knock." Wang Han Shuang knocked with the circular door handle while mocking under her breath. This door handle alone was made of gold. Based on the feel of the handle, it had to be at least 80 pure gold. Did they have to be so extravagant? Wasn't it just a door handle? "Who is it?" a voice sounded from inside. "Liu family's eldest miss is back. Please open the doors." Wang Hanshuang courteously replied. No matter what, this was still her teacher's home. She still had to act polite in front of her elders. The voice inside was doubtful. "Eldest miss? What eldest miss? There's only a second miss in the Liu family. You've mistaken. Hurry and go." The doorman went loud, but Zun Miss Soul Sage rank allowed her to hear everything clearly. That's right, the original soul had been kicked out 2 years. Her parents never softened, and only thought of her as an embarrassment for not being able to compare to a concubine daughter. They would rather adopt that concubine daughter than to have their biological daughter to embarrass them. Both the original soul and Zun Mai couldn't understand this line of thinking. "Please tell the house owner that Liu Zun Mai wants to meet with them." Zun Mai had her head lowered so that no one could read her facial expression. Although there was no emotion in her indifferent tone, she held sympathy for the original soul in her heart. This was similar to the first world. Although they were her family, they treated her no better than strangers. "Then wait here. I'll go notify the estate owner." The doorman felt the name Liu Zun Mai was a bit familiar, so he decided to go to his boss. At the current moment, the 2 soul sages that had been in secluded cultivation in the Liu clan were discussing the recent situation with the Liu family head and other elders. In the past month, there were numerous people coming asking to compete, causing their energy to deplete. If a few more soul monarchs knocked on their door, they wouldn't have the ability to fight back. Family head, the doorman called out. "What are you yelling about? Don't you know the family head and the other elders are in the middle of an important conversation?" The housekeeper berated the interrupting doorman and hoped that the elders inside were not disturbed. "Housekeeper, There's a girl outside claiming to be Liu family's eldest miss. She wants to see the family head. The doorman was new, so he wasn't very clear about the history of the family. Eldest Miss Zun Mai is back. The housekeeper excitedly clasped the doorman's shoulders. She did call herself that. The doorman blankly responded. The housekeeper pushed the doorman aside and swiftly knocked on the room door. Those inside all had strong cultivation, so they must have also heard their outside conversation. Liu family head Liu Huiran pursed his lips. The daughter that had been kicked out had returned, but didn't Xiao Zin Liu Zhen say that she had personally seen her being chased into death's eye and dying? The two elders in the family quite liked Zun Mai. When they thought she had died, they had been heartbroken. Now, hearing the news that she had come back, they immediately rushed outside. They had been in secluded cultivation, so didn't know that Zun Mai had first left because the Liu family head had kicked her out. Since the two family elders had rushed out, the rest of the people had no choice but to follow suit. Creak. The tightly closed front door was opening, allowing people to slowly stream outwards. In the front was Liu family's two elders. Zun Mi's memories were filled with them. When the original soul was young, they liked to tease her and teach her cultivation, even gifting her with numerous treasures. First elder, second elder, it's been too long. Are you well? Zun Mai stepped forward and respectfully bowed with a warm smile. Young girl, you're finally back. Everything is fine as long as you are okay. Come tell me who had been trying to kill you. First elder will help you get back at them. This child had been so lovable when young. Now that she was grown, she had become outstanding. Behind them, Liu Huiran's face darkened. This daughter seemed different now. Her aura had changed, her prickly stubbornness was hidden well. The most surprising thing was that he was unable to detect her cultivation level. What hidden magic weapon does she have on her? Thank you, First Elder. I will make sure to take revenge on this matter myself. Pausing, Zun Mai turned directly to Liu Huiran by the elder's side, disappointment evident in her eyes. Liu Zun Mai, you can be at peace now. I've returned because I've heard about the recent news about Liu family. Although I am no longer part of the Liu family, I haven't forgotten about the kindness that Liu family has shown me growing up. First Elder, this bottle of 8th level Darhuan pills are for you. I hope it can be of use for you. And Second Elder. She twisted the space ring on her finger and extracted the bottle to give to the First Elder. I am preparing to break through to Soul Senior level, so I will be heading to Liu Guang sect. Chapter 95. If there is any problems with Liu family, you can inform me. I will protect Liu family for the next 10 years. After 10 years, I will officially cut all ties with Liu family. Zun Mai straightened her back. Even if she was abandoned by her clan, it wouldn't destroy her proud nature. What young girl, what happened? You? The two elders were both startled. What had happened while they were in secluded cultivation? Why didn't they get any information on this? If not for this current situation, would they have been kept in the dark forever? Wait, young girl. You said you are already a soul spirit and are preparing to break through to Soul Senior. Zun Mai nodded her head and reached out to grab First Elder's arm. First Elder, I've always remembered the teachings that you taught me when I was young. Because I had you guys, I was able to succeed today. If not because of the parents, the original Soul's family actually wasn't too bad. Right, First Elder, this is my disciple. She pulled a Wang Han Shuang forward and introduced. It's getting late. First Elder, Second Elder, will be leaving first. My promise goes into effect as of now. Liu Guang sect isn't that far from here, so if I have time, I'll definitely come back to visit you. Zun Mai kneeled on her knees and kowtowed 3 times to the elders. Although this was all that she could do for them, she'll remember their care for her in her heart. Wang Hanchong also kneeled down to kowtow. Her teacher was even more pitiful than her. How could there be such parents? Quickly get up. What are you doing, young girl? You are part of Liu family. Who dares drive you out? First elder supported Zun Mai up. Second elder also helped Wang Hanchong up and felt her cultivation. Not bad, double cultivation in magic and martial arts. She's like you, Zun Mai. Zun Mai face darkened. She can no longer do martial cultivation. 2 elders. You don't know yet, but teacher can no longer do martial cultivation. Wang Hanchong furiously interrupted while glaring at Liu Huiran. What do you mean? The 2 elders were astonished. Humph, it's because someone mistook a fish eye for a pearl and kicked teacher out of the family. They even allowed that fish eye to try to kill teacher and block all the meridians in her body so that she can't cultivate. As if that wasn't enough, they even pushed her into death's eye. If not for her perseverance, she wouldn't have been able to come back. Teacher is kind-hearted. As soon as she heard something had happened to Liu family, she came here to help. However, she could have never imagined that even the doorman would refuse us by saying that there was no eldest miss of the Liu family. The world truly is hypocritical. What a group of dignified hypocrites. Wang Hanchong finally was able to vent. Zun Mai was such a good person. Why would these people want to hurt her? Some people are just. Han Shuang, enough. Before Wang Hanchong could finish, Zun Mai interrupted. The 2 elders and some other relatives unfamiliar with the Liu family's history were stunned. Liu Hui ran. Explain this to me. What happened? What? Did you think just because we were in secluded cultivation that you can do any shameful nonsense you want? First elder was so angry that his white beard shook with his words. Her cultivation was gone. Her meridians were blocked, and she was pushed into death's eye. Her enemy really didn't want her to live even though she was still alive. He couldn't imagine what bitter hardships she must have suffered. Yet she didn't hold any grudges against them. Liu Huiran was also a bit nervous. He had never been close with this daughter. So when her cultivation fell, and he discovered that Zyro Zin was outstanding enough to strengthen Liu family's standing, he took away his eldest daughter's heir position and took in Zyro Zin without hesitation. But when he drove her out, this eldest daughter had lost her cultivation. How did she suddenly become a soul sage? Elder Liu Zun's cultivation at the time was far too low. She didn't have the ability to represent Liu family in the family clan competition. Zyro Zin was a soul king at the time. Moreover, she was the disciple of Elder Tan Xuan. Liu Huiran stepped forward to explain without a bit of regret. He still didn't believe Zun Mai was a soul sage while Zyro Zin was just about to break through to soul monarch. Muddle-headed Liu family will be destroyed in your hands. First elder angrily waved his sleeves. Why did Liu family choose him to be the family head? Zun Mai patted first elder's chest to help him calm down. First elder, don't be angry. I'm fine. Haven't I profited from this setback? Moreover, look, no one is controlling me now, so I can do whatever I want anytime. So carefree. Liu family head, I need to explain. That year, Liu Zun Mai had already broken through to Soul Monarch. When I delightedly wanted to go tell my parents, I instead was greeted with news that I had been removed from Liu family register. Now I've said everything I've needed to say. First elder, second elder. I'll be leaving with my disciple now. She lightly hugged the two elders, while secretly slipping First Elder a small bottle. She turned and took Wang Hanshuang's hand. Soon, the two disappeared into the air. The swipe of her red gown and the swish of her black locks stole everyone's attention. My God, only soul seniors can control air. Didn't eldest miss say she was only preparing to break through? It must be because eldest miss composition is different. She entered the soul senior phase but has not officially broken through. I think it could be that eldest miss heard the news about Liu family and came in a hurry and gave up on secluded cultivation. Eldest miss truly is kind-hearted. How could she be kicked out of the clan? How pitiful. The family head really is blind. If it were me, I'd... Shut up. Liu Hui Ran angrily shouted. They were speaking so loud. Was he supposed to pretend he couldn't hear? He glared in the direction of that the two had departed towards. Liu Hui Ran's mood was complicated. That daughter really was about to break through to Soul Senior. If so, it would be great if she participated in this year's competition. The two elders snorted, not even looking at Liu Hui Ran. We are old now. Liu family head. You should solve Liu family matters yourself. They quickly disappeared and returned to seclusion. Second oldest, that young girl secretly slipped this to me. Let's open and see what it is. Chapter 96. I told you not to call me second oldest. He reached out to grab the bottle. As soon as he opened it, a sweet fragrance floated out. Just smelling it made his whole body feel free of worries, as if it was being cleansed of all impurities. This is Zai Sui pill. What? The Zai Sui pill that is considered the highest level of difficulty to make. The two elders had lost all stability and were practically jumping up and down. They couldn't have imagined that Zun Mai would give them such a precious gift. Those within the Liu clan were not dissatisfied with their family head. Even those within Liu Guang sect went happy. Liu Zhenxin, who had just returned from treasure hunting with Tian Xuan, almost gnashed her teeth together when she saw Liu Zunmai and Aoyang Hanshuang. Zunmai passed by them without a single glance their way. Aoyang Hanshuang didn't know Liu Zhenxin, so also didn't look at her. However, that man by her side was pretty handsome. If he was in modern times, he would be the perfect image of the warm male idol. The two women walked unobstructed all the way into Liu Guang sect's main hall. The room's structure felt elegant yet strict, and could make visitors feel an unique mix of relaxed and nervousness. Liu Guang sect's head Xuan Guang was already waiting. Seeing Zun Mai appear, he was stunned. If Liu Zhenxin had been bestowed the title of Most Beautiful Rose by the disciples, then this woman would be the most dazzling peony. It was obvious which flower was superior. Head Xuan Guang, Zun Mai has arrived late. Please forgive me. Zun Mai slightly nodded towards the person sitting on the seat in the middle of the room. Her smile was just right, while her eyes flashed with a bit of arrogance. This was the self-confidence of a strong person. She was already a fake soul sage. Everyone already thinks she was a soul sage. No one would believe her even if she retorted. Junior Liu is being too polite. We will be from the same sect soon. I've already a pavilion for Junior. You and your disciple can go and rest. Before tomorrow's morning class, I will have someone fetch you. Xuan Guang smiled amicably. His cultivation hasn't broken through to Soul Senior. He had only been made head of the sect based on his physical ability. The only one within Liu Guang sect that had reached Soul Senior level was Xuan Tan. However, there were 8 Soul Seniors in the sect's restricted secluded cultivation area. Ultimately, There was a reason that Liu Guang had become the #1 sect. Senior, I will go first to rest then. Zun Mai didn't decline his offer. Wang Hanchuan also sweetly answered, Senior, we will leave first. All right. Go. Xuan Guang's heart was bursting with flowers. The Liu Guang sect has gained additional soul senior as well as a double cultivation genius. They've really gained from this deal. Luckily, he hadn't refused Zun Mai when she came pay her respects a few days ago. Instead, he had sent people to investigate the situation. When he found out that she was Liu family's abandoned eldest miss, he was surprised. Seeing her in person now, he could only shake his head at Liu family. They had eyes yet they couldn't see. How did they abandon such a talented girl? As soon as they got settled, Zun Mai caught up on her beauty sleep. Her glossy black hair carelessly draped over her shoulders. The person in the mirror reflection appeared had long eyebrows like willow, a pair of peach blossom eyes emitting a light coolness. Her small lips were slightly pursed. Everything about her carried the aura of the cold ethereal immortal fairy. Yet with the curving of her lips, she became an alluring wild rose. Zun Mai was very satisfied with her appearance. She used a red ribbon to loosely tie her hair up. Immediately, the aura of coldness transformed into an aura of languid ease. Wang Hanchuan and Chuan Tan, who had been asked by Xuan Guang to call her over, were all left stupefied for a moment. Her beauty was otherworldly, yet still made people willingly fall into her fantasies. Keek. Junior Zun Mai. Senior is here to invite you to the martial hall. Xuan Tan returned from her thoughts and awkwardly coughed as his ears turned red. Wang Hanchuan hid a smile behind her sleeves. She found this man to be very adorable. Zun Mai picked up the flute on the table and smiled at Xuan Tan. Senior, I've troubled you. It's no trouble at all. I am Xuan Tan. If there is anything you need, you can come find me at any time. Xuan Tan quickly spoke. He unexpectedly found this Juna very likable. But it was a very innocent kind of like, with no other implications. All right, then I'll have to ask for your advice later on. Blinking her eyes, Zun Mai maintained the smile on her face. This male lead wasn't too bad. Should she play matchmaker to Han Shuang? AI, where could her husband be though now that her soul was becoming more powerful, she can create agreement after meeting her husband. Then, in the next world, she'll be able to sense her husband's location. Just as she stepped into the martial hall, Zun Mai suffered a light surprise. Thousands of people were assembled together. They were wearing white or blue, as if to make the separation coherently clear. She knew it was to represent the difference between internal disciples and outside disciples. In the front part of the room sat the close seniors of the sect. Liu Zhenxin was surprisingly sitting in the first seat of the first row. After all, she was the disciple of the #1 teacher of Liu Guang sect. Zun Mai let out a small smile. A flash of red went by. In a flash, she had already appeared by the seat reserved for her. Wang Hanchuan also sat down next to Liu Zhenxin, suffering from the glares she was sending her. Wang Hanchuan was confused. She doesn't think she even knows this girl. When Xuan Guang saw the entire group, he let out a wide smile. I would like to introduce someone today, the guest of Liu Guang sect, Teacher Zun Mai now. Junior Liu will be part of our family. Moreover, she is currently a soul senior cultivation level. If anyone wishes to be her disciple, you must work hard. Teacher Liu will now explain today's game. Zun Mai was already used to the scorching amount of eyes on her. However, their eyes were filled with goodness rather than killing intent. She stood up and lifted her hand. Blades. Everyone has a favorite blade in their hearts. The blade could be your own 2 hands or the weapons in your inventory. With a shift of her feet and a swift turn of her body, numerous flower petals fluttered in the air. Although it was a beautiful scene, it held ice-cold killing intent. She held out her hand, making all the flower petals obediently land in the palm of her hand. When she lightly blew into her hand, the originally soft petals suddenly transformed into sharp weapons. They shot out and split into the ground by each of the disciples' feet. The trajectory of the launch and the flower petals' deep landing into the floor all told the disciples that the woman was extremely strong. The entire martial hall became chaotic. Everyone only had one thing on their minds. Their mom was right. The more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it can be. Chapter 97. Wow, the new teacher is so beautiful. And so powerful. Zun Mai turned to take a seat. Additional weapons can add to your power. But if an enemy is already face to face with you, you would waste time getting the additional weapons to attack. With that difference in time, you might as well as spend it planning funeral arrangements for yourself. Zun Mai smiled while speaking with a poisonous tongue. She spoke for another half-hour before waving her sleeve to end class. With just one morning class, Zun Mai's name was made famous throughout Liu Guang sect. They all said she was beautiful, strong, and tranquil. Teacher, who was the one that kept glaring at me with hatred? Wang Han Shuang jumped to Zun Mi's side and whispered while glancing back at the girl behind them. She was pretty, the innocent-looking type, and was wearing a white gown with gold embroidery. Liu Zhenzin. Zun Mai indifferently spit out her name, sending a sarcastic smile right to Liu Zhenzin. She's Liu Zhenzin bullshit. She's not an innocent beauty, she's just a white lotus flower. If she had known, then she would have ruthlessly glared right back. There will be opportunities in the future. Han Shuang, the top priorities right now is to raise your cultivation ranks. Liu Zhenzin is already a medium-level soul king. It wouldn't be to your benefit to fight now. As if she could read Han Shuang's thoughts, Zun Mai spoke to remind her. Wang Han Shuang put her hands into a fist. She needed to become more powerful. She definitely won't be a burden to teacher and won't let anyone bully her. Zun Mai set up a restriction force and the two began cultivation. When Zun Mai came back out, she had already reached the Soul Sage rankings peak and was just about to break through to Soul Senior. She only needed a catalyst, but she wasn't in a hurry. She changed her clothes, stepped out of the pavilion, and put back the restriction force. Han Shuang had just reached Soul Commander. Within Liu Guang sect, her strength could only be considered mild. In high spirits, Zun Mai strolled to the back of the mountains. The scenery here was beautiful, with small wild flowers swaying in the brisk wind. Zun Mai closed her eyes and laid down on top of a tree branch to rest, taking in the fresh natural air. Liu Zun Mai, no. That can't be Liu Zun Mai, she can't be still alive. A sharp voice broke the peace. Zun Mai opened her eyes in frustration. I was wondering what dog was barking. It turns out to be the dog that knows how to abandon family and forget clans. She hadn't even gone to find her, and yet Liu Zhenzin impatiently ran over herself. Was she looking to be tortured? Floating above them, Bao Bao was practically in tears. When did Madam Host acquire such a poisonous tongue? What happened to her elegant goddess image? Oh, Zun Mai, I never gave you any promises. Liu Zun Mai, what are you so arrogant about? You are no longer Liu family's eldest miss. How did it feel to have all your muscles snapped? I bet the demon beasts in Death's Eye were pretty friendly, too. Liu Zhenxin didn't believe that Zun Mai could have easily left Death's Eye. She must had to sacrifice something. After Liu Zhenxin mentioned it, Zun Mai suddenly remembered that Xiao Bai was still in the system space. Gosh, it's been a while since she let that little fellow out. Would it try to bite her as soon as it came out? She shivered forebodingly. Seeing Zun Mai's face change, Liu Zhenxin became more confident. She knew that it couldn't have been easy for her. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again for a second time. Liu Zun Mai, you can't beat me. You can never beat me. Zun Mai rolled her eyes. With a flash of her body, the jade flute was now pressed to Liu Zhenxin's throat. Liu Zhenxin, you're really overestimating. In my eyes, you aren't even comparable to a dog. At least a dog is loyal. Trash like you would only dirty my eyes. With a swipe of the flute, a light cut appeared on her neck. Controlling her strength, Zun Mai caused blood to continuously flow out. After writing asshole on her face, Zun Mai finally released Liu Zhenxin from the pressure with satisfaction. Liu Zhenxin immediately fell to the floor, her face covered in blood and dust. Zun Mai chuckled coldly. What is this compared to her experience? She suffered a more tragic fate in Death's Eye, but shall pay her back slowly. Liu Zhenxin, you better prepare yourself. Zun Mai turned around and smiled up at her distant tree. How cute, that fellow thought she hadn't been able to sense his presence. The cute Tan Xuan had complicated feelings. He had originally planned to go look for his teacher, but had spotted his disciple along the way. Seeing that her mood was strange, he had worriedly followed her. He hadn't expected to see such a scene. In this situation, he really didn't know what to do. Looking at his beloved disciple lying on the ground, he sighed. Walking forward, he gently helped stop the bleeding and carried her away. In the future, he will watch this disciple carefully and make sure she doesn't try to harm his junior. He will also make sure to treat his junior well to compensate for the harm his disciple caused her. 5 months quickly passed. Every once in a while, Liu Zhenxin would coincidentally encounter Zun Mai. Every time, she would leave with the words asshole written on her face. Every time, she would try to resist but could never succeed. As Liu Zhenxin's hatred for Zun Mai grew, the family clan's competition was beginning. At the same time, the different sects' exchange gathering also began. In these months, Aoyang Han Shuang slowly climbed from Soul Master to Soul King. Her martial cultivation also reached the peak of martial arts scholar. Every time Zun Mai saw her growth, she had to sigh. As expected of the female lead, them second female leads were just cannon fodders that couldn't even compare. But come to think about, shouldn't she have the female lead halo too? Bao Bao kept his silence and looked up at the sky. He was too scared to tell her that her female lead halo can only be used to confront the Mary Sue halo. Teacher, do I also need to go on stage? What would happen if I smacked that Liu Zhenxin on stage? Aoyang Han Shuang walked with Zun Mai and questioned. She wasn't being arrogant. She had numerous magic weapons that her teacher had given her. She also had all kinds of magic pills that, along with her double cultivation, that has strengthened her body. Zun Mai's lips twitched. Han Shuang had just been a little bunny. How did she transform into a tyrant so fast? Looking down at the white fox in her arms, Zun Mai was silent. This one too. In the beginning, he had only been a rabbit. But after taking him out of the system space last time, she found that her rabbit had turned into a snow-white fox. Of course, the little fellow didn't forget to firmly bite her until she shed blood. The result was that the two of them were thoroughly bonded together with a soul contract. At the time, the two of them were left confused. The white fox almost cried because of its own stupidity. He was a deity-level demon beast. The reason that he had turned into a rabbit in the first place was because he had a setback while advancing in ranks. Therefore, he temporarily didn't have his defense abilities, giving Jun Xie the opportunity to easily carry him away. Chapter 98. By the time he could defend himself and bit her, he ended up selling himself. What a sorrowful fate. You can do whatever you want. Jun Xie didn't bother entertaining Han Shuang's question. She knew Liu Zhenxin wouldn't be easy to defeat. Even if these two female leads fought, the best result would be a tie. Of course, she wouldn't let Han Shuang get hurt. Awang Han Shuang relaxed. She had been wanting to teach that trash a lesson for a while. In the half-year since she met Jun Xie, Awang Han Shuang had learned Jun Xie's teachings: use your fists to speak. As long as you win, then you are right. Jun Xie thought that Liu Zhenxin would put up some troublesome business for the two of them, but she found it to be a peaceful path to the competitions. When Jun Xie didn't spot Liu Zhenxin once on her walk to Dui Yuan sect's area, she was surprised. The truth was, it wasn't that Liu Zhenxin didn't want to come. Rather, she had been blocked by Tan Xuan. Every time his disciple went to his Juna, she would come back in total defeat. Although he felt empathetic, he also knew that it was his disciple's karma. As a large sect's guest elder, the treatment Jun Xie received was outstanding. She had her own little courtyard where she and Han Shuang could spaciously stay. Just as she stepped into the southern yard, Jun Xie froze in place. All other things faded into the background. The only thing that she could see was the man in white playing chess inside the pavilion. His dark black hair was tied up within a hat. His face looked as if it had been carved by jade, a distinct complexion with sharp features. He had a pair of ice-cold eyes in the alluring shape of peach blossoms with thin pursed lips. His entire person emitted an aura of handsomeness yet aloofness. He was like a lone wolf in the dark night, dangerous yet captivating. Jun Xie's heart started beating out of turn. All the cells in her body were calling out, telling her that she's found her husband, that this was him. The man who had been engrossed in playing chess suddenly felt a passionately happy gaze land on him. The gaze was filled with strong affections and faint longing. Unexpectedly, he didn't dislike this feeling. However, he was filled with a light sense of dissatisfaction. Who was she longing for? Who was she using him to look at? Jun Xie's lips lifted into a brilliant smile, filled with the comfortable warmth of summer. She stepped forwards towards him. In the past, it had always been her husband who would find and recognize her. This time, it was her turn to find and recognize him, and make him fall in love with her again. Hello, I am Liu Jun Xie. Could I be introduced to you? Her clean and crisp voice carried a bit of excitement as her eyes earnestly gazed at the person in front of her. Gong Zaisu raised her head. His heart nervously clenched. This woman before him was wearing a red dress, spotless and magnificent. Her body was slim and tall like bamboo. Her skin was white as jade, and she had a smile that only added to her elegance. Her eyes were slightly lifted alluringly. However, her body emitted a light, estranged coldness. The eyes looking up at him were like warm, unmelted snow on a spring day, making it impossible for others to look away. Her lips were like warm jade, curled up in a way that softened her cold appearance. He couldn't help but admit that this was a very beautiful lady. All the beautiful women in the family clans couldn't even compare to her. Yo, where did this pretty lady come from with a complexion like a painting? Tusk. Who knows how many young men would go crazy about her. The man playing chess with Gong Zaisu had already noticed her. However, he hadn't thought that she would be able to make his good friend so nervous. After all, Gong Zaisu was renowned for being cold and detached. No, I don't want to make any young man go crazy. I only want to make one person fall for me. Jun Miss smiled disappeared as she seriously spoke. Gong Zai's heart trembled. Why did he feel so indescribably joyous? Gong Zaisu. Before he even realized, he had already spoken. Jun Miss' heart was floating among pink bubbles. Or, dear husband has told me his name, and husband's name is so beautiful. Liu Jun, my Liu family's eldest miss. The other man suddenly interrupted. I am Liu Jun Mai, but not Liu family's eldest miss. Her eyes darkened. Every time she heard Liu family's eldest miss, she would feel the need to sigh. In others' eyes, this was a sign of her grief. Wang Han Shuang immediately jumped up and firmly glared at the man who spoke. My teacher is so outstanding. How could Liu family even compare to her? My teacher is Liu Guang sect's visiting elder, remember it well. She's not some Liu family miss. Still seething, Wang Hanshuang pulled Jun Mai to sit on a stool on the side. Perhaps it was because she had spent so much time with Jun Mai or because she had assimilated with this world, but she had also developed a childish nature. Oh, sorry. I am Luo Ling. And how can I address this beautiful woman? Luo Ling scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. He wasn't angry and instead reacted good-naturedly. Suddenly, Wang Han Shuang also developed a good opinion of this handsome, flowery, pretty boy. The hidden Luo family clan's young master Jun Mai was also surprised. Then her husband's identity in this world is also not simple. But there went families with the surname Gong Zai. This is my disciple, Wang Han Shuang. If you meet her on the martial arts competition stage, please show mercy. Although Jun Miss' words were directed at Luo Ling, her eyes were shifted towards Gong Zaisu. You flatter me. No need to call me young Master Luo either. You can just call me by my name. Luo Ling immediately acted friendly and close. It was obvious to him that she wasn't a simple person. To become Liu Guang sect's visiting elder, she would have to be extremely powerful. Most importantly, she was actually able to raise his good friend's interest. Therefore, he must be on good relations with her. Jun Miss' eyes crinkled into a half-moon shape. Her two hands rested on the table as her bright eyes gazed up at Gong Zaisu. Su. If we meet on the martial arts competition stage, you also must treat me lightly, alright? In this competition, every sect sent a representative to participate. As the new elder, Jun Mai was inevitably selected. Gong Zai's fingers tightened around the chess piece in his hand, his heart beating faster and faster. Uncontrollably, his gaze turned to the smiling jade-like face in front of him and nodded. He thought such an unrestrained happy person shouldn't meet any bad things. He had noticed her reaction when Liu family was mentioned. An urge to annihilate Liu family suddenly emerged in his heart. He didn't know why, but his heart was telling him this was the right thing to do. Seeing her lover nod his head, Jun Mai exclaimed, Su is the best. I love Su the most. She could only silently repeat the final sentence to herself. It wasn't the time yet, she needed to wait. Luo Ling and Wang Han Shuang were sitting together, silently watching the two of them. Chapter 99. They ineffably felt that the atmosphere between these two people was sweet and pink, so cheesy. As a 21st century person, Wang Han Shuang immediately knew what this was. This was PDA. Gong Zai Su and Zun Mai, we haven't even done anything. Junior sister, you're here. Senior brother was looking for you. The pink bubbles were all abruptly popped by the person's sudden appearance. Yet the person didn't seem to notice, happily walking to Zun Mi's side to grab her hand. Zun Mai was helpless. This random senior brother is a bit too cordial to her. His behavior almost made her think that there was a problem with his brain. If she hadn't guessed the reason for his actions, she really would have thought he was a bit off in the mental compartment. She removed her hand. Senior brother Tan Xuan, I head over immediately. Turning to face Gong Zai Su and Liu Ling, she apologetically said, Su, Liu Ling. I'll be leaving first. Let's chat later. She really didn't want to leave Su behind. Reluctantly looking at Su once more, she stood and went to find that senior brother who dared to interrupt her and her lover's time to nurture affections. Within the half year at Liu Guang sect, everyone had treated her very well, especially the sect head and senior brother Tan Xuan. She truly treated them as elder brothers. Wang Han Shuang saw teacher's behavior and silent face-palmed before quickly following along. This was the first time seeing teacher so bashful. She unexpectedly had such an obedient little girl side. Gong Zai Su's eyes followed the red figure disappear through the door, unable to let go of his gaze. Liu Ling laughed and pat his back. What, you've taken a fancy for her? She truly is high quality. Su, if you are interested then you need to act fast. If someone gets her first, all you can do is cry. As his best friend from childhood, he truly wanted him to find his other half. Unfortunately, in his 20-some years, his friend became more and more uninterested in everything except for cultivation. When everyone else was out being rowdy and drinking, he was cultivating. When everyone else was dating, he was cultivating. When everyone else were even having children, he was still cultivating. It was like besides cultivation, there was nothing else in his life. Of course, Liu Ling himself was a carefree fellow, so he also didn't want to marry and settle down with some woman. However, that little woman Wang Han Shuang wasn't bad. She was pretty. Her personality was pretty nice too. Young Master Liu, how did you conclude that she had a nice personality? How could someone who used fists before words be considered someone with a nice personality? 3. Gong Zai Su didn't respond, only pinching the chess piece in his hand. Did he like that woman? It seems so. Especially when he heard her say she only wanted one person to fall for her. His heart was beating ferociously. He felt as if she had said that directly for him, so frankly and so passionately. Liu Ling rolled his eyes. Forget it. I don't even know what to say to you. Just don't regret it later. I'm going to go find the little woman now. You can just stay here getting old with loneliness. Picking up his white bone fan, he swiftly exited, leaving behind a hesitant Gong Zai Su. He completely hadn't expected to meet such a woman here. For the moment, he really didn't know what to do. When Zun Mai finally returned from Chuan Guang's place, the sky was already dark. As she had expected, she and senior brother Tian Zun will be Liu Guang sect's lead representatives. The younger generation's representatives were Wang Han Shuang, Liu Zhenzin, Chuan Guang's disciple Zhu Chun, and twins Meng Zunhu and Meng Yunchen. Zun Mai didn't know whether to laugh or cry due to the twins. When they had first met, they had mistaken her for a new disciple. Immediately, one of them threatened to beat her up while another challenged her to a competition of beauty. Now that the two finally learned her identity, their eyes would shine, as if they were dogs that saw a bone, every time they saw her. Every time she saw them, her body would shiver. If she hadn't ran so fast, she would have definitely bumped into those two devils. When she escaped to her own courtyard, Jun Xie finally let out her breath. Stepping into her room, her eyes immediately turned towards the plate of fruits sitting on her desk. Brightly red, still wet with water droplets. 100 drool-worthy. Did Gui Yuan sect's people send this? She walked forward to pick up one. This really was a Mingluo fruit. Mingluo fruit's smell had a light ability to make people feel relaxed. For weak-bodied people, this was a good nurturing food. It was too valuable but was still rare, as they only grow in Death's Eye. Jun Xie raised her eyebrows. She didn't believe Gui Yuan sect would prepare this. Not many knew about her weak body, as outsiders all see her as a double cultivation genius. Only Liu family and Han Shuang knew about her meridians once being blocked. Liu family wouldn't go out of their way to do this, so that only left Han Shuang. But Han Shuang had been with her this entire afternoon. She didn't have the time to prepare this. Forget it, since she can't think of this, then she'll just stop thinking about it. She took a big bite. Fresh and juicy. In one sitting, she ate 3 before stopping. She rolled her stomach in satisfaction, and happily flopped on the bed to take a nap. Jun Xie didn't see the stiff face currently wearing a warm expression by her window. The man stayed a while before leaving. Gong Zaisu also didn't understand why he would ask about her news. When he heard her cultivation had been destroyed and had fallen in Death's Eye, his heart squeezed in pain. When he learned that she could no longer cultivate martial arts but saw that her body was still as healthy as the average person, he immediately had someone prepare a large amount of Mingluo fruit to put in her room. Seeing her eat, he finally relaxed. Gong Zaisu felt as if he was sick. He must have contracted some sickness that makes him feeling as if he was in pain when he didn't see hers. Jun Xie waited for him to leave before opening his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Host, I was right. Your man is a peeping Tom. Jun Xie had been preparing to sleep but had been woken up by Bao Bao's shouting. Learning that her husband had prepared the Mingluo fruit for her, her heart warmed. Even when her husband doesn't have his memories, he would still treat her as sweetly as the first world. Bao Bao, if you don't go to sleep, I'm going to lock you into the dark room. Grabbing the white furry ball, she ruffled his head. The snow fox by her side also joined in. Putting on paw on his body, the fox opened its mouth, making Bao Bao cry out in fear. Ever since Bao Bao leveled up, the fox could now appear in his original form. To avoid being discovered by anyone, he had no choice but to watch over the snow fox in the system space. Chapter 100. The first day of the competitions were just an appetizer, so all the family clans and sect representatives didn't bother showing up. The second day, more people began slowly streaming in. The third day was the beginning of the real battles. The first 2 days were just for testing their opponent's strength. Jun Xie and Tian Xuan led Liu Guang sect's people to the competition area. There, they met face to face with Liu family. Leading them was naturally Liu Huiran. Next to him was a beautiful madam. From her memories, Jun Xie knew this was the original body's mother. But to be honest, she hadn't had much of an impression of her. When she was young, she had to cultivate. Her parents also had to cultivate too, so they had lived separate lives. They lacked the normal warmth and harmony of a regular family. Perhaps this was also a reason why Liu Huiran could so easily be convinced to support Liu Zhenxin. These parents only gave birth but didn't raise her. Fu Xinxi didn't think that she would see her daughter here. Seeing her daughter's aloof manner, her pain in her heart seeped out. She knew that it was her fault that her biological daughter didn't act intimate with her. If she hadn't gone into secluded cultivation, then her daughter wouldn't have been driven out of their home. Although she never truly raised her daughter, she was still her blood. Besides being Liu family's female head, she was also a mother. Now her entire aura was covered with regret. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Zun's calm eyes, she didn't know what to say. Mir must hate me. Liu Huiran, Liu Zhenxin. I won't let you get away with this. Zun Mai didn't see Fu Xinji's expression, and only walked around them to continue on her way. Liu Huiran angrily glared at her departing back. Disastrous daughter. She won't even acknowledge her own parents. How did such an unfilial person come out of Liu family in his mind? He made sure to mark another tally against her for not giving him face. Fu Xinji coldly laughed and began walking. The other disciples that came with them looked at each other. They cleverly decided not to ask, only silently standing behind them. Zun Mai had a smile on her face, but others thought she was forcing herself to appear happy. Teacher, don't be upset. Those people aren't worth it. Aoyang Han Shuang held Zun's hand in comfort, not forgetting to glare in Liu Zhenxin's direction. That's right, junior sister. You still have us. Tan Xuan also spoke up, feeling empathetic. Zun Mai was confused. She really wasn't upset. Her smile was genuine. That kind of trash wasn't worthy of wasting her time. Liu Zhenxin looked at everyone crowding around Zun Mai with hatred. They were always like this. Her last life was like this too. In this life, she had acted in advance and driven her out of Liu family, so how did this happen again? Her teacher knew that Liu family was now her father's. She had wanted to go greet them, but her teacher had stopped her. Why wouldn't they give her an opportunity? Why did everyone only care about Liu Zunmai? In her heart, her hatred grew. Without her even realizing, a dark energy surrounded her. Thank you for everyone's concern. But after all these years, I've already forgotten about everything. You don't need to worry, I'm fine. Let's go. Senior brother head is waiting for us. Zun Mai sighed. Do they think she was a glass doll? Aoyang Han Shuang wanted to say more, but Zun Mai quickly pulled her away. She was really fine. Why wouldn't anyone believe her? Liu Guangset was coincidentally seated next to Liu family. Zun Mai lips twitched. Who arranged this? Were they worried that there wouldn't be enough action on stage? Tan Xuan and Aoyang Han Shuang was also unhappy. They had just comforted Zun Mai, but now she has to see these people again. Moreover, for the next 3 days, they would be sitting in the same seats. If Zun Mai was a disciple, she could at least go sit in the back. However, Zun Mai was the lead representative. Each table had 4 seats, perfectly enough to seat Zun Mai, Tan Xuan, Liu family head, and Liu female family head. Teacher, Aoyang Han Shuang worried spoke. Zun Mai shook her head. I'm fine. They already have no relation to me. I never place unrelated people in my heart, so hurry and go sit. It's about to start. You are up today, so do well. If the opposition is kind, then be polite. If the opposition acts roughly, then you can just destroy them. If your equipment isn't enough, then come to me to get more. Jun Xie patted her shoulder, with an expression that said don't disappoint your teacher. Tan Xuan and Xuan Guang's faces ooh. Their junior sister is too violent. Big demon girl is teaching a little demon girl. Wang Han Shuang felt her blood burn with excitement. Teacher, rest assured, I'll definitely bring back the first place. So ambitious. Go, Pekoag cough. Be careful. Jun Xie felt embarrassed. She had almost said go, Pikachu. Liu Zhenzin's face darkened even more. In the last life, Wang Han Shuang had won first in this competition. Not only did it let Liu Guang sect gain acclaim, but it had made herself renowned. Now, in this life, she wants to get the first place again. Liu Zhenzin definitely won't let Wang Han Shuang get what she wanted. Liu Zhenzin sneaked out of her spot, believing that no one saw her actions. She didn't know that those who had their eye on her had already seen all of the expressions on her face. Tan Xuan felt awkward, not even know where to look. Don't worry. She is herself, and you are yourself. Everyone has their own actions and consequences. Senior brother, you shouldn't blame yourself. Jun Xie poured a cup of tea for Tan Xuan. Tan Xuan didn't know what to say, only picking up the tea to hide his emotions. However, before he could drink, he felt that something was off. It felt as if something was targeting him. He took a look around but wasn't able to spot anything. His forehead wrinkled in confusion. Meanwhile, Jun Xie's lips curled up as she looked towards a direction. It was still the same white figure, but his ice-cold face had a sliver of warmth that outsiders couldn't understand. Gong Zai's eyes twinkled like a summer night sky, filled with stars yet uncomplicated, only making others want to fall into the embrace of that dazzling warm sky and enjoy the unique peace it provides. End Vol 1 Part 2.